Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. This story takes place around January of 2024, and I, a 22-year-old female, live on a one-floor house with a basement. No attic, no second floor. I suffer with extreme sleep paralysis. All the sleep issues I have, sleepwalking, talking, I sleep with my eyes open, I snore, I sleep with my eyes open and sleep paralysis. My sister was working late for a few nights and I was sleeping on her bed since I had just had the flu and I was extremely hot. It had snowed for a few days, so there's snow all around. Well, that night, I have my usual wake up before my body does, and all that before I see him. Not a shadow person in the corner, just a man outside. It's scary, and I was terrified until I was able to get up. It was the next morning, where my dog had to use the bathroom, and I look over to my window, and beneath it is footprints. The thing about my windows are, since the basement goes up for a bit because the house is in a sectional, two halves made a hole. My window is nearly 7 feet from the floor, and this guy was closer to the top of the window. So I gathered the dog, called my stepfather from his room, and had to show him the footprints. I locked the windows that day and slept in another room. He never came back, but it was just terrifying. I'm not proud of any of this. I have a big family and we're super close. When I was in high school, my aunt was dating this guy, who seemed really wealthy, but no one really knew what he did. I think anyone could have guessed, though. I asked my aunt to introduce me to her boyfriend, and we talked about how I could work for him. Without going into too much detail, he let me work for him. I sold to some people I knew. I went to high school in an area where there was a lot of drugs. I knew a few boys who claimed they were already using this stuff. I offered to sell it to them. And surprisingly, they had really big orders for me. I didn't ask any questions. I just went along with it. I was making about $3,000 a month from this. Not enough to retire or anything, but definitely more than most 17-year-olds made. I never made a point to flaunt my money or anything. I think I kept it well hidden. At least I thought I did. What bothers me is that there's no way of knowing. One Saturday morning, I walked over to my friend's house for a birthday party. Not a wild one or anything, just a cute little breakfast. On my way home, this guy I'd never seen before pulled over and got out of the car. He was well dressed and a bit older. When he got out of his car, I thought he was a cop. He was acting like a cop. I was ready to surrender because I didn't think I could make an escape. But then he pulled out a switchblade and said to give him my purse. He said something like, "Don't act dumb, girl. I know you have money. It's okay, we can make this easy if you just give me your purse." Again, I can't really explain this, but that just felt like such a cop-like thing to say. I don't know if you've ever been in that kind of situation. I hope you haven't. But you kind of just freeze when someone surprises you like that. It's not really fear. Your body doesn't know how to react. I almost think my body didn't let me get too scared, because if it did, then I'd have a heart attack. Like my body said, wait until it's safe, then panic. First, I think I felt relieved that he wasn't actually a cop. Thank goodness for that. Second, when he said it was okay and that we could make it easy, it actually calmed me down a bit. So I managed to say, "Okay, can I just give you my cash? My purse has my phone and pictures and other stuff." He said, "Okay, that." I opened my purse and took out all the cash. I had about $200. He watched me closely as I did it. He took the money, said something like, "If you tell anyone, I will find out," and he left. I felt really calm the rest of the walk home. The next morning it hit me that I had been mugged. That's when the panic set in. I started shaking and crying. Even as I'm writing this story now, it gives me chills. I had never seen that guy before. When he said, "I know you have money," I don't know if he meant he knew about my dealing or if he was just trying to scare me. Honestly, I'm really glad this all happened because it made me get out of that business at the right time. Things were only going to get more dangerous from there. It's still scary thinking about it, but that guy saved me without even realizing it. I told my aunt's boyfriend what happened and that I was too scared to keep doing this trade anymore. He told me to send all my customers to him instead. I did, and that was the end of it for me. It's been almost 10 years now, and I haven't looked back since. I've told a few of my friends this story before, and I did get advice about posting it on here by a few friends. So let's begin. I was about 13 when this happened, and I lived right on the beach. If you walked about 1.5 kilometers down the beach from my house, you would get to a place where some ocean would be left behind to form a sort of lake, where me and a lot of my friends like to hang out. Next to it were 2 dirt roads. Anyways, I had a German Shepherd, and my mother used to kick me out of the house every weekend for a few hours to go play with the dog, which I did not mind. There was a cliff above the beach, which you could take to walk to the lake, which was overlooking the beach, but covered in forest, and on that day it was particularly hot, so I chose to spare me and my dog a hot walk and walk up in the forest. I've done this many times before and wasn't afraid at all. As I was walking, I hear muffled footsteps behind me. My dog was up far ahead of me off leash, and I quickly realized that someone had to be sneaking up behind me because it was near impossible to walk on the dry foliage silently here. I quickly made run for it to the exit of the forest, seemingly hearing the footsteps become audible behind me. No worries, I was out at the lake now. It was plain open, and I could already spot a girlfriend of mine there. My dog was already in the water as I went to greet my friend, when we notice a large man approach us. He must have been close to 2 meters and very slim. He started talking to us both very kindly, and without knowing any better, we both were polite to him. I at the time did not associate the footsteps with this man, but later grew to. He asked a lot about us, where we were from, if anyone was here with us, and so on. And slowly, me and my friend got creeped out. We said our goodbyes, saying we had to go off to meet our other friends and move to a further distance down the lake. We sat down for a bit and started talking when my dog started growling. She never used to growl, so this took me by surprise. I looked to see what she was growling at, and lo, and behold, the man was standing around 50 meters behind us. Me and my friend had caught on now and moved again. Same thing, but he was closer now. We were getting freaked out by now. We were being followed, and we were all alone. My friend called her mother to come pick us up, though she was at least an hour away. That meant we were stuck with this creep for an hour or so. Joy. The more we moved, the more he came closer. I had leashed my dog by now as she was going completely rabid at this man. Every time we looked at him, he smiled back, as if we were some sort of close friends. He tailed us for a while until we saw my friend's mother's car arrive at the dirt road. Now this road was about 200 meters from us, and to get there we had to cross where the man was standing. We were terrified. Her mother saw the situation starting running over, which caught the man's attention, which meant it was our time to dash. I don't think any time in my life have I run that far that fast. My dog was running with us as I let her leash go, and when we got to the car we hastily ran in, as the man ran towards us. We stayed in the car while my friend's mother called 112 and waited inside the car, the man throwing rocks and wailing at us, eventually running off as police arrived. When the police arrived, they questioned everyone and went looking for the man, but never found him. I'm still terrified he's in that forest. waiting for me. I didn't know that day my friend would be there, and I don't know what would have happened if she wasn't there. I didn't have a phone or any form of contact, and I'm pretty sure if he would have gotten me, he would have won against my dog. So to the creepy man who stalked me and tried to catch me and my friend, let's not meet again. This isn't something I would normally post, and I hope I don't regret it somehow. I saw someone briefly mention this subreddit in a YouTube video, and thought it would be the perfect place to share the story of a horrific thing that happened to me. A story I've never told anyone. I'm not sure if anyone will see this, but I'm sharing in hopes that it will inspire someone to stay safer than I was. I'm not sure if trigger warnings are needed or suggested here, but just out of consideration of others, I'd like to warn everyone that I will be briefly mentioning sexual assault, with as little details as possible. 1 year ago around this time, I was bored and scrolling the web, nothing unusual for me, when I decided to go on Omegle. Omegle was a now shut down website that allowed you to talk to strangers via video or text chat. It was around for a long time, and I used it frequently when I was younger as a time waster. There were plenty of creeps on there, sure, but I've had an equal amount of pleasant interactions and conversations on the site. On Omegle, you could type in tags, basically keywords that describe the type of conversation or person you're looking for, and you would match someone with the same ones. I always used alt for alternative. I feel like it weeded out a lot of rude people and connected me to more people my age. For reference, I was 19 at the time. I connected with someone who called himself Kane, and we started chatting via text. He said he was 23, and I said my age back. We exchanged some small talk, and before I knew it, we were talking all night. I mean, all night. We lived in the same time zone, and I had stayed up until 6 a.m. chatting about philosophy and life and our interests just because he was entertaining, and I was having fun. When we were talking about our general areas that we live in, he said abruptly, "We should meet up sometime." I laughed, but it turns out he was serious, and it turns out we only lived 3-4 hours away from each other, so he was really considering this. I am an anxiety-ridden person, but for whatever reason, I thought that he might be normal due to the fact that I just spent hours and hours talking to him, and I didn't pick up on any red flags. So I said, sure, why not? I know. This is an incredibly stupid mistake. I have a big heart, though, and frequently make the mistake of giving others the benefit of the doubt. So, just like that, we started planning a camping trip. He was set on doing it just days after that morning, because that was when he was off work next. I agreed, because I didn't have anything to do at the time. I asked for his number so we could talk somewhere else other than Omegle about the trip. He gave it to me. I texted it, and noticed the messages showed green on my iPhone. This indicated that he was using a Samsung or an Android. Teasingly, I said something along the lines of, "What's up with the Samsung?" After a few minutes, he texted back, saying that he had 2 phones and that one was for work. That was the first red flag that went off in my head. Why would he need 2 phones for work at his age? I mean, of course there's possible reasons, but it just set off that intuitive feeling. One that I regret not listening to. I asked what his job was, and he said that he worked for the state. He added that he isn't allowed to share details about his job because he signed papers saying he wouldn't, and that he could get fired if he were to violate this agreement. I was still weary of this, but I just figured he worked for a police station, or the town council or something to do with law enforcement, and that I was probably overthinking. Days passed, and the date for our camping trip approached quickly. He wanted to take me someplace close to where he lives, Nimham Mountain in New York. Don't worry, this isn't near my house at all, and I don't care about violating his fake privacy after what he took from me. Obviously, I wanted to do at least a little research about where I was going, so I popped the name into Google. A bunch of results popped up about the soil on Nimham Mountain being contaminated with arsenic due to the old mines in the area. All of the government and state articles I read said that it was still safe to hike there, and that you should wash your skin and shoes after hiking. I still had a feeling of unease about the whole thing. I texted Kane and asked him why we were going to someplace that could potentially be dangerous. He assured me that nothing would happen and said he chose the spot because it's somewhere him and his friends frequently camp. This slightly reassured me. He does know the area better than me after all. My parents are definitely over-suspicious of everyone. Strict is also a safe word. For good reason, though, they are just protective. I told them that I was meeting up with a friend I met over a video game, and that I already known him for a month. I knew this would be less likely to freak them out than the truth. They were adamant that this was a horrible idea, but finally let me go off when Kane pulled into my driveway. He didn't come inside and waited outside of his car for me. After a brief introduction, my mom rushed out to meet him and asked a few questions about the area we were headed to, and then we were off. We pulled into the Starbucks by my house so he could get a coffee since he was tired from the drive up. We sat in his car for about an hour and a half afterwards. During that time, he asked me to rate the playlist he put on and showed me how he writes down every single song he likes in a little notebook he kept in his car. I thought it was weird, but kind of sweet. Like, what guy these days writes down songs? After an hour or so passed, I told him we should get going so we can get to the campsite before dark. He kept saying just 5 more minutes. After about 30 minutes of insisting we need to leave to make it on time, he finally let us start onto the road. While we drove the 4 hours up to our destination, Kane mostly talked about himself. He told me long stories about his friends and a girl that he used to date that he doesn't like. I thought this was strange. Who talks about another woman to a girl like this? After telling stories for about 2 hours, I tried to deviate to a brighter topic and asked what kind of things he's into, hobby-wise. I already knew the stuff he told me online, but I was trying not to suffer from awkward silence or any more of his weird ramblings. He said that he thinks that eating healthy is important and that people who eat junk food are stupid. He also says he only wears sustainable clothing that's made from cotton or wool. I don't have a problem with being sustainable, but he was saying it in a really obnoxious way. Then he turned to me and asked the first question about me since we got in the car. What brought you to Omegle? I told him that I was bored and that I like meeting new and interesting people, and that was about it. He nodded slowly in thought and grinned, showing the most expression I've seen on his face so far. He said he likes to go on Omegle and tell people that he's a soldier in Russia, and that he was torturing people as he spoke to them. I sat there in silence and kind of just stared at him, waiting for him to say that he was just kidding and that he was some messed up sense of humor. But he didn't. He just laughed and said, "What?" As we neared the campsite, I mentioned that I was getting kind of hungry. He said that we can stop at Whole Foods before going to camp for the night. In my head, I sighed about this, knowing he was probably going to judge me for whatever I picked out there. But it wasn't a problem for me and I was hungry, so I agreed. In Whole Foods, he made me pay for both of our meals because his card wouldn't work there. He didn't even try. This annoyed me, but I was just eager to get to camp, so I paid and we sat down outside to eat. After about an hour, we were finally ready to get to camp. We drive up the mountain, and he pulls into a small parking area with about 3 spots. Cars were parked there, and older men were surrounding the cars smoking weed. Nothing they were doing was wrong, at least morally to me, but it just made me uncomfortable that they were there so late at night. Before I could even mention it, Kane says that it's too cold for him to carry our supplies to the campsite, which was about a 10-minute walk, and set up camp. I was taken aback by this. I said, "What do you mean? I'll help you, we didn't come up here for nothing." He insisted and told me to get out of the car, to feel how cold it was. He said it would take a while to pitch our tent, and that it was too much for us. There was no way that I was getting out of the car and facing the men in the parking spot next to us. So I rolled down the window halfway and stuck my hand out. It was freeing, he was right about that. That night it was in the 30s, and the wind chill felt worse being higher up. I was annoyed, but I agreed to sleeping in his car for the night. I was sad that our trip was basically wasted. He sat in silence for a while, seemingly uncomfortable that I was annoyed and unsure how to comfort me. I slinked back into the passenger seat and started to scroll on social media, trying to pass the time. He grabbed my phone out of my hand and said, "Come here." He patted his lap. I was already annoyed at the situation and confused on what he thought he was doing. I said, "You're funny," and reached for my phone that he had tossed onto the floor of the car. Before I could get to it, he reached over and scooped me up out of the seat and tossed me onto the back seats. He then proceeded to assault me. I don't remember most of it. My eyes were squeezed shut and I was praying for it to end. After he was done, he pushed me back into the seats and got dressed. He smiled at me and said, "How was it?" I just stared back at him with tears in my eyes. He climbed back into the front seat, propped his feet up on the wheel and went to sleep. I didn't know what to do. I sat there motionless in the back seat for about 2 hours trying to process what just happened to me. I considered calling my mom. I thought about it for what felt like forever. I already had been assaulted once in my life, and it broke my parents' hearts. I knew that learning of this would absolutely destroy them, and I was also afraid of what would happen if I told them. I didn't want my dad or brother to go to jail for life because they were angry and got revenge against this guy. So, I just sat there all night, watching the men outside stare into the car and smoke on their joints. I don't remember falling asleep, but eventually I woke up to wind hitting the car. I was in a fetal position, sitting upright, holding my legs with my arms. Kane noticed that I was awake and said that it is time to go. I was so scared of him it felt like my heart was leaping out of my throat. Adrenaline was pumping through my body, and I started scanning the back seat and our overnight bags for something I could use as a weapon in case he were to pursue me again. I ended up holding onto my full metal water bottle. It wasn't deadly by any means, but it could knock someone out, and holding it made me feel safer. I stayed in the back, and Kane started driving. I asked where we were going, and he said to get breakfast. Almost as if that was obvious, and it was silly of me to ask. After driving down the mountain back into the city, we pull into a parking garage, and he tells me to get out, that we're here. I get out of the car and cling close to it, not wanting to let him get behind me. I was thinking about making a run for it, but didn't want to risk getting chased and overpowered by him. I followed him to a little Mexican spot on the corner, and he told me to order pancakes so he could have some. This obviously made me more angry than I already was. But I didn't say anything because I was afraid there would be consequences if I showed negative emotions at this point. I ate a few bites of my food, and he happily ate the rest off my plate. He paid quickly with cash and took me back to the car, where he lay down in the back seat. He said he was going to take a nap because he didn't sleep well last night. I didn't want to argue with him, so I let him sleep. How could he sleep so soundly after what he did to me? He slept for about 3 hours. The whole time I was watching YouTube videos, trying to calm myself down and keep a clear head. It was about 9 a.m., and around this time my mom was waking up and texted me saying she wants me to be home. I told her that Kane was taking a nap and that I would be home soon. She didn't like the sound of that and insisted I come home. I was happy to have a reason to get out of there, one that might be convincing to Kane. I woke him up and he became angry with me, saying, "Don't wake me up next time. Play on your phone, watch TikTok or something." I was shaking, but I managed to say that my mom wanted me home and that we needed to go. He said to let him sleep for 30 more minutes and told me to set a timer on my phone. I did. 30 minutes felt like 30 hours, and once it went off, I woke him once again. This time, I filmed myself waking him up because I was afraid of what was going to happen. He was angry once again, and I told him that 30 minutes was up. I asked to leave, begged him to leave, and he said no. Over and over, he said we aren't leaving yet. I was shaking uncontrollably, but put on a brave face and pretended like I was being playful. I said, "Okay, I'll just get an Uber then." I turned around and started to open the car door when I felt his hand grab my shoulder and dig into it, yanking me back into place. I honestly think I blacked out from fear for a few seconds. He said, "What are you doing?" His hand was still on my shoulder, his fingers squeezing into my skin. My mind was racing and I was on the verge of tears, This caught his eye, and I quickly played it off by saying my mom would call the police to come get me if I wasn't home soon. I had mentioned earlier that my dad works in law enforcement, so this was a little bit more believable of a lie. At the mention of police, something changed in his face. He looked frantic. He let go of me and unhappily agreed to drive me home. I felt a deep relief, the deepest relief I've ever felt, and swallowed the lump in my throat as he climbed into the front seat and started our 5-hour drive back to my house. The drive back was much quieter than the drive up. I didn't say anything unless he initiated. I just gripped my phone in my hand and tried not to make eye contact with him. I wondered if he had any remorse for what he did in those moments. When we reached the town where I live, it was 11:30 at night. Kane pulled onto the main strip to get to my house, and I saw flashing lights behind me. My first instinct was to be scared because my dad is a cop, so I've always made extra sure not to break any traffic laws. The police pulled us over, and 2 men stepped out of the cop car. I frantically rolled down my window so they could see my familiar face, the daughter of their boss. One of them greeted me and looked both concerned and disappointed that I was in the car with someone getting pulled over. The other cop told Kane to get out of the car, while I explained what we were doing out so late. I spared the illegal and horrific details. I was tired, scared, and I needed to be safe in my own home. I also didn't want them waking up my sleeping dad with such bad news. I overheard the second officer ask Kane about his info when he said, "What's your name, son?" Kane mumbled, and he said to speak up. The name he gave was not Kane, and he told the officer he was 22, not 23. My heart sunk into my feet, and I sat motionless while they explained to Kane that he missed a stop sign, and that they're letting him off with a warning. They told me to get home, and I nodded my head. When we pulled off, I let my emotions take over and started screaming at the stranger I was sitting next to. "Why did you lie to me? What is wrong with you?" He looked distressed from the volume of my yelling and told me to calm down, that he was sorry he lied. He said that he only lied about his identity for his own safety. That honestly baffled me, considering he had just assaulted me. I screamed at him all the way to my house, and as we pulled in, I threw the car doors open and started throwing my stuff out onto the lawn, desperate to just get far away from him. He tried to talk to me, to offer more pitiful excuses for his disgusting actions, but I screamed at him to get away from me, and that I never wanted to see him again. I gathered my stuff off the lawn and hauled it into my room, while my parents slept soundly, unaware of the terrible secret I had. I woke my mom up, told her that I was home, as she requested. Once I got to my room, I broke down. What happened to me was starting to sink in. As I was sobbing silently into my blanket, my phone lit up with a text from Kane. It read, "I'm sorry about what happened, I really am. If it makes you feel any better, I just got pulled over, so that is my karma, I guess. Let me know if you want to talk." I felt a wave of nausea hit me like a train. I screenshotted the message, blocked his number, and deleted his contact. I haven't heard from him since, and I haven't hung out with anyone since, besides my boyfriend, who, thank God, is normal. I still think about what happened almost every day, and I still feel sick when someone I don't know gets close to me, even if it's just a stranger passing by in the grocery store. I know that what happened was the product of my own irrational teenage actions. I know I shouldn't have met up with someone I didn't know, but I had faith that he would be a normal person, somewhat at least. I wish I would have listened to my instinct and to my parents' warnings. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't make up that police story, and I don't even want to think about it. I will never meet up with someone I don't know again. While trying to cope with what happened to me, I Googled Nimham Mountain again. I found a link that said, Cane Mountain North Trail Loop, New York. If you made it this far, or you take anything away from this story, please let it be this. Trust your instinct. Trust your gut. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Don't meet up with strangers, no matter how good they look or how normal they seem. This was a lengthy story, and I apologize for that. It was hard for me to share after all this time, after carrying the secret for this long. I am doing this in hope that it inspires someone out there to follow my advice and help keep themselves safe. What happened to me was disgusting and horrible, and I never want it to happen to anyone else again. My name is Jules, and this story happened in 2022. At the time, I was a business school student, but my English skills left much to be desired. To improve, I decided to take a gap year and move to Toronto, Canada, for intensive language courses. Since the costs were high, I found a shared apartment with other students. It had 3 bedrooms, and one was still empty, waiting for another student to move in. My roommate, Sandro, was a Swiss German, tall, almost 2 meters and 120 kilos, but also very friendly. We quickly became friends. A few weeks later, Sandro told me he was going on a week-long road trip through Canada's national parks. He was set to leave on a Saturday morning, while I had been informed that the new student would arrive that same day, around 3 p.m. Sandro left the apartment at 10 a.m., leaving me alone to wait for the new arrival. Hours went by. 3 p.m., then 4 p.m., 8 p.m., 10 p.m. Still no one. I grabbed a bite to eat, watched a show on Netflix, and eventually decided to go to bed. Around midnight, I was suddenly awakened by knocks on the apartment door. I heard someone coming in. That must be the new student, I thought to myself, before hearing an unfamiliar voice explaining the apartment's layout. I stayed in my room, too tired to go out, and fell back asleep. But a few minutes later, there were knocks on my door. Once, then a second time 10 minutes later. Thinking there might be a problem, I eventually got up. I found myself face to face with a young Japanese woman, around 25 years old. I quickly explained a few details about the apartment. We exchanged Instagram handles, and then each of us went back to our rooms for the night. In the following days, she often asked me to accompany her when taking the bus or subway. I gladly helped, showing her the stops and the good spots for getting around, and then returned to my routine between classes and gym sessions. But gradually, something strange started to happen. Every evening when I came back, she would always be talking to me, either by message or when we bumped into each other in the apartment. The situation became increasingly heavy. Then one evening, while lying on my bed, I noticed a figure on the shared balcony, right in front of my bedroom window. She was leaning against the railing, staring at me. Her gaze was piercing, unsettling. When she realized I had seen her, she quickly turned away and went back into her room. I shivered but tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Later, around midnight, as I turned off the lights to fall asleep, I glanced out the window. She was still there, standing watching me. Our eyes met again, and she vanished instantly. The scene repeated itself the following nights. Every evening I would catch her watching me from the balcony, always at the same time, always with that fixed gaze. And every time she disappeared as soon as she realized I had noticed her. But the night before my departure, the situation took an even more disturbing turn. One morning, I had to get up particularly early for an appointment. It was 5:30 a.m. when I left my room. The entire apartment was shrouded in darkness, except for the faint light filtering from under the bathroom door, where I was brushing my teeth. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me. The young woman emerged from her room, silent, her footsteps softly echoing on the wooden floor. She knew I was there. She saw the light under the door. I froze, a chill running down my spine. There I was, in my underwear, toothbrush in hand, wondering what she wanted. But instead of turning back, she opened the bathroom door and came in, sitting on the closed toilet, facing me. She didn't say a word. She just sat there, motionless, her gaze locked onto mine, with a blank, almost empty expression. The scene dragged on for long, icy seconds, where the silence grew oppressive. Then, slowly, I gathered myself and left the room, closing the door behind me. I returned to my room very slowly, trying to show that I didn't understand what was going on, but her English was too poor for us to have a proper conversation. In the days that followed, I became increasingly cautious, watching her every move, but she continued to observe me every evening from the balcony, like a disturbing shadow in the night. Until, on the night before my departure, things took an even more terrifying turn. I was having dinner in my room when I saw her again through the window, staring intensely inside. I looked away, hoping she would leave. Then, later that night, around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly from a nightmare. I turned my head and there she was, still on the balcony, her eyes wide open, fixed on me. My blood ran cold. This time, she didn't look away. She remained motionless like a statue. Then abruptly, she turned and started running inside the apartment. My heart pounded. I rushed to lock my door, and I buried myself under the covers, hoping it was all just a bad dream. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps behind my door, then an attempt to open it, gently at first, then more forcefully. She was pressing on the handle, trying to get into my room. Panicked, I remained still, holding my breath. And then, everything went silent again. I heard nothing more. She must have gone back to her room, but the night felt endless. I returned to France the next day. She was no longer in the apartment. I think she was just fascinated to see a European. After all, I don't have a typical build, especially not for a Japanese person. I can bench press over 150 kilos. Heh. Anyway, I also thought she might have been looking for an adventure with me, or trying to steal my passport. Take care, everyone. This story is entirely true. I still have the apartment's address, the school's name, etc. I grew up in a small town, primarily Hispanic. Everyone knew everything. We had something here and there, of course. But other than that, not too much stuff happens. I'm overweight, to put it simply, and not to the standards of beauty, really. I remember reading a meme online once where it was a joke about, "Can't catch me or kidnap since you can't carry me. Keep eating cake." And laughed at that and was like, so true. God, didn't realize that would come back and bite me. I was 18, 19-ish, I believe, and it was nighttime. My weed plug was doing a stash and dash, and being broke and desperate, I went for it. I figured I grew up here. I know all the areas. And what made this more tempting was it was actually not far from my area at all. So I say screw it. Was on a video call with my boyfriend and told him I was going to go for it. He stays on the phone with me and I head out. Mind you, it's late. The areas I have to cross through are not well lit, and I leave with nothing on me. Not even my taser, alarm, and pepper spray my dad always made me have. Oh, and to make things worse, I snuck out because didn't want my dad to know I was hunting for weed. So this is already starting out great. So I set off. I have to cross railroad tracks to get through to the area, which is pitch black. Only the main road in the distance lighting it up, and some lights from a warehouse nearby. But other than that, it is hard to see. I make my way towards the main road and notice a semi parked on the side of the road. Not unusual. Semis park there all the time, ever since I was little, so nothing too weird. Then I hear, "Hola, hey." I look over and see a man in a semi-truck. He looked generic. I'm not gonna lie, a Mexican man with a red long sleeve. He looked like any other man I'd see around town. But his smile, I don't know. He was just off. I waved, being polite. He gestured for me to come over and start speaking Spanish. But I don't know Spanish. I know what you're thinking. 1, why don't you know Spanish if you grew up in a Hispanic town? And 2, why aren't you running? Parents never taught me. Sue me. And 2, he was far. So I just kept walking. So I just sheepishly respond, "I don't speak Spanish," in Spanish. I learned that phrase just to say it to people, and wave him off quickly, walking away. My boyfriend asks me who's that, and I just tell him some random semi-truck driver. I go on with the night. I think I've been out for 40 minutes at this point, and realize I'm not going to find it. Big sad, start heading home. Still on the phone with my boyfriend, I keep talking and my phone is dying, which is actually what made my boyfriend tell me to go home. So I start walking back. I go down the road and look down the pitch black area where the railroad is, and I stopped. I just had a bad feeling. Something told me to not go home just yet. I tell my boyfriend I'm going to go look at the other end of the street. That was towards where the warehouse was, giving off the light, passing empty trailers partially hidden by the shadows. I start walking, make it into the light, and I hear movement behind me, and, hey. I turned around hella quick and saw the same semi-truck driver with the same smile he had. He came out from behind a trailer he was hiding behind. He had his right hand tucked in his pocket and was positioning his body to where he was hiding whatever he had more. He told me to come here and started getting closer to me. I immediately tell my boyfriend to wake up his dad and come get me. I backed up quick and was trying so hard to think. He saw me on the phone and immediately had a mad and annoyed look on his face. He stopped and actually started hiding behind the trailers more. So I book it down the road telling my boyfriend to come get me, or have his dad come get me. I didn't want to call me dad, because even in this moment for some reason I was still terrified of getting caught sneaking out. I ran across the main road to the little mini-mart across the street and hid behind an ice machine. I told my boyfriend I need to call someone and hang up on him, and call my friend who thank God was out with his girlfriend. I tell him I'm in danger and need him to come get me, tell him where I'm at. While I was waiting for them, I stayed behind the ice machine and saw his semi. I saw him look around for me and shake his head in disappointment before driving off. Even in that moment, I didn't feel safe, not until my friend pulled up. Everything hit me once he got out the car, and I hugged him crying. His girlfriend and him calmed me down and took me home. Got a little lecture from my boyfriend, but I'd rather take the lecture than anything else. I was lucky. Way too lucky. The false sense of security my weight and looks gave me really shattered after that, and I'm glad for it. It terrifies me to think of how things could have turned out if I didn't have my boyfriend on the phone with me. So, semi-truck driver, let's not meet. I never want to see that smile ever again. This is my story about being stalked. Dealing with this has been difficult, and throughout the ordeal I felt out of control, so I'm sharing this to gain control over my story. This story is long as it spanned over 2 years, so I've split it into parts to make it easier to read through. Part 1. Several years ago, I moved abroad to begin a 2-year study course. When I arrived at my apartment, I met 3 of my roommates. Sam was funny and sarcastic, while Bella and Poppy were both nice sorority-type girls. We decided to go out for dinner, and I offered to invite our 4th roommate in room 1C, next to mine. Sam warned me not to invite her, saying she was odd. I was worried because I didn't want to live with a bunch of catty girls. How were they fighting in less than a day? I smiled and told Sam that she just made a bad first impression, and I would invite her to get to know her better. Sam grumbled as I left the kitchen, approaching the door next to mine. I knocked and the door opened. A short, petite girl with long brown hair and a childlike face stuck her head out. I introduced myself and invited her to dinner. The girl's face lifted at my invitation as she nodded in agreement. Our excitement about the new school year kept us lively as we arrived at the restaurant. I decided to befriend the girl in room 1C, since we were sharing a bathroom. I learned that her name was Nellie. We were the same age, from the same state and in the same program. I ordered a Jack and Coke as Nellie leaned into me and asked if I actually drank alcohol. I nodded, thinking her question was odd. We were both in our 20s, of course I drink alcohol. Nellie focused her attention on me while we ate. As I got to know Nellie, I kind of felt bad for her. She was born in Sri Lanka, but immigrated as a kid, and since she had an accent and lisp, I assumed she was bullied. Nellie was different from me. She was shy and claimed to not have hobbies or friends. but I figured that since we were in the same program, I could befriend her. I asked if she wanted to sit with me in class, and she happily agreed. I felt content knowing that I was befriending her, like I was doing a good deed. Part 2. My first 2 weeks abroad went smoothly. I got used to my surroundings, made friends, and got along with my roommates. Sam, Bella, Poppy, and I would often cook and eat dinner together while chatting about our days. Nellie and I got along, but she was socially awkward. I made it my goal to befriend her, which was easy, because we sat together in lecture every day. We even opened our bedroom doors in unison. I would open my door, then Nellie would open hers, and ask me where I was going. One night, I left my room to go grocery shopping when Nellie's door opened and she asked to join me. I agreed and she hurriedly put on her sandals and neon pink coat. I walked through the aisle. Nellie silently followed closely behind me. Eventually, I found everything I needed, but Nellie said that she wasn't buying anything. After I paid for everything, we began to exit the store and the alarms went off. I stopped to show the security guard my receipt and he looked in my bags, confirming that I had not stolen anything. I didn't think much of this incident, but when I stood at the front of the store with Nellie for the 4th time, as my bags were searched by security, a thought crept into my mind. The alarms never rang when I was alone or with friends. They only rang when I was with Nellie. I shook my head. Nellie couldn't be stealing. I was with her the whole time. She was a perfectly nice, normal girl, and I was rude to think anything contrary. Part 3. The harmony in the apartment only lasted 2 weeks. One morning, I shuffled into the bathroom and saw that the toilet was completely filled with 2 or 3 rolls of dry, unraveled toilet paper spilling onto the floor. However, what concerned me the most was the huge wad hair that sat directly on top of the toilet paper. I knew then that it was Nellie who had done this. She was the only other person with a bathroom key, and her hair color was a match. I tried to think of any reason that Nellie would do this. Maybe she clogged the toilet, then stuffed it with toilet paper to hide her business, but that didn't explain the wad of hair. I couldn't harp on the issue though, so I made a maintenance request to have someone unclog the toilet, and when I came home from class, the toilet was unclogged. I studied for 2 hours before going back to the bathroom. I was annoyed when I found the toilet clogged again, toilet paper, hair and all. This obviously wasn't a mistake anymore, and now we were out of toilet paper. I knew I had to say something, but I didn't want to directly confront Nellie about this awkward topic. So, I sent a passive, non-aggressive text. "Hey, if something goes wrong with the toilet, can you make a maintenance request right away, please?" I sent the message, careful not to make it accusatory. I didn't want there to be tension with Nellie, especially since she still sat with me in class. Nellie never acknowledged the situation. She still opened her door with mine, hung out with me, and sat with me in class. For the next 2 months, I just dealt with the constant toilet paper and torn out hair. I tried sending more texts, but it didn't help. Nellie would clog the toilet, I'd make a maintenance request, a staff member would clean Nellie's mess, and then she would do it again. Eventually, after 12 clogged toilets, I was so annoyed that I decided to confront Nellie. "Nellie, I know you're clogging the toilet and you need to stop. If you do it again, I'm going to report you." I pressed send as I walked to class. I decided that I wouldn't sit with Nellie anymore. I had different friends to sit with who didn't clog my toilet. As I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte, I felt bad seeing Nellie sit alone across the lecture hall. I promised myself that I'd still be friends with her and that everything would be fine. Part 4. I was happy that the holiday break was soon, and that Nellie never addressed me not sitting with her. My message had worked. Nellie stopped clogging the toilet and we were still friends. But I came home one day in early December, and my nose scrunched in disgust. There was a sickly sweet, rotten yogurt-like smell coming from Nellie's room. I didn't want to confront Nellie so soon after messaging her about the toilet. So, for 2 weeks I avoided the problem. I didn't address the issue until 2 weeks later, when all of our food started to rot almost immediately after buying it. Bella, Sam, and Poppy were complaining about how maintenance hadn't found the source of what was causing our food to rot. When I brought up the horrible smell and an accompanying fly infestation, The girls went to go smell the hallway outside of Nellie's room and returned a minute later coughing and gagging. We posited about what may be causing the smell when Sam brought up seeing Nellie at 2 a.m. skipping through the woods. Sam was heading back from the club, and Nellie was skipping around like a possessed doll, according to Sam. As we spoke, Nellie entered the kitchen and everyone fell quiet. Sam bluntly asked Nellie what the smell in her room was, and Nellie just silently shrugged her shoulders. Annoyed by this, Sam stood up and grabbed Nellie's arm, guiding her into the hallway, as the rest of us followed, covering our noses with our sleeves. Nellie claimed not to smell anything, but her eyes were darting rapidly between the three of us. Sam made a sarcastic comment toward Nellie as we returned to the kitchen without Nellie. Sam was a bit harsh and part of me felt bad for Nellie. At least Christmas would be relaxing. I spent 2 weeks at a friend's house with her family for Christmas. They were all welcoming, so I didn't miss home too much. My friend knew about Nellie, so she bought me scented candles for Christmas. When I returned to the apartment, I felt rested and equipped to face the new year. Part 5. My January exams were online and pretty easy, so I was surprised when Nellie texted me asking if I would cheat with her on the final exam. I politely declined, and she asked if I would go to lunch the next day. I had no plans, so I accepted her invitation. I spent a lot of time with her, but she never actually spoke much. So, despite everything, I wanted to get to know her better. Once we were at the restaurant, I racked my brain for things I could talk with Nellie about. Attempting to break the awkward silence, I asked her what her favorite show was. Nellie told me that she loves to watch Sophia the First. I was confused. Sophia the First is a Disney toddlers show that came out when we were teens. Why was she watching a show for toddlers in her 20s? I didn't know how to expand on what she said, so I changed the topic and asked what her favorite hobby was. Nellie giggled and said, "I do this a lot actually. I listen to you through the walls. They're so thin I barely put my ear against it. I hear you talk to your parents every day." I tried not to look horrified as I sat there confused and a little scared. Nellie started laughing. "You're like a mother, but I'm an aunt and we're sisters together." I smiled awkwardly and nodded. I had no clue how to respond. In a desperate attempt to change topics, I asked her about her childhood in Sri Lanka. Nellie slammed her fists on the table, sending my rice flying off the plate. Nellie yelled that she was not from Sri Lanka, and I apologized, even though she definitely told me she was from Sri Lanka. Nellie began to laugh again. "I have plans for us tonight. We'll go to the graveyard and walk around. You'll be scared, but I'll have fun with you." Nellie's eyes were opened incredibly wide, and her mouth seemed to open more than usual. She was scaring me, and I didn't want to be rude, so I said I'd invite our other roommates too. At that, Nellie let go of her fork and quickly moved her hand onto mine. She insisted that we had to go alone. I pulled my hand back, attempting to hide my grimace, and stuttered out a disingenuous maybe. Nellie leaned back slowly, rolling her head from one side to the other, and mumbled about how fun it will be. The rest of our lunch was silent. When we got back to the apartment, I said goodbye to her and went into my room. I didn't call my parents that night. I went to bed early, hoping to quell my anxiety and get some much-needed rest. Part 6. The next day I did laundry, went shopping, and by 2 p.m. I was meal prepping for the week. I jumped when Nellie asked me to go to the movies with her. I hadn't heard her come into the kitchen, but there she stood, her head down and eyes turned up staring at me. I declined her request, but she repeated her question. I politely declined once again, trying to offset her bizarre vibe. Nellie didn't respond and retreated back to her room, then left for the movies. An hour later, I went to the bathroom, and when I opened the door, I gagged immediately. The smell was bad, but the sight was worse. The walls, floors, door, sink, and toilet were covered in smeared poop and blood. I could see distinct handprints. I closed the door, trying not to puke. I was shocked that Nellie had done this, but my shock turned into anger as I messaged Nellie. "What you did is weird and disgusting. You need to clean it. I'm going to report you." I pressed send. I no longer cared about being friends with Nellie. I felt gross, so I went to our shower room next to the bathroom. But Nellie ruined that too. There was toilet paper shoved in the shower drain, and wads of toilet paper crusted onto the walls. I was livid at this point, but I had to wait until Monday to report her. So, I laid down to take a nap. 2 hours later, I was awoken by Nellie slamming the front door. I heard her footsteps until her feet were visible through the crack under my door. I expected her to knock, but she didn't. Instead, Nellie began to continuously chirp like a bird. She briefly paused, then began twisting my doorknob in unison with her chirps. I stood there unnerved as Nellie did this for 5 minutes. Then Nellie began to rapidly knock on my door and call my phone. 7 times she called, hung up, then called again, while still rapidly knocking. Nellie then began to ram her body into my door, over and over again. The shock of it made me stumble back onto my bed. Then, as suddenly as it started, Nellie stopped, her feet still visible under my door. My phone buzzed, and I slowly unlocked it, staring down in horror at Nellie's text. The cockroach screamed, "Why do this to me?" "Because you couldn't be positive in a negative situation," the doctor said. The doctor pulls off the cockroach legs and it cries. The doctor has no choice. The cockroach must be killed and its family taken away. You are the funny cockroach. I was terrified as Nellie began to knock and chirp. I was scared to call the cops because I was on a visa, and if they didn't believe me, I could be deported for making a false report. I texted Poppy and Bella, who had heard everything. Nellie stood there for an hour straight, occasionally pushing her fingers through the crack under my door. When Bella's boyfriend arrived, his presence scared Nellie away. We met up and talked about what had happened before going to bed. That night I barely slept. I was too scared. Part 7. One too many followers. I awoke the next day anxious about the previous night's events. I tried to convince myself that it wasn't that bad. However, as I peeked into the bathroom, its condition suggested otherwise. Charlotte and Reagan were skipping class, so I sat alone. I saw Nellie enter the room, bypass her regular seat, weave through the aisles, and inspect each row as she passed. I sank in my chair as she got closer, horrified by the realization that she was searching for me. With the last night's memories fresh in my mind, I froze in fear when Nellie found me, and robotically bent down to meet my eye line as she sat next to me with her mouth twisted up in a sinister smile. I did nothing as she sat next to me, too scared to move and worried that any tiny shift may cause her to attack. When the professor dismissed us, I shot up, frantically packing my things. Nellie asked where I was going, and I lied to her, saying I was going to the cafe. I didn't want her to know where I was. So I went home for lunch, and as I stood in the kitchen, the door opened. "You weren't at the cafe." Nellie's eyes darted up to me. She was looking at a knife on the table. I apologized and told Nellie my plans had changed. My heart raced as I asked her if she liked the lecture. Nellie didn't respond. She just stared with her head tilted and mouth agape. I asked again, but she still didn't answer. I faced her, afraid she'd use the knife on me. She glared so intently that her veins were protruding. She stood there for 10 minutes before leaving. Later on, I walked to the library and froze as I saw Nellie's pink jacket behind me. I turned to see Nellie staring at me with vacant eyes. She followed me into the library, up to the 3rd floor, and then sat directly behind me. With her threat still fresh in my mind, I moved to a different spot, but Nellie followed me. I tried again, but she still followed. I was scared to be isolated in a library with her, so I decided to leave. I quickly weaved through the bookshelves, desperately trying to reach the lobby, but Nellie matched my pace. I was nearing a heart attack when I ran into my guardian angel, Sam. "Nellie's following me," I blurted out. Sam looked at Nellie, who had stopped 5 feet behind me. Sam nonchalantly told Nellie to screw off. I was surprised when Nellie did just that. After Sam and I spoke for a bit, my phone buzzed. It was Nellie, inviting me to the graveyard that night. Sam told me that I'd be smart to move out, and she was right. I needed to report Nellie and move out. It wasn't safe for me to live in that apartment anymore. I needed to get away. Part 8. Reagan's Refuge. I went to Reagan's apartment, as she was the closest person I had to family while I was abroad. She gave me refuge while listening to me retell the last 48 miserable hours of my life. She reassured me that I could stay with her, and as I held back tears, my phone buzzed. Sam texted that she needed help and to go to the apartment ASAP. I was hesitant to go back in there, but I couldn't just abandon Sam. So I grabbed my stuff and told Reagan I'd be back soon. I walked to my apartment and stared up at it, feeling a lot like the priest in the Exorcist movie. When I got to my door, I was immediately greeted by my 3 roommates' distraught faces. I followed them into the apartment, and my eyes grew wide as Sam pushed open the kitchen door to reveal a truly demonic sight. Huge amounts of congealed red and orange liquid pooled across the floor, leading beneath our table where a small bird lay dead with its wings outstretched and its head missing. I felt sick. The windows don't open, so it didn't get in here by itself. Nellie had either found this bird and brought it in the kitchen, or she killed and decapitated a living bird and then put it in the kitchen. I didn't like either of those options. I assured my roommates that I would report Nellie that night, and that's exactly what I did. I spoke to the school safety board, and things moved fast. I discovered that Nellie had lied to us about her name and age. Officials in hazmat suits came to clean the kitchen and Nellie's room. The board had me send them photos of myself daily, in case Nellie killed me and they had to identify me. I quickly moved out, and since Nellie avoided the other girls, they decided to stay. I declined to submit Nellie for expulsion because I felt bad for her and thought that moving would stop her obsession with me. I was incredibly misguided. Part 9. I was happy that my new roommates were normal, and no Nellie incidents had happened for 2 weeks. I did have a large uptick in random daily Facebook and Instagram follower requests from blank profile users. I knew who was behind this, but I was avoiding any Nellie-related thoughts. I was having night terrors, and the more I thought about her, the worse they got. I blocked another user as I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte in an almost empty lecture hall. Charlotte nudged me as Nellie entered the room, bypassing her usual seat. I felt myself freeze up as she entered our row and began walking toward me, staring at me with her dead eyes. "Don't sit next to me," I said, shocked by my bravery. Nellie responded by sitting 10 seats down from me, not breaking eye contact, and I considered that a win. After class, I went home and then walked to the store. I forgot to grab a cart, so I quickly turned around to fetch one and ran into someone standing directly behind me. It was Nellie. Did she follow me from my apartment? Does she know where I live? My heart stopped as I backed into another aisle, and Nellie followed. I walked to another aisle, but Nellie followed me, matching my pace until I went to another aisle, and she began to run. I ran away terrified, and Nellie only stopped when I got to the security desk. Security offered to call the police, but I declined and gave them my email to send me the footage of Nellie chasing me. I had to report Nellie, but since I still had class that day, I decided to report her the next day. 2 hours later, as I waited for Reagan to walk with me to class, I caught Nellie staring at me across the street. But she didn't approach me and walked with a crowd toward campus. Minutes later, Reagan found me, and we headed to class together. I walked beside Reagan, past the buildings and alleyways, until a rock caught in my shoe and I bent down to fix it. Reagan switched to the right side of me to look at a billboard, and when I removed the rock, we began walking again. I turned my head to speak when Nellie jumped out of an alleyway and onto Reagan. Her hands were outstretched and clasped around Reagan's neck. Words can't explain how terrified I was. Nellie let go immediately and Reagan grabbed my arm, walking forward. Nellie began walking shoulder to shoulder with me, her head turned sideways at an unnatural angle. The look in her eyes was not human. Reagan told me to run, and we bolted across the street. Nellie paused, but walked away, traffic stopping her from crossing. We stopped and Reagan leaned against the fence as I bent over and covered my mouth trying not to vomit. After a while, we continued our walk to class in silence. We made it to the lobby and headed for the staircase, but Nellie stood at the bottom of it. "I won't let her walk behind me," I said, voice shaking. Reagan nodded, and we followed a large crowd after Nellie walked upstairs. only to find her holding the door open for everyone. Nellie stared at me through the crowd until everyone but Reagan and I had passed through. "It's okay, you can go first," Reagan said while smiling at Nellie. I was shocked at how composed she was, and even more shocked that Nellie listened. When we sat down in class, Nellie tried to sit behind me, but someone was saving the seat for his friend, so Nellie left. I didn't pay any attention to that lecture. I sat there shocked and terrified, while Reagan hunched low in her seat, rubbing her neck. I felt horrible for bringing Reagan into this Nellie crap. I knew then that Nellie needed to be expelled no matter what. Part 10. The next day, I reported Nellie to the Student Safety Board, and they raised the issue to the disciplinary board. I submitted a lengthy report detailing everything Nellie had done. I included Reagan, Bella, Poppy, and Sam as witnesses, and gave photographic evidence of the threats, the calls, the smeared poop and blood, clogged showers and toilets, and the stalking. The next week, I met with the disciplinary board to go over their conclusions. They informed me that they had reviewed my report, met with Nellie to give her a copy of my report, discussed my accusations, and had come to a conclusion. They acknowledged that everything I reported was factual, but they didn't think Nellie had any malicious intent. So, they would grant a no-contact order, but Nellie wouldn't be expelled. I was completely perplexed by their conclusion, and asked them what Nellie had said about all of this, but they refused to tell me anything. I was at a loss for words. I couldn't believe Nellie was given my full report, knew everything that I said, and knew the witnesses' names. The school put us all in danger. Yet, they wouldn't allow me to know if Nellie had even denied her actions. I was devastated. I felt my mind go numb. I knew at that moment that they didn't care. They were going to prioritize a predator. So with no other options, I agreed to the no-contact order. The worker tried to get me to sign a non-disclosure agreement so that I wouldn't speak about what Nellie did to me, or how the school dealt with my case, but I refused to sign it. The next day, I received an email confirmation that Nellie had agreed to the no-contact order, but I knew that meant nothing. Nellie wouldn't get help, and she would never stop stalking me. Part 11. My sophomore year was plagued by a relentless pattern of Nellie stalking me from place to place, sitting next to me in class, standing next to me in hallways, and staring at me daily. Her actions were so unnerving and obvious that multiple strangers warned me about her. I reported these incidents every time they occurred, and the school always responded by stating they would remind Nellie of the no-contact order. They never took any further steps to help me. In sophomore year, Nellie found other roommates, and in them new victims. She was evicted from an off-campus apartment, and her new roommates, who once sat with her, began to sit far away from Nellie. They looked terrified. They looked like me. Having incidents happen weekly, and having to see Nellie daily made it impossible for me to move on. I was always in flight or freeze mode, terrified by what Nellie had done and still might do to me. I became a sunken-in, miserable, and defeated version of myself. I wanted revenge, a natural result of the boiling rage I felt, now at a constant simmer after Nellie was coddled by a university that failed to shell out even a minor consequence for the terror that she imposed on me. I wanted Nellie to suffer in the exact same way she made me suffer. I know if I had just grown a pair at any point in those early months, I likely could have saved myself and others from suffering. Nellie was likely stalking me from the moment I met her. I just hadn't realized it, and it weighs heavily on me to know that I played a large part in my own suffering. No matter what I write, I can't begin to recreate the evil that radiated off of Nellie. I have daily night terrors. I don't go into new situations. I don't speak to new people, and I don't make friends. I'm not nice to strangers because I don't want to invite something like this into my life again. Revenge came on graduation day, when Nellie's name didn't appear in the book of graduates. She had failed second year. But, despite everything, I couldn't help but think that I was a bad person for being content with Nellie failing. Maybe I was just happy that I could finally move on. This one's fairly mild, more bizarre than anything. This was a couple of years ago on the night before Thanksgiving. I was home but had just gone to bed 15 minutes before this happened. It was around 1 a.m. My now husband came and woke me up to tell me what had just happened. I'm going to relay this story as he told it to me. He wasn't ready to come to bed with me just yet, and was sitting in the living room watching TV. He heard the front doorknob moving because someone was trying to come in. No knock or anything, just literally tried to come in. Our door was locked, so the person was unsuccessful. He peeked out the window, saw a silhouette, and after they'd walked about halfway down our walkway, he opened the door slightly. It was a young, maybe early 20s girl. He said something along the lines of, "Hello, do you need help?" She turned around to look at him and completely fell and busted her butt. It was icy out. She seemed quite possibly drunk, not talking clearly and unsteady. She said she was okay and said, "Oh, this isn't my grandma's house," and didn't say anything else and proceeded to walk away. A couple of reasons why this was so strange. Our house is my grandparents' former house, and had been there since it was built in 1960. As in, it's not like we just moved in and this was her grandma's house a few months earlier, and in her drunken state she just forgot or something. She just tried to walk right in. This baffles me, because if our door had been unlocked, she would have walked into a stranger's house at 1 a.m. This could be very dangerous in multiple ways. This wasn't the case, but she could have walked into someone's house who would have harmed her. Amongst other bad ways this could have played out. We know our neighbors pretty well, and this wouldn't have been any one of the closest ones. The next few houses, either the ages don't match up or the couples don't have kids. This is a weird story that happened back when I was a teenager. My grandparents had a really small farm located in a small hollow. It wasn't a commercial farm, just something they had to support themselves. However, when they got older and it was more difficult for them to maintain the farm,
was just one house off or something.
Using the barn. It just sort of
the
sat
whole
there
thing
and was used as a storage area mainly.
Strange.
Every Thanksgiving and Christmas, we would go to our grandparents' house. This story takes place on Thanksgiving. I was 15 years old, and that's the age where I began to not enjoy hanging out with the adults in the family anymore. Suddenly, listening to the stories of when I was a kid or when my parents were kids was just not that entertaining anymore. We had Thanksgiving dinner early. It was about 2 p.m. Afterward, I was beginning to feel a bit antsy. I let my parents know that I was going to explore the hollow a little bit. It had been a while since I had done so. I didn't even think of asking my younger brother and sister if they wanted to go. It was fine because, honestly, I felt like being by myself. I knew that I didn't really have a lot of time to explore before it got dark. So I set out and made sure that I knew how far I could go and still get back before the sun had set. I didn't do the greatest job at it though. If you've ever been out exploring the woods, you might probably know what I mean. You can easily get fascinated with the woods and hills and lose track of time. It got very, very dark before I was anywhere close to being home. By the time I got back to the farm, it had been dark for at least an hour. I had never been out of the barn when it was dark outside. It looked incredibly creepy. Being a teenage boy, I of course liked scary things. The thought then occurred to me that if the barn was creepy looking on the outside, it must be really creepy on the inside. I decided to check it out. Getting into the barn was simple. My parents rarely locked the door of their house, much less thought about locking the barn. They lived in a really safe area where crime was pretty much unheard of. The barn did have one of those heavy wooden locks on it. I honestly have no idea what they're called. But I was able to pull the wooden beam up. When I opened the barn door, it made a horribly loud cracking noise. I knew my parents had likely not been in the barn for years, so I was surprised that I was able to get the door open at all. I figured the hinges had to be nearly rusted shut. As I mentioned, the barn was old, and even when it was in use, my grandparents would only have been in it during the day, so there was no light. Thank God that I live in the area of smartphones though, because I, of course, had a flashlight on my smartphone. I turned on the flashlight and just marveled at the creepiness. If dark is creepy, then just a minor amount of light is much creepier. I was fascinated by all of the tools. So many sharp implements. Most of them were hanging up. However, there was a small hatchet lying on a workbench. It was discolored, and upon closer inspection, I realized that it was coated in dry blood. I don't know much about slaughtering animals, but I knew that my grandparents used to do it often. Chickens and pigs and stuff. So I figured that the hatchet was used for that purpose, and they just never cleaned it. The barn had a loft that was filled with hay. I decided to climb the ladder and check it out. When I was shining the light around, it reflected off of something buried in the hay. I was wondering if it was another tool or something and decided to check it out. Going over to it, I began moving the hay. I screamed when the empty eye sockets of a long dead corpse were staring directly at me. I fell backwards and nearly fell off of the loft. I quickly climbed down the ladder and ran out of the barn without closing the door. I rushed into the house and told my parents and grandparents about what I had seen. My father, a huge man, like Hulk Hogan sized, really went out to confirm what I told him. My grandparents phoned the sheriff's office. The body had been in the loft for about 3 years. It had several hatchet wounds on it, and the police told us were caused by the hatchet that I had seen on the bench. The hatchet that I had picked up. So not only had I found a dead body, but I held an actual murder weapon in my hand. That was truly disturbing to me, but it wasn't nearly as disturbing as the realization that my grandparents had that they lived in the house for 3 years without knowing that a dead body was in the barn. No one was ever caught, and we to this day have no idea who killed that man or why. I thought that going to college right out of high school was intimidating. I came from a small town, went to a huge college with an enrollment of over 50,000 students. It was crazy to me how active the campus was all of the time. If I thought that that was a culture shock though, it was nothing compared to what happened during Thanksgiving break. I didn't have the kind of money to be able to go home, so I remained in my dorm room alone during the break. I didn't realize that this also had me one of the few people not only alone in the dorm building, but on the entire campus. What had so recently been just a metropolis of people became a barren wasteland. If the loneliness wasn't enough, a snowstorm hit the night before Thanksgiving. I recall waking up in the morning at about 7 a.m. and looking out across a completely barren and desolate campus. Now, I suppose this doesn't seem weird at all, but it was a complete shock to me. Honestly, I spent the entire day on Wednesday in my dorm room, looking out over the campus. I didn't really have the nerve to go out. However, I guess I began getting stir-crazy on Thanksgiving. I had gotten myself a frozen turkey dinner that I was going to make in my microwave, but I really wanted to get out. There was a Denny's on campus, so I thought that I would go and have dinner there. The dinner went fine, but I was uneasy because there was another guy in the restaurant who wouldn't stop staring at me. It made me really uncomfortable. I normally like to take my time in a restaurant, but I couldn't bring myself to do that here. So immediately after I was done, I left. Walking home, I nervously kept looking over my shoulder. It didn't take long before I noticed that the guy was following me, and he was walking faster than I was. By the time I had gotten to the dormitory doorway, he was already up the front steps. He called for me to hold the door for him, but I didn't. He seemed pretty old for a person living in the dorms, but if he was a student, he would have an electronic key card to let him in. I looked back as I went up the stairs and saw him standing in the foyer. I'm not sure how much later it was, but I heard a knocking on my door. I got up and looked out the peephole and was surprised to see the man from outside standing in front of my door. I wasn't sure how he had gotten in, nor how he found my room. Rather than acknowledge him, however, I went back to my desk quietly. He knocked a few more times and then left. About 5 hours later, I heard another knock at the door. At first, I of course expected it to be that man again. However, when I looked at the peephole, it was the campus police. I let them in. One of the other students that was in my dorm building had gotten attacked earlier in the day, and they wanted to know if I had seen anything suspicious. I explained my experience to them. They had arrested a suspect, and I had to go with them to see if I could identify the person. It indeed was the man who had followed me home from Denny's. He apparently had gone door to door knocking, and hadn't known where I was. He eventually came across someone who opened their door, and the person who did paid a terrible price. I want this story to be anonymous, so I'm not even going to tell you where it happened. What I do have to tell you is that the city it happened in has a really large Thanksgiving Day parade every year. I'd never been to one of them before, but I always watched it on television. I went ahead and decided to go one year. I couldn't find anyone who wanted to go with me. None of my family or friends wanted to spend Thanksgiving standing in the cold, I guess. By the time I had gotten to the parade route, it was already packed. I was worried whether or not I would be able to see that well. I'm not particularly tall, but I was able to find a spot behind another group of people that gave me a pretty good view of the parade route. I hadn't been there very long when I noticed someone who for some reason just caught my eye. I can't say there was anything unusual about him really. He was rather big, a little unkempt, but there was just something about him. I, in fact, found myself continuously looking over at him. A few times that I was looking at the man, he caught me looking. As most people do when they're caught looking at someone, I quickly looked away each time. But even so, my curiosity got me to eventually start looking in his direction again. After a while, I could tell that he was getting annoyed. I resolved to try harder to not look at him, but that just made it worse. After a while, I looked at the man again and noticed that he was closer to me than he had been before. I didn't think about it at first because we were in a big crowd watching a parade. People moving around in the crowd were in no way unusual. But the more I glanced over at him, the closer and closer to me he kept moving. He was doing it casually though, making his way around other people. He was definitely coming in my direction. To test and see what he would do, I made my own way through the crowd towards the back of the sidewalk. I glanced at him and he immediately switched course to keep coming towards me. I was convinced that he was coming at me, and I was mildly alarmed. However, I kept telling myself that it wasn't anything to worry about. I was at a parade with thousands of people. If the guy was going to try and hurt me, he would get caught pretty quickly. I guess that's the problem with assumptions though. They really don't take all possible scenarios into account. The man did make his way over. There was only one person separating us when he stopped and went back to looking at the parade. I relaxed a bit, but when the man separating us moved, the guy moved up against me. I was about to move before I felt something sharp against my back. He had a knife, and probably because we were in a big crowd, he was able to hide the fact that he was holding it up against my back. To any bystanders, he looked like a normal guy in a crowd watching the parade. He asked me why I was staring at him over and over. I was too scared to speak at first, but when he asked again and moved the knife, I apologized, telling him that I didn't mean to stare. I didn't know why I was looking at him. He told me that he didn't believe me and asked how much McMahon was paying me. I had no idea what he was talking about or who McMahon was, but he didn't believe me. He kept pushing on the knife and told me that I had better tell him the truth. I heard my voice crack, and I pled to the guy to leave me alone, and that I didn't know what he was talking about. I guess my words were somehow heard over the noise of the parade, because two guys looked at us and then asked the guy what he was doing. I really thought that he was going to stab me, then and there, but I guess he figured that he would never be able to do it and then get away in this crowd. He slipped the knife away, didn't answer the two men, and took off. They didn't go after him. They just made sure that I was all right. To this day, I have no idea who McMahon was, but it doesn't matter. I've been much more careful not to stare at people, though. My grandmother ran over herself with her SUV on Thanksgiving. I was on my way to the festivities when it happened, so I don't know the exact details, but she was getting out food from the back of her SUV, put it in neutral instead of park, and it slowly ran her over. The craziest part is that my family, who was all inside, didn't notice until they heard a bump against the house. The SUV made 3 loops before hitting the house. She ended up being fine, but now isn't allowed to go outside alone anymore on holidays. This story is now an old grandma moment in our family. My grandparents had a new oven, and my grandmother had never made a turkey in it before. The turkey drippings somehow caught fire, and the kitchen filled up with smoke. We called 911, but by the time the fire department arrived, my dad and grandfather had put out the fire. So, when the firemen arrived, there was no more fire. They were really nice and understanding. My grandmother was mortified. My drunk aunt tried hitting on all of the firemen, even though she had a good 25 to 30 years on them. My cousin and I just stood in the front yard drinking beers in silence, watching it all play out. Fortunately, the turkey was fine, and dinner proceeded normally once everything settled down. My mother and grandmother had plans to go to a restaurant last year. My sister convinces them to go somewhere else at the last minute. Of course, this means no reservations, but my sister is convinced that it'll be fine, and they might have to just wait a few minutes for a table. I live in another state, so I get to experience all of this from a distance. They end up sitting at a bar while waiting for a table, having a few drinks and appetizers. After the second round of martinis, my mother looks over, and my grandmother is leaning back in her chair, completely limp and unresponsive. Everyone freaks out. Paramedics are called. Grandma is rushed to the ER. I'm 1,200 miles away when my mother calls to tell me what happened. At this point, Grandma is at the ER still unresponsive. Crazy low blood pressure and high heart rate. I'm ready to book plane tickets and rush to the airport when Mom calls back. Don't worry, everything's okay. Your grandmother just got drunk. Her blood test came back completely normal, except with a blood alcohol content of 0.24, 3 times the legal limit. She was awake now, so I got to talk to her, and she was crying. I'm so sorry, I've ruined Thanksgiving. I assured her that she hasn't ruined Thanksgiving, and that everyone is just happy that she's okay. So, my grandma is 90 years old, about 4'8" and 100 pounds. She hadn't eaten anything all day because she knew that they were having a big dinner. She also ordered another martini while no one was looking. So the second martini was actually her third. This turned into the perfect storm of really drunk grandma.
My great-grandmother died at the table right as we were bowing our heads to pray on Thanksgiving. She had been slowly dwindling in health, so the whole family gathered together figuring that it was her last Thanksgiving. Little did we know how right we are. Her kids, and their kids' family she hasn't seen in years. About 20 people all gathered around with her pushing up in her recliner. Food is stuffed on the table, and we bow our heads to pray. She was devoutly religious. Before we dig in, as we raise our heads and open our eyes, we find great-grandma slumped over, tongue lolling out dead. As someone started compressions and another person called an ambulance, my youngest cousin dug into her meal completely unaffected by the dead body. Anyways, a nice memory for Thanksgiving every year.
So I'm a male nurse at a large hospital in San Francisco. I work in the ER, and as is custom Thanksgiving night, it was very busy. Now my wife is also a nurse for the same hospital she works in labor and delivery. Between babies being born left and right, and the people coming into the ER, we hadn't had a chance to take a break together as we try to do every shift. So when she called, I figured it was to say she wanted to meet up for a bite to eat in the cafeteria. When I answered, I heard in the background a male voice screaming profanities in the background, and my wife, who is fluent in Spanish, trying to calm this guy down. She told me their pager wasn't working and they needed security stat. I quickly hung up, called for security, told my fellow nurses what was going on, and ran for labor and delivery, worried sick about my wife, when I ran almost square smack dab into this visibly angry man. He wasn't huge, but bro definitely worked out, and not at the gym. He was covered in prison tattoos, and he was obviously a banger. I work out regularly, but I knew this guy could kick my ass. He looked at me, gave me this sick grin, and started heading towards me, sprouting off in Spanish. I don't speak fluent Spanish, but what I could understand scared the living shit out of me. I'm backing up as fast as I can. I start buzzing the door to the ER frantically for them to let me in. This guy's literally a foot away from me, and the door opens and I'm pulled into safety by a doctor. Gangbanger punches the door a few times, makes a dragging sign across his throat while grinning at us both. Next thing I know, the police rush into the corridor he's in, and it takes 2 security officers and 2 cops to subdue this dude. I finally make it to my wife, who thankfully was shaken up but unhurt. She explained to me what happened. A young girl only 14 came in, high fever, vomiting, distended belly. The banger claimed he was her brother and they needed to cut her open to get her baby. They did an ultrasound, and to their horror they realized she wasn't pregnant. She had bags of drugs in her stomach. It's very common for drug mules to bring over young women from Mexico carrying drugs that way. Homeboy freaked out when they informed him his sister needed emergency surgery. And no, he wasn't getting his drugs. Thankfully, the girl survived. But the sad thing is, she will be going to most likely be deported once she recovers. So gangbanger who wants to kill me, let's never meet again. I've been lurking on this sub for a while and wanted to share my story. It was Thanksgiving 2011, and I was celebrating at my grandparents' farm in the little town of Seville, Florida. It's north of DeLand. I had had way too much to eat that holiday and was about to leave to drive back to school in Tallahassee. I stopped at the one little gas station in town to fill up before getting on the highway. I had just finished filling up when a lady walked up to me. She was really ratty looking with crazy blonde-dyed hair. But this is the backwoods of Florida, so no judgment. There were really kind people who looked like that in those parts. She started talking to me about how her car had run out of gas. She pointed to an old junker parked over near the convenience store, and if I could possibly give her some cash to get home. I usually don't say yes to things like that, but it was Thanksgiving weekend, so I was feeling extra generous. I told her that I'd be happy to fill up her car a little to get her home. Then it started getting weird. She kept insisting I give her cash, and that the car was so empty she couldn't drive it to a pump. I don't know why I didn't leave right there and then, but again, I was in a very good mood. I told her if she had a gas can, I would put some in, but I didn't feel comfortable giving her cash. She kept objecting, but eventually went over and pulled a gas can from her car. I started filling it up. She put her hand on me and said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I told her no politely. She said she wanted to pay me back somehow for the gas and asked if I wanted to come to her place. I told her no less politely. She kept touching my shoulder thanking me and then offered me a blowjob behind the station. So I stopped the gas pump, got in my car and left her there with the gas can. I called my mom a little later and told her about the creepy, sleazy encounter. She paused and asked me if this lady had ratty blonde hair and looked like she was on drugs. I confirmed that yes, that was what she looked like. And how could she know that? This lady was apparently all over the news. She was a prostitute in town and had been at a party earlier. An exchange had gone south, and her baby had been kidnapped by a client of hers and left under a bush in town. She hadn't even bothered to call the police about the missing child until later. They were both arrested and charged. And I can provide the news stories if anyone needs proof. My friend Connor has a girlfriend who lives a few hours away, and her mom reads all her texts, so they generally stick to Skype. Well, after a while, his girlfriend, Ellie, wants to introduce him to her Skype friends. This is a group of people who met in various places across the internet, who have those awful chats you can't keep up with. Then she introduces him to Jack. Jack is the epicenter of the group. Connor mentions him to me in passing a few times over about a month. And then he finally messages me one night and says, "I need to talk to you." So we talk, and he tells me what Jack's been saying. Jack is what I like to refer to as liar, crazy, legit. And I estimate the odds of each of those at 50-49-1. See, Jack claimed to be a supernatural being, which I'd normally laugh off, except he's got a group of hapless people convinced of this. And Connor describes the group dynamics and its red flags all around for controlling behavior. And, well, it's sort of my specialty, dealing with people like Jack. But Connor doesn't want to stir up trouble because he's non-confrontational. I don't have similar inhibitions, so one night, C invites me into the group chat, which is ominously dubbed The Truth. Cults have a collective belief in varying levels in something. In this case, the truth about Jack. The first thing anyone says to me is, "Did you get Jack's permission?" Every alarm bell in my system goes off. Connor and I both play dumb. Slowly, hesitantly, a few other members of the group, all strangers to me, start saying hello. Not welcoming me, not asking how I know Connor, not trying to explain that the chat is kind of private, just saying tentative hellos. The girl who first demanded to know if Jack gave me permission to join announces she's asked Jack if I'm allowed to stay. Connor, meanwhile, is messaging me about group dynamics. The only non-believer Connor knows of is King, who's vocal about his problems with Jack. I talk to King, who tells me that the other person who doesn't believe is the girl who challenged me about entering the group. Red flag number 1. Someone who doesn't believe Jack is still the first to challenge outsiders. Cults don't appreciate outsiders. That's about when Jack arrives. He's likable, don't get me wrong. He is good at what he does. I think for about 30 minutes that he's too good for me to be any use. But I'm a writer, so I can commit to a character pretty well, and he buys into my Southern Belle act. Once he invites me to a private chat, I'm immediately told that I can ask him anything without fear of repercussions. Dude lives 600 miles from me. What kind of repercussions could there be? So I talk to King and the girl who challenged me, and it turns out he's doing something else that's seen in cults. He's using threats and fear to get people to obey him. Something about being sold into magical slavery if he doesn't protect them. I'm going to pause here to say, the people who don't believe Jack are the most emotionally stable ones. There are abuse victims and depressed teenagers in this little group. They're smart, but they have two options: believe Jack or lose friends. Anyway, back to the circle of creepy. Jack's Skype mood is going to kill my brother. I inquire. He tells me that his brother stabbed him with a sword and sides with their father, whom Jack hates. Half of this guy's lore comes from the Dresden Files. For a creepy would-be cult leader, he really sucks at lying. So I mark him down for dysfunctional IRL family and possible violent tendencies. I then lure Jack into a trap. I won't bore you with the details, but I get irrevocable, screenshotted proof that he's a lying liar who lies, not delusional and not legit. I let Jack know the jig is up. His retaliation? He decides he should ban me and Connor from the group. But before he can, I go off on a nice little tangent in the group chat about a Criminal Minds episode where a cult leader kicks out anyone who challenges him, lest the others be swayed. Jack is angry at me. Really angry, like, hope this jerk can't trace my IP address or I am dead pissed. But it doesn't end there. Oh no. Jack returns to the group chat with a sob story, and I let him stew, because I've been slowly working my way through the group, ripping off the Jack is a liar, who lies and manipulates, and really, you shouldn't tell this guy your real name, no really. Band-Aid. I go talk to King, who tells me that his fellow non-believer challenger has a picture of Jack's ID. Because I believe in having leverage, I do some totally legal digging into this guy, who has an unfortunately unique surname. Dear Jack's mom, you should change your Facebook security settings. Some fun facts about Jack. His little brother is a jock. Better looking, mesomorph body, athletic, popular. Jack is none of these things. His mom stops talking about her eldest son quite suddenly. No more pictures of Jack. Not a single mention of Jack since he was 18. So I made note of it and moved on with my background check. But then I noticed something. An arrest. Not unusual, except before the arrest date, he and his brother are equally pictured on their mom's FB. And then, nothing. I can't figure it out until I'm talking to Jack, distracting him and letting him talk himself in circles. I see his mood again. Gonna kill my brother. Dear gods, I think, remembering that every lie holds a kernel of truth. He actually has a brother he wants to kill. I ask him why he was arrested, even though I feel it in my gut that I'm right. Assault, he says. On whom? On my brother. I need confirmation on a few other things before I present the facts to the group, still called the truth, even as more and more members sit behind their computers marveling at the irony. So I keep talking to him, to make sure I had the right Jack, that I'm not dealing with a catfish creep. We video chatted. It is him, mugshot and ID confirm. He keeps asking me questions. Where do I live? North of you. What do I do for a living? Consult. How old am I? 17. What's your full name? No. I, like Jack, have one of those last names that are incredibly rare. He could find it if he Googled me. At any point, Jack could do 5 minutes of Googling and find my full name. First, middle, and last. Anyway, I told the group chat about Jack lying that day and shut down his manipulative attempts to garner sympathy. Now he says he's dying and his father's a mobster and his brother is his adoptive brother. Except there's no one around for this equally crappy story. He's trying to convince me. Just me. I'm 30 years old, female, and a current student in nursing. 2020 Thanksgiving went from exciting to creepy for me. It started off with me passing an exam at 86%, spending a pre-Thanksgiving with my boyfriend and his family. He was leaving for a CAL FIRE base. This particular night before Thanksgiving, I spent at my brother's house. I left for home around 8 a.m. I woke up exhausted, but my mental state turned manic. I was awake and wanting to get my sister a surprise gift for me and her kids. Because she hadn't replied, in my manic state, I decided to go to her house. The day was fun, a lot of food, booze, and dancing. I loved it. Around 6 p.m., I planned my trip out to my boyfriend's temp house. We got into a bit of an argument, as I told him since it was a 3-hour drive, I'd start out around 1 a.m. He did not agree with this, as he thought it would be too late in darkroom travel to a rural area, which prompted me to remind him I am grown. Mistake. He became a bit nerved and upset. However, later we agreed on my arrival. The festive went on at my sister's. Alcohol fun, Thanksgiving family pictures, and food. Around 11 p.m., I decided to take a nap. However, my manic brain thought to shower. Due to me needing help with running the shower and attempts to fix my hair, I ended up laying down around midnight. I decided to sleep until 1 a.m. However, I ended up passing out for over that time frame. I set an alarm to wake up at 1 a.m., but of course I slept through it. I was woken up at 3:30 a.m. when my sister asked me, "Why didn't you leave?" I woke up and desperately moved as fast as I could out of her house. I left my phone and had to turn around and go back. Once I retrieved the phone, I was on my way for a second time. I ended up going the wrong way, as I mixed up two cities' names because they both started with CH. Once the GPS was on, and I realized I was going in the wrong direction, I was on my way. The first hour seemed to be frustrating, as at that time I thought I left my vape pens. Thanks to my sister telling me I left my pens, which she meant actual pens. Not her fault, but mine, although I found the vape pens 2 days later in my purse. Once leaving the city lines or Sacramento, I got into a race with a Silverado that was lifted, and my jealousy that I was in a SUV versus a beautiful truck, I decided to take on the race until I reached 120 miles per hour for about 10 minutes and decided it wasn't worth the ticket. At the time, it was only me, the Silverado, and a fellow Ford on the road. About 5 minutes later, the Silverado took an exit. Now it was only me and the fellow Ford in a rural dark area. During the drive, I noticed the Ford was on the side of me, and at one point seemed to be close enough on my right side to swipe me. Due to my blindness in the dark, I was more so focused on making it safely, and not focused on the car that seemed to even cut off other cars to be on the side of me. This was only a 2-lane road in one direction, so you can understand why it wasn't a bother. We made it to a small town that meant taking a major street for about 3-5 miles, going through stoplights. At one point, I thought, I hate when people are too close to me. It was annoying to me, but after 2 lights the fellow Ford turned off, and I felt a bit childish for even caring. 2 to 3 lights down as I made it through the green light, I noticed a car turning onto the street, and being attentive, I noticed the car. It was the same car, and at this point, my body started to shake as the car made sure it was back on the right side of me, keeping up with persistence this time. My head began to hurt, and at first I didn't understand the fear was kicking in. Why would this car come back to the main street? There are only 3 other cars, and he's the one on the side of me. The fight or flight response began to creep up on me, and I didn't want to turn my head as if I noticed. In that moment, I did not want to call my boyfriend. What if I'm just paranoid? I have traveled alone for longer distances at night before. Is alcohol still in my system? My boyfriend and mom will lose it if I call them. Why is this happening? Don't panic. In that moment, I saw a light turning yellow as we approached side by side. My brain went into rationalization and thought, do not panic, stay calm, ignore the headache. When the light turns green, stay, see if he goes. We approached the light and stopped. The light seemed to be much longer than the others. I moved my eyes towards the fellow Ford on the side of me. The windows were lightly tinted, but I could see a hat and a person looking towards me. Then seconds later look up at the light, and then peer back into my passenger window. My head and heart begin to become one, both in pain and fear. Then, the light turned green. There were 2 cars behind us, but I stayed on my brakes. I didn't move, and I didn't see his car enter the intersection either. I turned my head to look, and I could now see more of the silhouette of the man's face under the hat staring at me. I took off slowly to collect my composure, and not seem to be scared, and so did he, keeping my pace of slowly going through the intersection. I heard a car behind us beep the horn, and it was like a light switch. I noticed a truck in the distance through the last light. It was making it through the abyss of the rural highway that was only a 1-lane road. I decided to speed up to make the last light, but so did the fellow Ford, keeping up with my pace. It seemed that he was trying to cut me off, but I went from 45 miles per hour to 65 miles per hour. The trucks were going slow, and now he was behind me, and so close that I couldn't see his lights in full. In panic, I went off the side of the road as to pull off to pass up the truck. So did he. When I noticed he passed the truck and was still just as close behind, I noticed the second truck. I sped up to 90 miles per hour and went towards the left, which was into incoming traffic, to cut off the truck. My rationalization was to speed, and even if I was pulled over, I'd be safe. I hoped. I cut the big rig truck off and began to speed up. Now able to see far behind me in the distance through my rearview mirrors, I could see the car trying to cut the truck off to the right and left, but cars were oncoming in the opposite lane, and due to trees to the right, the Ford seemed to weave in and out of the lane. He was trying to erratically cut off the truck. By now, even the truck lights were far behind me. I was going about 120 miles per hour and continued it with no effort, as I am experienced with driving fast, and my adrenaline to flight made it easy. I was still shaking and crying, and the headache became bearable. After about 5-10 minutes, I slowed to 80 miles per hour, and then to 65 miles per hour after about 30 minutes. An hour later, I stopped at a store that appeared to have many customers, which prompted me to stop, as I was paranoid and couldn't be 100% sure the fellow Ford wasn't near me. I went into the store to grab food and coffee, but my appetite was gone, so I decided on coffee and a smoke. Walking into the store, I saw both customers and employees give me a wide-eye look, followed with a look of sorrow, which made me feel embarrassed. I was shaking and my makeup had run all over my face from the crying, and I'm sure I looked like I was coming down off of drugs from the fact that my sympathetic nerve was transferring. It's hard work over to the parasympathetic nerve. I was coming down off the adrenaline. I went to pay for my coffee and request smokes, but the shaking made it hard for me to enter my PIN for my debit card. I had to try 3 times. Back to the car, I went in fear. My head pounded into my ears. I hoped some tobacco would calm me. The smoke seemed to help calm me down slightly, but the shaking and headache persisted in a bearable manner. The sun was coming up and I was almost there. I was still shaking and still upset and crying on and off. Of course, when I made it to my boyfriend's, he could sense it and was able to get the truth out of me. I could see he was upset, but he tried to console me with a hug and kiss and encouraging rest so I could calm down. It was hard to study that day. The headache persisted, and I stayed in bed. My boyfriend made the decision of me not taking any more late-night drives, and even made sure I stayed in his dwellings until he was off and with me. It's days later and it's dark out, and I'm scared to go out. I wish I would have listened. 30 or not, no person, male or female, should think it's okay to drive into rural areas at night. There are crazies out there. Okay, so the first part takes place just before Thanksgiving in 2018. I was living at an apartment, 22 yo male with 2 women that are around the same age. I was taking the dog out when several large dudes with really generic junkie drug dealer face tattoos come out of the woods behind the complex and start asking me, "Hey man, what's up with these apartments?" I replied, "I don't know what you mean. People live in them. They've got wood floors." He got crappy and asked for a number. Can't remember which one. but I don't think that number actually existed in my complex and probably wanted to find a place in the complex over. Anyway, after I tell them I can't help them, I drag my dog inside and mention what happened to my roommates who look out the window and see this. One of them says she saw them coming and going for at least a couple hours, so we dialed 911. As we are on the phone, about 4 dudes leave in a white pickup while another 2 wait with 2 women. The white pickup ends up coming right back, and then 4 cop cars follow. They're lined up, searched, drugs and guns are found, a few get arrested. Anyway, a couple days later I come back on Thanksgiving night to find my door is all dented. Thankfully it locked with a deadbolt and was a massive steel door, as my roommate was upstairs asleep. I asked her what happened to the door, and she came down and saw and was horrified. Called the police up and they did their thing and bailed. Me and my roommates are convinced that it was some of those junkies trying to mess with us for getting them busted. I'm a hunter. I like to hunt wild boar specifically. Though I have been deer hunting and have been known to get a turkey for Thanksgiving, I mostly hunt boar. For those of you that don't know, boar are a big problem in the United States. A sow can have 2 litters a year, and it's not uncommon for a litter to consist of 10 or more pigs. Given that pigs eat anything and everything, it's not hard to see why the Department of Fish and Wildlife makes it legal to hunt them with almost no restrictions. In my state, it's illegal to hunt most large mammals with night or thermal vision scopes, with the exception of boar and coyote. I'd been saving for a year, mostly fun money. It's hard to explain to your wife that a scope that cost literally twice as much as the rifle I was mounting it on was worth it. But I did it. I took it to a range and sighted it in. There was an area that was peppered with boar activity that I knew would be perfect for a night hunt. It was easily accessible with my truck, with easy-to-find spots that I could set up in that overlooked a large, easy-to-navigate clearing. The night started uneventful, mostly me tinkering with my new toy, cycling through the settings. I was a little impatient. I'd spotted multiple deer, but they were out of season, and like I mentioned earlier, my current setup wasn't legal for deer. I moved to another spot I'd seen days earlier that probably wasn't much better than my first, but it gave me something to do and a new angle to look around with my new scope. After an hour or so of glassing the area, it dawned on me. This spot doesn't have much animal activity at all. No rabbit or owls. The deer that I'd seen were hundreds of yards from where I was. Why was this pocket of land so dead at night, but lively in the day? I'd set up around 10 p.m., and it was about 2 a.m. when I started to think about packing up. Maybe setting up a target before I left and taking some practice shots. I heard a crunch come from the direction I came from before. I panned my scope over and saw the silhouette of a small bear pushing through the bushes. It's important to note that my scope isn't exactly night vision. It's a thermal scope, kind of like a black and white version of what you see in the Predator movies. I adjusted my range and zoomed in a little. I remember jolting a little when I saw that it wasn't really a bear. It was a man. Because he was so low and hunched over, I thought I was looking at a young bear. Is that a game warden? It couldn't be. I would have seen the headlights coming up the road from where I was perched. And where could he have walked from? I was 30 miles away from anything and on public lands. I was about to call out when I adjusted my sights and noticed he was naked. No shoes, pants, or anything. I remember being disturbed by his movements, like a squirrel or something, twitchy and grabbing at the foliage, sniffing around and palming the tree. Was that my tree? The one I'd been leaning against earlier? The thought terrified me. Could he smell me? Then he did something I still have nightmares about today. He squatted and placed his hands in the dirt between his feet and stared straight up like a dog mid-howl. And I heard it. A voice coming from that direction. A very compelling female voice. "Help, I'm lost." There was a long pause, but neither of us moved a muscle. The center of my sights was trained at the dirt in front of his feet. I couldn't bring myself to aim directly at another person. It went against everything I'd been taught about firearms. Were they lost? Was this some guy that had gone crazy out here? Why was his voice so feminine? "Help! Please, I can't walk," the voice called out. That's when I called bullcrap. Not only could he walk, when I first saw him, he was traversing the land with ease for a naked person. So good I mistook him for a bear. That's a trap. This guy is trying to lure me to him with a damsel in distress routine. Luckily, the lack of activity before had caused me to pack up most of my gear. I think I may have left behind a hat and a sitting pad, but I didn't give a crap in that moment. I took my eyes off him for a moment to get my pack on. I buckled my chest strap and scrambled for my rifle. To my horror, he was in the same position, but his face was staring in my direction, and I swear I saw a smile. The thermal scope has an effect that makes animals' eyes appear white. How had he heard me get up and put my gear on? He must have easily been 150 yards away. "Screw off," I screamed in that direction. He stood upright, and it hit me how tall and skinny he was. Easily 6 feet and very lean. He took a couple of long strides in my direction, and I instinctively sent a round sailing above his head into the tree line. He was freaky, but he hadn't really threatened me. What would I tell the cops? I was unwilling and unready to shoot someone. He stopped dead in his tracks and hunched down on all fours. "The next one will mess you up. Go away." He stayed on all fours, and this time I had my sights trained on the center of him. His eyes were just above the grass like a large cat or something. I was trying to stop my trembling and knew that my voice had cracked a little on that last warning. I was terrified. That standoff probably only lasted a minute or two, maybe less, but it felt like forever. In an instant, he bolted left towards the tree line opposite the road. So much for not being able to walk. I could barely keep him in my scope, he was moving so fast. He disappeared into the brush, and I sent another bullet sailing high in his direction. I racked another round and tried to pocket that mag and swap for a fresh one, but I dropped it and didn't bother looking for it. I wasn't far from my truck and I wanted to get out of there. I could hear him in the distance, yelling in this weird sound that could have been a laugh or a cry. I scrambled up the trail and arrived at my truck breathless. I tossed my gear into the cab, but kept the rifle in the passenger seat and sped off. For the longest time, I told that story from the perspective of having spotted some deranged crackhead living off the land, like some kind of caveman. I reported it to Fish and Game, but all they did was scold me for hunting at night alone. Never received an update. It wasn't until I told this story at a camping trip that my nephew told me about wendigos, rakes, and skinwalkers. My story scared the crap out of him because the spot we were camping was technically the same forest I'd seen the bastard, just 50 miles east of it. He was so spooked his mom, my cousin, had to take him home. She was really angry. I've gone down the rabbit hole one these scary stories. I'm not saying what I saw definitely was a wendigo or a skinwalker. I'm saying that if such a thing exists, I may have dodged quite the bullet that night. Or maybe it was just a tweaker being Donnie Thornberry in the middle of the night. Either way, thought I'd share. Around 2007, I was getting my PhD at the University of Florida. I, 30-ish F, lived in Gainesville in a condo that I owned by myself. I had a friend who was walking across the United States. We'll call him Captain. Captain decided to spend the winter at my house, so we got a mutual friend to drive him from Alabama, where he had last stopped walking, to my house in Gainesville. We had a pleasant Thanksgiving, and then Captain just kind of chilled at my house for the next several months. It wasn't too big of a deal because I was mostly staying at my boyfriend's house, but it was a little bit much. When it was time for him to get back to walking, he asked if I would drive him back to the exact location he had left in Alabama. Looking forward to having my house back, I agreed to drive him one day when I was out of school. I don't remember what route we took or where it was, but I remember that the drive wasn't that long, relativity speaking. It seems like it should have been, but I guess it was about 5 to 6 hours, one way. I dropped him off in the early evening and headed back for Florida. This meant that I was driving at night, by myself, in an unknown part of the country. Conveniently, the GPS technology that we had at the time gave me this extremely backwards route back to Florida. To get to where I had dropped off Captain, we stayed on the freeway for most of the time, and then it was about 10 miles off the freeway. Well, Google Maps, or whatever the app was, decided that the faster way was to take me on all of these little back roads through Alabama backcountry. Serious Deliverance vibes. Seriously. So I'm already a little freaked out, and occasionally checking in with my boyfriend to let him know where I am. I've driven at night alone tons, but my history with respect to strangers has made me hypervigilant. At some point, I became aware that there was a car behind me. I didn't assume that was anything weird until the car stayed with me for several miles. Again, I just shoved it off to maybe Google Maps, giving them the same weird route. But because I was paying attention to the car behind me, I didn't notice when I pulled through some small town that I was taking a left at the wrong intersection. There were 2 intersections very close together, and I was accidentally in the left lane to turn left at the intersection, before the one I was supposed to turn at. No biggie, I figured. It's like 2 in the morning. So when the light changed, I drove straight through the intersection and took a left at the next intersection. The car behind me did the same thing. I realized at that point that I was definitely being followed. I immediately called my boyfriend and asked him to look up the non-emergency police number for the area where I was. I tried to give him my nearest location, but like any dude who has never been the victim of any kind of assault, he thought I was overreacting. He was in the middle of something and therefore didn't look up the number for me. In retrospect, I should have absolutely just called 911, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of something that could have been nothing, but that nothing was quickly becoming something indeed, because I'd been on back roads in Alabama without a gas station for a long time, and my car was in need of gas. That meant that I would have to exit the vehicle at a gas station that was probably not well manned at this time of night by myself. I was low-key freaking out. It didn't help that I couldn't see the driver of the car behind me. It was dark, and the car had dark tinted windows. Also, Alabama backwoods roads are pretty dark. I kept looking in the rear mirror, but I couldn't get a glimpse of the driver. I honestly could not figure out why this person targeted me, and at first I had laughed it off as some kind of Southern football vendetta. I had a UF license plate frame, Go Gators, and was trying to convince myself that this person was just trying to scare me because they liked one of our rival schools. Given that I am a tall woman, it may have been difficult to identify that I was a woman in the car. But either way, this person was clearly following me, and given that I had to stop my car, I was feeling increasingly at risk. Finally, my backwards woods route took me into a relatively larger metropolitan area. I was finally on streets with streetlights, and businesses were still lit up. I started to feel safer, but I still had to stop for gas. I had already made a plan as far as that was concerned, but I wanted the guy behind me to know that I was onto him. So at the first intersection that was well lit, I turned fully around in my car seat and stared at him while pretending to talk on the phone. I did this for the entire time the light was red. I wanted it to look like I was describing his car and his features to whoever was on the phone. Not long after this, I found a gas station that was well lit up. I was driving on fumes and praying that I wouldn't run out of gas in backwoods Alabama. I pulled into the gas station so that my driver's side door was adjacent to the door of the gas station, jumped out and ran inside. I let the attendant know that I was being followed, and he walked out from behind the counter and walked to the windows and said that no one was there. I was sure that the car had been behind me when I pulled into the station, but seeing that I ran inside, they must have driven off. I still have no idea what the guy's intention was, but he followed me for easily an hour and a half, like 100 miles. It felt predatory as hell. Thankfully, I was able to gas up my car under the watchful eye of the gas station attendant, and the attendant told me the quickest way to the freeway. My trip was uneventful after that, but I was still shaking and thoroughly pissed at my boyfriend for not taking me seriously. Stay safe out there. This story happened around 3 years ago, around the time that COVID started, so it was a while back, but still worthy of a post. It was early 2020, and I had just gotten a new job in a small town near my area. While looking for a place to live, my sister offered to rent her house to me. She had bought the house 2 years prior, but she and her husband didn't really take to it, and their commute to work was long, so they moved out and the house was uninhabited. Luckily for me, it was actually pretty close to my workplace, only around a 40-minute drive, and my sister pretty much rented it to me for free. I just paid for the water and electricity and looked after the house. I was living there for a solid 2 or 3 months and had already gotten used to it. One night, after coming back from work and parking my car, as I walked towards my door, I noticed something odd. There was a cigarette butt on the curb to my house. I leaned down and picked it up, thinking that it might have been mine since I'm a smoker. But after looking at the brand name, I realized that it wasn't mine and threw it away. I didn't think much of it, and just shrugged it off as some butthole throwing it on my curb. I went on my night, and nothing unusual happened. 2 days later, I was once again walking to my house when I spotted a few more cigarette butts, this time near my porch. Needless to say, I was angry and thought that someone sat on my porch and smoked, but since I didn't know who it was, there was nothing I could do about it. I noticed that they were put out pretty recently, so whoever it was probably walked off as I was approaching. That night, I was watching a movie on my laptop, and it was pretty late, past 1 a.m., so I was surprised when I heard a car passing by. It's a suburban neighborhood, and it was COVID, so people rarely ventured out at night, but I didn't think much of it. Around half an hour later, I was surprised when I heard chattering nearby. I listened intently, but I couldn't hear what they were talking about, as their voices seemed almost muffled and quiet. By this point, I was getting a bit unnerved, so I stopped the movie and quietly got off of my sofa and walked to the front door to make sure that it was locked. As I was approaching the door, I froze mid-step as I heard the two approaching my porch and reducing their talking to a whisper. I realized right away that whoever this was wanted to break in. I leaned against my front door and waited, expecting a loud bang against the door or the doorknob being shaken, but it was oddly quiet. I decided to walk over to my window to see if they had walked away or changed their mind. My windows have bars from the inside out that you have to unlock, so that you could move the curtains or look out the window comfortably. I slowly unlocked the bar mechanism and lifted it up. I moved the curtains and was taken aback. Leaning up against my window was a man. He was as startled as I was, because he basically stuttered over his own steps as he jumped back. He tightened his hoodie to cover his face, so all I could really see was his big blue eyes staring at me. His friend realized what was going on, and right away started to kick the door in. He kicked it a solid 4 or 5 times, but the door wouldn't budge. All the while, I was staring at them frozen in fear, trying to comprehend the situation. I snapped out of it and slammed the bars over my window, locking them and running upstairs to the storage room, where I pushed a table up to the door and called the cops. As I listened and expected the two to come inside at any minute, I heard a loud crash and the bars from the windows being shaken aggressively. When they realized that they couldn't get in, one of them let out a long, angry scream that probably woke up half the neighborhood. By the time the cops came, they were long gone. The police couldn't find out who it was, but they were more active in the neighborhood in the following weeks. Regardless, I wasn't too keen on staying there, so shortly after I moved out. My sister sold the house a few months later, and as far as I know, nothing similar ever happened since. So I took my dog out on a walk yesterday, It was overcast but daytime, and we hadn't been out long. We were still close to home. My dog was sniffing away at a patch of grass, and I'm watching him and sort of just daydreaming, waiting for him to be done. Really quickly, out of nowhere, he jumps up and spins around, facing the path behind us. I thought that he'd spotted another dog, but no. I turn around and there's a man, sort of crouched down low, doing a really over-exaggerated sneak towards us. It honestly looked like something out of a cartoon. I was just stunned, and my dog was standing there with all of his fur puffed up. Didn't have a chance to say, "Hey, what are you doing?" or anything, because as soon as we caught him sneaking towards us, he turned around and ran off. If this had happened on one of our night walks, or early morning ones when it's dark, I think I would have had a heart attack. It was freaky enough during the day and close to home. I'm not really sure what he would have done if he'd managed to sneak right up to us, or why he thought that he'd even be able to. My dog is a German Shepherd, so I usually feel quite safe while walking him. I'm not sure if this belongs or not, so if not, just let me know. When I, a 31-year-old female, was 16, I was in a choir at my high school that performed for a lot of different events around town. One of them was to sing at the middle school's sporting events. The middle school in my hometown, there's only one, is just about a half a mile from my local childhood home. So whenever we had events there, I walked. I didn't get my license until I was 17. This one night, I think it was November, we had to sing at a basketball game, and it was obviously dark when I was able to leave. Normally, I wasn't allowed to walk alone at night, but for choir, I was given permission unless I felt unsafe. But there wasn't any reason to be creeped out at first, so I started my walk. Just down from the middle school is a stretch of road with almost no street lights. That has always creeped me out when walking. I crossed quickly and had a fast pace going, as I am a naturally paranoid human. About 2 minutes into the dark zone, I heard rapid footsteps behind me. I at first figured that it was just a jogger, but they made no attempt to pass me and just stayed a comfortable, for them, 10-foot distance. They began whistling a jaunty tune, which at first I thought was fun. At this point, I wasn't super scared, perhaps because of the happy whistling tune, but I noticed the footsteps began to speed up. There were no cars on the road, and given the lack of light, when I turned around, all I could see was a silhouette shrouded in darkness. At that realization, I quickened my pace to barely under a run. The whistling continued, getting more breathless as this person began to run after me. I looked back to see a dark figure coming at me full speed, and in terror began to run frantically as well. I will never forget those last moments, running through my dark subdivision, hearing his whistling, and footsteps getting closer and closer. This person followed me up to my door. I ran inside and locked the front, checked all other doors, and went to my upstairs bedroom. From the window, I could still see a silhouette and could still hear them whistling. I slept with my knife that night. This seems like the right place to tell this story. It happened back in 2013. It was about 8 or 9 o'clock, and I was on my way home from a pal's. I was sat upstairs at the back of the bus. There was only me and one other person on the top floor of the bus, and he was sat near the front on the opposite side. When I got up to get off the bus and walked from the back towards the stairs, he called me. I don't remember exactly how he asked, but he was asking for a lighter. I walked up to him, going through my pockets, and told him that I had matches and handed them to him. He took them from me and just stared at them for a good few seconds, and then handed them back to me and said something along the lines of, "Don't worry about it." The time it took him to decide not to use them felt very strange, and the eye contact before and after just felt intense. I got walked down the stairs thinking, what the heck was up with that? And I got off the bus. I told a couple of people how weird it felt and described what he was wearing: a zip-up black hoodie with a knockoff party-style tiger on the chest. Fast forward about a week, and there's a fatal stabbing on a bus in my city. A young girl on her way to school was stabbed to death on the top deck of a bus. Stabbings are pretty common in my city, but a young girl being killed on her way to school, that's big news anywhere. They show a photo of the suspect being arrested, but you can only see the back of his hoodie. Straight away, I think that's the exact same Ed Hardy knockoff, and was just wondering if it was the guy that I had seen. When they released more photos of him from the front, I knew that it was him. The scary thing is, it transpired, and he had recently been let out of a mental health facility. He hadn't been given any support and had been sleeping rough on buses. I've had many interactions with mentally ill people and dangerous individuals, but this is one that stays with me. Even though the interaction was much, it felt so strange. I always wonder if he was seeing how I reacted when he asked me, hence why he didn't use the matches. Who knows? It's just a sad story, really. Rest in peace to the poor girl who was unalive. Her name was Christina Edkins. She was only 16 years old. This happened over a decade ago. My ex and I decided to hitchhike across California because we were bored and homeless and had nothing better to do. We stopped in a small town and found a little stream underneath a bridge. My feet were hurting really bad, so I took my shoes off to cool them in the water, and that's when I noticed movement in the bushes to my left. A strange man walked out staring at me. He made a movement with his finger, as if he wanted me to go into the bushes with him. I froze, and I yelled for my ex who was on the bridge waiting for me. He came running, but the man was already gone. It was insanely creepy, but I'm used to weird things happening to me, because I look much younger than my actual age. I know that he must have thought that I was a child. It's unnerving to think that someone could be comfortable enough to do that in the daytime. And that is why I never go exploring by myself. I live in an apartment building, and I guess there was a girl with a name similar to mine with long brown hair who moved in, and she was going on dates at her apartment through the internet. He thought that I was her, and he followed me into my apartment. He said he went down to look at the register in the lobby and saw my name. Yes, we have first and last names posted for deliveries, and our names were really similar, i.e. like Kristen and Christine, or Brianna and Brianne. Anyway, he followed me like I said, and then looked down at the registry downstairs and just assumed that I was this woman. So he knocks on my door. I answer it and he tells me that it's his birthday. Now keep in mind, I have no idea about any of this. And so I say, "Oh, okay, happy birthday." So then he says that he would give me $60 to go and hang out with him and his friends, and that if I wanted to, quote unquote, party, he would supply it for me. And that he and his friends would pay me for anything, quote unquote, extra. I was completely confused. I said, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" I don't want to go to your birthday party. I don't even know you. To which he replied, well, I saw your ad on the internet and replied, and you gave me this address. And I saw you and blah, blah, blah. He tells me the story like I described in the beginning of this post. I said, no, that's not me. I am not that type of person. Seriously, so strange and creepy. Edit. To be honest, I was still somewhat perplexed until I told a neighbor a few months later. And apparently this woman got booted from the building because of the traffic to her apartment. I'm glad that the management didn't get us confused, as we live on different floors. The complaints of traffic were specific to her apartment. Thank goodness. Did I overreact? Or was this actually super dangerous? A few days ago, I went out for a smoke in the park with my bike. It was already 10 p.m. on a Thursday, and I was looking for a spot to light up my joint. Near the park is a playground, and it's a less populated area of the park, especially at night. Most likely because there are no lights in that spot. So I go there with my bike, get off my bike, and stop there to light up my joint. At that moment, I only hear steps approaching me. I turn back and I see a person, probably male, 6 foot tall, walking towards me. It was dark, and I couldn't see a face or what exactly he wore. I also looked only for an instant and rushed away with my e-bike. Now here is the chilling and confusing part. That person didn't use the road. He walked through the playground towards me. The playground had gravel stones. That was the only reason that I was able to notice that person walking towards me. I also noticed him when he was just about 10 feet away from me. So I wonder why he didn't accelerate when he was so near me. He didn't make any other noise, like saying good evening or laughing at me. When I rushed away, I thought about turning back with my lights on to see who that person was, but I was too afraid. I'm still wondering why someone is alone in the dark on a playground, walking towards me, a stranger, not using the road, and not saying anything. So a bit of a backstory first. Me and some friends knew this guy over the summer because one of my friends was cheating on her boyfriend with him. He knew, so there wasn't like any animosity between him and us. But the guy was always a creep. For example, I have scars on my arm. Not bad at all. You have to look really close to see them. But this guy was looking close. Like I could feel his stare burning a hole through my arm kind of close. He was also very touchy with my underage friends. I kind of freaked out and made sure that none of my friends went around this guy. So flash forward to now. I'm in a store, 6:32 p.m., and it's nighttime. I'm buying fresh scooped ice cream for me and my mom, and I'm about to walk home. Then this guy walks in and says, "Hey," with the most blank, creepy voice ever. And you know when you see into someone's eyes and there's nothing? Like I mean nothing in their eyes? Yeah, that was this guy. Like I mean mega, seriously, uncanny valley. So I'm starting to ignore it. That's when bro is like, "What's you gonna do? I'm in a store." So I walk out with my ice cream. I take the back worker entrance because my mom works there. It wasn't her shift. And this guy follows me. Like, I don't know why he would. My hair was a mess and I was wearing sweatpants and a hoodie with chocolate stains on it. So I keep walking fast, and this dude is still following me. So I make it to the bend of my road. Now he does too. I'm halfway down, and a car has to pass through, so he watches me go home from the edge of my road. What a creep. And my mom's response? I'm sorry that happened. And she went back to watching TV. Now I have to walk to the bus stop, but I'm super scared because it's dark out. There's an abandoned house that you can get into on the way. You could hide in there. And I know this dude has a crap ton of time on his hands to do something like this. I'm only 16. I just want to be on time to first period so that I don't get a detention. As I was walking home from work last night, about halfway to my house, a disheveled man who looked to be either homeless or extremely down on his luck crossed paths with me from the other side of the sidewalk. He had initially been walking in the opposite direction, but as soon as he saw me, he immediately turned around and started following me. He began rambling incoherently and aggressively, and his words were so slurred that I hardly understood a thing that he said. All I could make out was something about a care package and look at you. It was obvious that this man was under the influence of multiple substances. I quickened my pace and tried to avoid any eye contact with the man, and he was getting agitated that I wasn't paying attention to him. When my walking speed got too quick for his inebriated stumbling to keep up with, he stopped talking and instead began just trying to follow me. I kept looking over my shoulder at him, and every time I saw him, he would either stop or try to duck behind a bush. Finally, I started outright sprinting and looking for a spot that I could hide in myself. I came up to my local mosque and tried to sneak around the corner into the parking lot of it, where there was a tree that I had hid behind. While hiding there, I frantically dialed 911. I told them that a strange man displaying unstable behavior was trying to follow me, and described my location, myself, and the man to them. The dispatcher assured me that officers were on their way to where I was, but while waiting for them, I saw a figure heading up the sidewalk in front of the parking lot that I was hiding in. Panic immediately filled me, until the passerby was close enough that I could see that it was not the same man who had just bothered me, and they turned out to be harmless. Mere moments after this, the cops arrived to where I was, pulled up next to the tree, and motioned for me to come out and talk to them. The officer driving the vehicle asked me the standard questions, a description of the incident, where I was when it happened, etc. While we were talking, he spotted a man in another parking lot down the street, not far from where I had encountered the creep. He asked me if that was the man that I had encountered, and it was hard to tell between the darkness and the distance, but I was pretty sure that it was. Another police vehicle had pulled into that parking lot, and it appeared that the officer got out to talk to the man. The officer that I had been talking to asked me how far I was away from my house, and I told him that I was pretty close to my street at this point. He assured me that I should be safe to walk the rest of the way home, and that they had other cops patrolling the area. I thanked him and finished walking home without further incident, thank God. Shortly after I got home, I saw that I had a text from my boyfriend that read, "Are you okay?" The text had been sent at around the same time the incident was occurring, as if he could sense that I was in a fearful situation. I replied back, telling him what had happened. He told me that he had gotten yelled at by a homeless man earlier too. I described the creep that I encountered to him and asked him if he thought that it was the same guy. He said he didn't think so. We also had a brief phone call to make sure that each other was okay. I let him know that I was home safe, and he told me that he was in a vehicle with a group, so he was safe too. I don't know what the cops ended up doing about the man, but I hope that he stays as far away from me as possible. This happened 7.5 years ago.
June 23rd, 2016, while I was out cleaning my house. I was renting a house for a year, and the year was almost up. I wasn't going to be living there the next year, so it was time for me to start cleaning out and moving my stuff to my next place. The house that I had at the time was fairly small, but it was plenty of space for just me. I lived there by myself, and I had just finished cleaning out the living room, other than some basic furniture, and I had moved on to clean the kitchen. There were quite a few cabinets, so many that I didn't use a good number of them. I was looking through some of the ones that I didn't use to make sure that there was nothing I had in them. One of them I opened up and I saw something in the back corner. It looked like some type of shirt or rag. I grabbed it and saw that I didn't think that it was mine. But when I moved it, it revealed a small white lever that I could barely see. The cabinet was in the corner, sorted by the sink, and halfway blocked by the stove. I thought that it was just another pipe, but it just looked a little different to me. I got inside and had to crawl inside the cabinet, which was pretty large. Once I got inside, I saw that there was a small trap door to the side leading into the wall. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You had to be completely inside in order to see the detail of it. And I decided to open the door, which led to an extremely narrow hallway with a sort of crawl space. But when I got farther inside, I was horrified. I saw that there was food, as well as several blankets, as if someone had been living inside of there. The good news, at least to me, is that whoever was in there was gone. I tried to make sense of it and figure out how long the person had been there and how I didn't know about it. I was gone from the house a lot with work and other stuff, but I didn't know how it was possible for someone to live in there without me knowing. I continued cleaning until it got pretty late, and the next day after work I continued. I was still kind of in shock with finding a secret room in my house and decided to look at it once again. I opened the cabinet and went inside. Then I pulled the lever open just like I had the previous day. But this time, as soon as I opened it, I saw movement, and then saw a person for a split second. They slammed the door shut back on me, and I immediately turned and ran all the way out of my house to my car and then called the police. I was so scared that I started driving away as well. I opened up my phone, told the police the whole situation, and they came to my house a short time later to find that whoever had been there was now gone. I was absolutely disgusted knowing that this random person had access to my house for who knows how long. It felt like a vivid nightmare that I needed to wake up from. When I opened up my phone to call the police, it showed that the date was June 23rd, 2016. I still remember this date 7 years later. It stayed with me like a scar. I don't know if I will ever heal from it. Luckily for me, I moved out the next week. I really don't know how long the person was living in my secret room, but thankfully, they never gave me a problem. Thanks for reading my true horror story. As someone who has already experienced things like home invasion, I would always suggest that you lock your doors, because you can never know what people can do when they are in your house. I'm a 31-year-old female, and I used to work at a restaurant in my early 20s as a hostess. Back then, I was a people pleaser and didn't have the backbone that I have now. During my shift, there was a man in the bar area, which can be seen from my stand, who eventually approached me. He was in his 50s, probably 6'3", muscular, large build, dark hair, and he dressed well. When he approached, it started out as small talk. I can't remember the beginning of the conversation, but then he started asking me if I had considered a different job and said that I should come work for him, but he wouldn't tell me what he does. He started asking me for my phone number. I didn't feel comfortable giving this stranger my personal information, so I told him that he could call the restaurant and ask for me. I'm there a lot. He didn't like that answer. He continued asking, and I gave him the same answer. Finally, I told him that I'd give him my email. I gave him a fake email address on a piece of paper, obviously. I made it look real, but I wasn't interested in continuing the conversation because he was being very pushy, so I excused myself to the back. I remained friendly and smiled during the entire exchange because that was my job. After avoiding him for a while, I saw him going back and forth from the bathroom, eyes darting around the restaurant, head turning around every which way. He was clearly looking for me, and I was actively avoiding him. I started to get scared, thinking maybe he was trying to kidnap or traffic me or something, which didn't feel like a stretch because of the way that our exchange went. I decided to tell my manager that he was making me uncomfortable and told them what happened. However, I forgot to mention that I gave him a fake email address. My manager approached him and asked him to leave because he was making staff uncomfortable. This man argued with my manager in front of the entire restaurant. He was saying he just wanted to have a conversation and that was it. He refused to leave. I was standing there during the entire argument, and he pulls out the email address and says, "If I'm making her uncomfortable, why did she give me her email address?" and shoved it into our faces. Instead of explaining to him and my manager that it was a fake, I froze. I was angry and in complete disbelief of the situation. He eventually left, and my manager hated me after that. I left not long after, and to this day, that manager still doesn't know that the email was fake. I don't know why I never told her. I don't know why I froze. I don't know what that man wanted. I've thought a lot about it since then, and it was almost a decade ago. I'm glad that I didn't give him anything he wanted, but I wish that I could tell my younger self to stick to her guns and don't take stuff from anyone, especially a man who is using intimidation tactics to try and get what he wants, whatever that was. I was working at a small business in Iowa when a man came in for an interview. He was polite enough but didn't say much, but something just felt off. While my boss interviewed him, I stocked shelves, listening to the man answer our standard questions. What's your availability? Have you ever been arrested? Things like that. When he left, the manager asked me what I thought. There's something weird about him. I got really bad vibes. The boss kind of chuckled at me and said, "We can't deny someone employment because of bad vibes." I took out my phone and Googled the guy's name. He had been arrested a few months prior for threatening to shoot up a gas station after being accused of theft. He lied and said that he had never been arrested. Is that a good enough reason to not hire someone? It was, and it may have saved my life. I remember September 2018, a beautiful, clear day. The calmness broken by the sound of police cars flying down the road. A student had been murdered in the middle of the day on a nearby golf course. She had passed a group of men who very shortly later found her things abandoned on the ground. Concerned, they called management, and shortly after she was found, stabbed to death, her body floating in a pond. Everyone was in shock. This was the second murder of a young student Iowa had in just a few weeks. Was it a disgruntled golfer? A jealous lover? No. The young woman had simply been at the wrong place at the wrong time. She did not know her killer. He did not know her. He was a homeless man who was in the woods by a golf course, saw an opportunity and took it. He had a fantasy about R-wording and killing a woman. The next day, the story made headlines, and plastered on the front was the killer's face. My stomach turned when I saw him. He looked so familiar. I didn't recognize the name, but then again, I've never been good with names. But I remember stories. I Googled his name. The same story about a man being arrested for threatening to shoot up a gas station came up, and instantly I knew who he was. It was the same man that I had convinced my boss not to hire. At the job, the majority of the shifts, there was only one or two of us working. I would have been alone with this guy at so many points, so many slow hours, with few customers, so many blind spots, so many opportunities to be alone with him. It only took a few minutes for a murder to occur on a beautiful day at a golf course. So yes, trust your instincts. Hello, friends. So I came across some information about an old friend, which has left me, as the kids say nowadays, shook. I figured I'd make a post to sort through my thoughts and share a rather insane story. But before we get started, my name is Mikey, and I'm in my 20s. Also, I'd like to apologize for how overly sarcastic this post may seem. Humor is my defense mechanism. Trigger warning. This story mentions murder, but I don't go into much detail. Stay safe out there, friends. When I was an angsty teenager, I moved in with my mother and stepdad to escape a less than desirable situation. Because of the move, I was enrolled in a new school. This school was located in one of the sketchiest neighborhoods in the city. Everyone who resided in that area was relatively low income, my family included. We had a rec center near the school that was a hot spot for, let's call them undesirables, which was primarily teenage boys, wandering over from the nearby high school to catcall the girls. Lunchtime was my favorite. I loved going outside for chow and having sweaty teenage boys ask for the nasty. Note the sarcasm. Anyway, during my time at my crappy school, I made an array of friends. However, there was one person who became my best friend. Let's call her Blondie. She and I got along like... what's a negative connotation? I was a people pleaser, and she took advantage of that. Blondie was nice enough, but she was problematic. Regardless, we were fast friends and thus began our very short-lived friendship. Over the school year, she mainly came over to my house, since I was an only child. We usually had the house to ourselves, while my folks were at work. However, she finally invited me to her house around the middle of the school year. I was super excited. I had always wanted to meet her family since they were such an enigma. Blondie wasn't one to divulge information about her home life. All I knew was that she lived with her mother, stepdad, and a younger sibling. I'm unsure if she was embarrassed or didn't care to share, but I finally had the honor of meeting them. Honestly, her family was amazing. They were kind and treated me very well. Not to mention, her stepdad was a phenomenal cook. The best spaghetti and meatballs I've ever had. After that, I started going to her house more and more. And you know what? I really enjoyed it. Fast forward to a month or two before the end of the school year, and it's Blondie's birthday. Her family was throwing a little get-together at her house, and I was invited. Blondie and I headed over to her house after school, and it was really a fun time. Until near the end of the day. Now, I knew next to nothing about her biological father. I knew he wasn't really in the picture. He'd sometimes drop by and say hello, but I had never personally met him. This was until he had made a surprise visit to give Blondie a present. When I tell you there was a shift in the atmosphere, I kid you not. I could immediately feel it, and I was a dumb kid. We were inside the living room eating some cake, and there was a knock at the front door. Blondie's mom answered, and her face, which once had a smile, turned to a scowl. If looks could kill, the dude would be dead. She moved aside and this man walked in. I'll never forget how everyone in the room got tense except for Blondie, who excitedly greeted her dad. At the time, he seemed like a normal-ish dude. Maybe a tad bit on the creepier side, but who am I to judge? Blondie introduced me to her father, and we had shared some pleasantries. At one point, I was invited to get some ice cream with him the following day, which I accepted. I mean, I was getting free ice cream. Of course I was going to say yes. He eventually left, and we all got back to eating cake. I had honestly forgotten about the visceral reaction everyone had upon seeing him. Maybe if I remembered, I would have said no. Anyway, the following day rolled around, and I went for ice cream with Blondie and her dad. I can't remember much from that day other than him asking me if I had a boyfriend or girlfriend, which seems innocent enough. But the way that he asked me, it made me feel weird. I honestly can't remember much from my other encounters with this man. Nothing really jumps out to me. I know I went out with him and Blondie a few more times before my family moved to another city, and we lost touch. Fast forward a few years, and I'm attending college. I had managed to stay in contact with one person from my middle school days. Let's call her Teddy. She had reached out to me one day asking if I wanted to go to a movie, which I happily accepted. I was balls deep in the big sad at that time and needed to pick me up. A film with an old friend was just what I needed. I took the train to a nearby mall, and Teddy and I watched the movie. After, we headed to the food court and got some chow. We were catching up. It had been a couple of years since we last saw each other, when Teddy suddenly perked up. She asked me if I heard about Blondie's father, to which I said we hadn't been in contact since I had moved. Teddy's face lit up, and she told me the most mind-blowing story that my little brain had ever heard. She informed me that Blondie's father had murdered a woman. Now, before I continue, she was going based on word of mouth, while she was telling me all of the details. Teddy had no news articles or police reports to back her story. She was told by a friend who had heard from someone else and so on. But what she told me wasn't actually far from the truth. According to her, Blondie's father had taken the life of a street worker. He got away with it for 2 years, and his truck got him caught. Apparently there was something unique about it. Teddy couldn't tell me much more because she genuinely didn't know. I remember going back to my dorm and trying to Google for more details, but I couldn't find a thing about it. I eventually forgot about the story until last year, 2023. I was discussing the craziest stories from my life with a friend when I suddenly remembered Teddy's story. After some digging, I finally found an article that described the crime. I clicked on it, and when I saw the picture of the man, well, words can't describe what I felt. Everything that Teddy told me was true, but it was so much worse than what she and I thought. Out of respect for the victim and her family, I won't describe what he did, but he was arrested 3 years after he had taken her life. I can't find any information about how he was caught, but it had something to do with his truck. He was charged with manslaughter. He took a plea bargain and indignity to a body, and only served 7 years of his 14-year sentence. He had served half already because he was in custody during the trial. I looked him up again not too long ago, and I learned some unsettling information which prompted me to write this post. He was released from prison a few months ago. Guess what he did? He killed another woman. From what I've read, it had similarities to the other murder that he committed. This time around, he's charged with second-degree murder and indignity to a body. There's unfortunately still not a lot of information about the second woman, but both of his victims were mothers. They were both cruelly taken from this world, and I can't wrap my mind around this at all. I met this monster. I was best friends with his daughter. I don't think that I was personally in any danger, but the fact that I met someone capable of such heinous crimes, it scares the living crap out of me. I can't even begin to imagine how Blondie must have felt after learning of her father's crimes. Anyway, I apologize for the length of the story and how vague I was regarding the crimes. I know that some of you really want to know everything, but it didn't feel right to share their story, especially since it had very little to do with me. I was just the schmuck that was friends with the daughter. Also, I would like to provide more information about how Blondie is, but I can't remember her last name for the life of me. She doesn't share the same one as her dad. But regardless, thank you for reading. I think someone just tried to kidnap me. I don't know what just happened. Seriously, I am freaked out and at a loss, thinking I'm either psycho or overreacting, or someone was legit trying to kidnap me or assault me. So I work pretty late most nights, and sometimes when I need something right away, I have no choice but to go to this store that's the only one open late after work. Fast forward, I was driving home and noticed a car behind me super close with their lights bright as crap. I thought that it was a cop, but made a turn, and no, it was a small black sedan. Okay, weird. So I kept going my usual route and start noticing this car's flashing their brights behind me over and over and over while following me my whole route home. I know I didn't drop anything, because all I brought in the store was my keys and phone for Apple Pay. My trunk wasn't open. I was seriously getting weirded out, so I made a fast turn and started going 60 on this back road. I didn't even care about cops. I actually wanted to get pulled over. Well, this dude was right there behind me going 60 as well, still flashing his high beams. Finally, after about 10 minutes of this, there were these cops in the road doing construction, directing traffic. Then I looked back and he turned off right away. What just happened? Leaving my friend's house, I accidentally backed into a brick mailbox. My bike rack hit the mailbox, so my car was okay, but completely demolished the mailbox. No big deal, right? That's why we have insurance, right? I went to the neighbor and told him what happened, and gave them my insurance, phone number, and name. All I got was his first name. From the get-go, this dude was creepy. He kept hitting on me, trying to date me, specifically trying to feed me. I left on my drive to my mom's. I'm attending out-of-state college and my parents are divorced. The guy that I backed into, Robert, began to text me and call me. He was insistent that it was better for both of us to just pay out of pocket for the mailbox, sending me links to his companies that could fix it for $500, and demanding that I go on a date with him so that I could give him the cash for the repair and he could feed me. I don't know what his deal with the food was. I declined everything, but started to get annoyed by his constant texts and calls. Finally, after 2 days of it with my responses being only, "Please contact my insurance," I sent him a text saying that he was harassing me. I blocked him, but he made a new number and threatened to report it as a hit and run to the police. I'm in law school, okay? This wasn't a hit and run. I blocked the second number. Then he used a new number to ask me if I wanted him to send a screenshot or video of the accident to his insurance. I admit this made me angry. I called this number and dug my nails so hard into my thigh that I drew blood as he threatened reporting things, asking me on a date, and trying to entice me to just pay cash. I finally screamed, "Don't you contact me again, you piece of crap." My dad heard me and was upset that I said that to someone that I was in an accident with, and that I said that to a guy who thought that I was cute and just wanted a date. I blocked the third number. The next day, he reaches out again to tell me that I gave him the wrong policy number. I told him I didn't. He then said it'd be easier to pay cash, that I was the problem, etc. He was talking to his insurance, I guess, and began trying to validate my info. He had my mom's name, address, and phone number. I verified it, told him to not contact me again, and blocked his new number. The next morning, I got a super early text, basically saying that he finished the claim, and I was awful for making it harder than it needed to be by going through insurance and not going on a date with him. He then included, "You're so beautiful and ugly at the same time. Don't take risks. Stay on the good path. Goodbye." At this point, I got scared. Fifth number blocked. Then at midnight, he texts, "You up? I know where you live. Don't try and screw me over on insurance. I'll report it as a hit and run." You should have just gone on a date with me. I took the phone to my dad, showed him the texts, and filled him in. My dad, a pretty scary dude, then calls the guy. He answered, "Shoot, I knew you were into me. Want to come over?" My dad got very mad. My dad said this was beyond harassment. This was his final warning to not contact me, that we didn't care how he reported it, etc. Robert began saying that I came onto him and offered my body as a payment, invited him to my house, and was a horny B word. Instantly blocked, police contacted, insurance notified, all the things. Next day I talked to insurance, protective order filed. I get another text telling me that I shouldn't have involved police. Blocked 7th number, notify police, go to stay at my dad's because dude doesn't have this address. My dad is a very tall, scary dude who loves his Second Amendment. Last night, watching Star Wars with my dad and older brother, the doorbell rings. Dad goes to see who it is, and it's Robert with a trash bag filled with things that I left at his house. I called the police. My dad goes ballistic. All the things. Police come and arrest the guy. Then the bag, lingerie, a knife, lip balm, an Edita Von Tess fetish book. I met with my attorney. Plot twist, the guy doesn't own the house. He's an illegal immigrant, is married, and is being deported. I feel awful that he's being deported. I genuinely think that he wanted to R-word and or kill me. I go back to school in a few days, and I'm terrified that he or someone else will follow me. Also, I've kept my friend, his neighbor, informed through the whole process. He hasn't reached out to her, except for video of me backing into the mailbox. I don't know if an illegal immigrant can be charged with crimes, but he was arrested for stalking, trespassing, felony assault. He tried to push my dad and then spat at him. Insurance fraud. He lied about the accident to his insurance agent. Possession of a deadly weapon with intent. The knife in the bag. And attempted breaking and entering. They just kept adding on the charges every time that he would do something new. I'm an 18-year-old female who used to live in Las Vegas before I moved recently. And if you don't already know, Las Vegas is number 2 on the sex trafficking list. I used to go out a lot to a late night 7-Eleven and get snacks because I was bored and wasn't tired. The one closer to my home I got banned from, so I had to go to one a bit further away. I used to go by myself, and the walk there was creepy. Most of the streetlights don't work, and it's just dark and really creepy. This time I ended up getting ice cream and some kind of candy. Anyways, on my way back, I'm about to get to the crosswalk to get to the side my house was on, when I noticed a guy standing outside one of the other apartments complex. He wasn't there before, but some of the apartments are facing the street that I walk on. He started yelling something, but I wasn't sure that if he was talking to me or not, because I was on the phone with my boyfriend. I crossed the street and walked past him. Something felt off when I crossed the street and walked past him. He didn't say a word. The only time he had said anything was when I was across the street. Maybe he noticed I was on the phone. I kept walking and glancing behind me. Nothing too obvious. And then he started yelling and walking faster. That time I knew that he was talking to me and knew that he was following me. I told my boyfriend, and he said just walk fast home and try to get home. Also, this guy was pimped out, like dressed like he was a pimp. Gold chains, expensive shoes and clothes, etc. And I say this because I didn't live in a great neighborhood, and you wouldn't see people dressed like that. Anyways, I noticed that he was speeding up every time I looked behind me. I started panicking because I was genuinely scared that something was going to happen. But another guy passes me. We say hello like casual, and the guy that was following me runs across the street. I was like, This dude just probably saved my life because he said hi to me. I also didn't know who he was at all. I got home safe, but I'll never get ice cream at night alone again.
I'm in the process of applying for a new job and started contacting various places to see if they were hiring and sending in my resume. About 3 weeks ago, I got a text from a director saying that texting would be easier to keep in touch about filling out my application and setting up interviews. I ended up meeting with him twice, one to see the facility and two for an interview, about 2 weeks ago. Since then, he's passively said things such as how pretty I am, that I would be a perfect fit, etc., but no actual updates on the job. He's also tried asking me out multiple times, but he tries to make it seem like we would be talking about the job. I've tried not to reply as much as possible, and have been ignoring him because I don't want to work with someone like that. Yesterday, he messaged me to tell me that he was sending flowers to my apartment building. I never gave him my address directly, but it was on my application. I said thanks, and then ignored him because I was freaked out. Today, he asks if we could meet up for coffee because he's in my neighborhood. I didn't respond. About 2 hours later, I took my dog for a walk, passed by a coffee shop that is 2 streets over from my apartment building, and he was sitting in a booth right next to the window. We didn't make direct eye contact, and I honestly couldn't tell exactly if it was him. I kept walking, and he almost immediately texted me, asking if that was me that he's just saw. / did I want to come back to the coffee shop? I didn't reply. I live in a huge city, so what are the chances that he was at a coffee shop in my neighborhood, that close to my apartment just by chance? Was he just waiting for my response that whole time? Am I being paranoid about being stalked? Sorry if this is all over the place, and I'm posting from a burner because you can tell what city I live in from my regular account. I'm a 21-year-old girl taking her first backpacking trip around the world. I only arrived in Thailand 2 days ago, and it was unfortunate that I almost got kidnapped on my first night. I went to Bangla Road, which is well known, and had a few beers at a bar, and then went to the popular club, Illusion. I was having a good time, dancing and meeting people. In the club, I only had 3 drinks, tequila and orange juice. But at some point, I realized that I was a lot more drunk than expected. I don't know if it was spike, but I was dumb and had my drink on the table next to me while I was dancing, and it was very crowded. In total, over the space of 3 hours, I only had 2 beers plus 3 tequilas. Usually, that's an okay amount for me to be aware. I went to the bathroom and felt very intoxicated and threw up. Upon leaving the bathroom, a guy who I do not know grabbed my arm. He seemed young, and I asked him what he was doing. He said he would help me down the stairs. After we got down to the road, he dragged me down to an alley and put me in his car. I was really scared at this point and didn't know how I'd gotten myself into a bad situation so quickly. I'm very small and not very strong, so it was easy for him to take control of me. He started driving, and I kept saying no, 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 and to stop. But he said, "Don't worry, I'm taking you somewhere safe," which in my mind was so scary. I had maps open, and we were driving out of Patong. Finally, after some time, I started telling him that I would throw up all over him and his car if he didn't pull over. This seemed to annoy him, and he pulled over. The second he stopped the car, I got out and ran down the street. Luckily, there was a motorbike taxi who asked if I needed a lift, and I jumped on and told him where my hotel was. I could see the guy walking down the road after me as we sped away. I made it back to my hotel safely. Honestly, after that, I'm not going to any bars or clubs alone. I don't trust anyone, and I'm feeling very vulnerable. At least it was a lesson that I need to be a lot more careful. I'm just glad that I made it out okay. I grew up in the 1990s, born in the late 80s, and I remember getting my first bike and starting to explore the area in which I grew up in upstate New York. Where I grew up is much different now in the 90s. It was more rural with clusters of neighborhoods here and there. I lived near an old capped landfill, and the main road connected a lot of semis down to some factories in a neighboring town that was like a 5-minute bike ride. We also had an old Baptist church that was founded by an eccentric former hippie who was really good to the community. My dad, who was a very serious drinker, loved to fish, hunt, etc., with his friend because it gave him an excuse to drink and kill something. But he ended up making this deal with this pastor and the gentleman who owned it a pond behind the church to stock it with fish, as at the time, my dad and his friends started becoming very serious competitive fishers and went in on a boat, which my dad had to sell his share to eventually keep drinking. So, my friends and I had permission to fish there in the summer, and we would go down and swim and stuff like that. I lived easily less than 5 minutes from this pond, and my friends and I go out there one summer day. This was around 1995. My mom had heard on the news a week prior about a wave of kidnappings. I don't remember if Amber Alerts were a thing then, so she decided to make a code word with me. She came to me and told me that if anyone ever tried to convince me that they knew my mom or dad, in hopes to get me in their car, to ask them for the code word. Ours was pickles. So fast forward to our fishing trips. My friends leave before me after we sat around and actually just swam more than anything. My friend Dennis got mad because he was serious about fishing, so he and his brother left, and I was alone on the road. And this road, once you got past this farm, was a straight shot to the main part of town, and our road was on the right just before the road ended. So I get to my road, and I'm about to turn, and I didn't notice that I was being followed by a beige-collared pickup with this Cletus-looking guy from The Simpsons in it. He greets me and tells me that my mom and dad are waiting for us at this local restaurant, which I knew. He tells me that they asked him to come to get me and to meet them there so that we can all have dinner. I immediately thought of what my mom said and started getting this evil feeling like I was in danger. So I told him that my parents specifically have a password that they give their friends, and that if he was their friend, he was required to tell me, at which point he got mad and started swearing at me. Although I didn't see one, but I was certain he had a gun, and he started fumbling in the truck. I turned and started paddling down my road, screaming for help and that I was in danger. He jerked his truck to follow, but I was making too much noise and was already to my house that he just took off. When I got home, my mom was home, and I was hysterical and asked her why she would ask such a mean friend to pick me up. And I told her what happened, and she didn't believe me. And she calmed me down, told me that I did the right thing, but could tell that I was having a hard time. She also grew up in the same town, and nothing like that had ever happened to her. A few days later, a friend of hers told her a similar story about her son on another part of town. The police then were involved, and the cops came and talked to me, and I gave them the same description of the man, the truck, what had happened, etc. I don't know if the guy was ever caught. I used to be very bitter at my mom for not believing me, but I now understand the confusion that she had, and instead of reacting, she just tried to console me and keep an eye on everything. My dad, on the other hand, was more vigilant about it and would ask me all the time when he'd take me out if someone looked like the guy in the truck, and if they looked like the same truck that I saw. I just hope that no other kids were harmed by him. I'm a 30-year-old female, and I used to live in a small neighborhood from ages 13 to 18. This took place when I was around 15. I spent most of my time just walking around the neighborhood listening to my MP3 player. Wow, I feel old just typing that. There was a guy around the same age as me that lived maybe 5 or so houses down from me. From neighborhood gossip, I learned that he was homeschooled and had been in and out of juvie due to his anger issues. He was almost always outside, and sometimes when I passed his house, he would start following me. I was smart enough to always have my own music down low enough to be able to hear and be aware of my surroundings. At first, I just passed it off, as he ended up walking the same time of day I did. Looking back, I was truly dumb. As time passed, he got closer and closer to me when following, until he eventually decided to come up right behind me. He said some truly heinous things that I will not repeat here. I mean, he was right in my ear when he was talking. I ran home and told my sister. She was basically who raised me. She told me I was lying and to stop making up stories. For a while, I stopped going out walking, until I needed the fresh air and exercise, and tried again after maybe 2 months. Sure enough, there he was, and came right up behind me and started to say things again. I turned my music up and ignored him. This is what I continued to do every day until he got tired of me ignoring him, I guess. Because one day, he grabbed my arm. I couldn't get away, and then he grabbed the back of my neck and told me that I should know better than to ignore him. Again, I told my sister. She didn't believe me, and I stopped going out again. 2 weeks later, I woke up to loud bangs on my bedroom wall. There was a garage on both sides of the house, and the wall of my bedroom shared a wall with one of the garages. This garage was unfinished. There wasn't even concrete down, and it was easily accessible from outside, as it was missing the other door at the back of the house. My sister was out of town, and my dad was deaf and bedridden, so it was just me in the house, able to do anything. My bedroom also had a door to go outside, so I ran over and locked it. I laid down and waited for the banging to stop, but it didn't. My cousin and her boyfriend lived down the street, so I called her, and she sent her boyfriend down to see what it was. Her boyfriend pulled right into the backyard and right up to the door into the garage. His headlights filled the garage, and out ran the guy from down the street, holding a large knife. He took off running, and my cousin's boyfriend followed. It was at this time that I called the police. They came and took a statement, but there was nothing they could do because other than going into the garage and trespassing, he didn't actually do anything. I never took a walk in that neighborhood again. I still wonder how he knew what wall to bang on. How did he know that I was on the other side of it? How did he know that my sister was gone, or that my dad was bedridden and couldn't do anything? I never locked the door, so had he been able to get into my house, who knows what would have happened? What would have happened if I had gone outside? It still gives me the creeps. So, guy down the street, let's not meet again. This incident took place in the summer of 2023. Last year, I transferred with my company to take a new position in a major Midwestern city.
My spouse was still working and living back in California for the next few months. So, I rented a studio apartment for myself in a newly renovated apartment building in a popular downtown neighborhood until we could look for a place together. The apartment was small but nice. It was in a secure building with interior hallways and a nice downstairs lobby. I was one of the first tenants to move into this newly renovated building, and other new residents soon started moving in. A major advantage of this move was that I'd only be a couple of hours' drive from my hometown and my parents. I started my new job, and everything was going great. I was enjoying my new neighborhood, and the neighbors in the apartment building generally kept to themselves like I did. Then, a new guy moved in across the hall, and everything changed. We'll call him David. David was a single man in his 60s, and was very different from the college students and young professionals who lived in our building. I started noticing his erratic behavior almost immediately. I would come home from work, and he would be sitting in his car in our small parking lot, just staring off in the distance. We were having issues that summer with smoke clouds coming over from the vast Canadian wildfires. They were leaving a light dusting of ash on our cars, similar to pollen. David was convinced that someone was spraying this dust on his car and was accusing various tenants he would run into in the parking lot. He would hoard trash in his apartment and leave trash bags in the hallway, causing a foul odor. He would also be yelling to himself in the hallway. I finally had enough and complained to the leasing office. The manager was quick to dismiss my concerns, saying that she'd been in his apartment and everything was fine. In August, my parents' 50th anniversary was coming up, and I was excited to go home and spend a weekend with them. A few days before their anniversary, my boss informed me that he would be flying in to work on an important project with me that would have us working through the weekend. I was really disappointed and felt like I was letting my parents down, but I managed to get away for a quick overnight trip in the middle of the week to see them and get back before my boss was due to arrive. I drove down and spent the night with them. The next morning, I checked my email as I was getting ready to head back. There was an email from my apartment manager in regard to the incident the night before. The email was very vague, but it stated that a resident was dead, and there would be further details coming later. My heart sank and I immediately went pale. My mind instinctively went to my strange neighbor David. I opened up a local news app for my city, and the top story was about an active shooter in my apartment building who was killed during a SWAT team standoff the night before. Apparently, David approached my next-door neighbor in the hallway with a gun and threatened to shoot him. The neighbor ran into his apartment and called 911. David also called 911 and told the dispatcher that his neighbors were hacking his phone, and if the police didn't come, he was going to start shooting people. The police came and tried to talk to David, but he had barricaded himself in his apartment and claimed to be heavily armed. The state police and the SWAT team soon arrived, and David began firing a rifle out his window at anyone he saw in the parking lot below. All of the neighbors on my floor were trapped in their apartments with no way of escape. They had to get down and barricade themselves from the gunfire. There was another building across the street with a direct line of sight into our apartment building. A police sniper took a position in the building across the street and shot David through his window. Then they flew a drone into his open window and confirmed that he was dead with a gun still in his hand. Luckily, no one else was injured. I got home later that day to a bullet-riddled apartment building, and several neighbors who normally didn't speak to each other were hugging and crying and showing each other videos of the incident from their hiding places. I've never been so lucky to have been out of town. If my boss hadn't messed up my plans, I would have been home that night. I'm sorry David didn't get the mental health attention he needed, but he put so many lives in danger. So this started about 2 to 3 years back. I had just experienced a terrible breakup, and I started receiving these disturbing phone calls
It started simple. The first call I answered, and the person on the other end said how much they miss me. Now, I have a very small circle of friends, and I'm not on Facebook or any social site where I update my photos or daily activities. This is important. And I know that the ex that I just split up with had nothing to do with the following. Apologies, it's not short. The first call, like I said, was simple. They said they missed me. I asked who it was, and they said it's me. Don't you remember? So I hung up, and they immediately called back, crying, upset that I was being mean. The caller was clearly an adult male, but they were talking as though they were a very young child, around 6 years old. I hung up again, and they didn't call back. Looking back, I should have blocked the number, but as I mentioned, I just got blindsided by a breakup, and I wasn't thinking very well. Then they kept calling. They would call, and if I didn't answer, they left messages, saying how pretty I looked with my blue sweater that day, or that they knew how I took my coffee now, and said that they would remember it for when we finally went out for a drink together. I blocked the numbers. They would call from another. I answered one day, yelling at them to leave me alone, and hung up again. When they called back, it wasn't the boy, but his mother. She was very upset, said that I was hurting her boy by not wanting to play, and you could very clearly hear the boy crying and screaming in the background. At this point, it dawned on me that this wasn't a joke or a prank or something like that. There was something seriously wrong with these people, and they were obviously watching me. For a few weeks following my breakup, I had to live in my car. The entire time, I hardly slept. I was terrified, thinking that I would wake up one day and see them standing outside of one of my windows. When I finally got a place, he called me to congratulate me, and he couldn't wait to come play. I haven't heard from these people for about a year now, but I checked my phone after a very busy workday and noticed 10 missed calls, and I'm terrified to check my voicemail. I've reached out to cops, but they won't do anything since I haven't been explicitly threatened, and I've been advised to just block calls. I'm going to change my number, but I'm terrified that the calls will continue even after that, and that it will upset them even further. I posted this on the advice subreddit, and people have been kind to reach out with advice and tips, but I feel like I'm living in a horror movie. It was a Friday night, and I had gone to bed early, as I had work on Saturday morning. After reading in bed for a bit, I drifted off at around 10:30 p.m., only to wake up about an hour later to loud screams and people yelling profanities. I thought that my girlfriend was watching a movie with the volume way up, and I went out into the lounge room to ask her to turn it down a little. Instead, the TV was off, and my girlfriend was staring at the front door with her eyes wide. Our apartment is on the ground floor of the building, so our front door opens directly out into the lobby of the building. The voices in question were coming directly from the lobby. I couldn't make out specifics. In my defense, I was half asleep, and the language of the country that I live in is not my first language. But there was a lot of swearing involved. My first thought was that it was some kind of domestic dispute. But after listening, I realized that it was a group of men that sounded extremely aggressive. I looked at the WhatsApp group chat for my apartment building, and to my horror, I saw a message from one of the people in it, that there were armed men in the building, and that we should not leave our flats. The country that I live in is experiencing a marked uptick in crime, and I had heard stories of armed groups of men robbing entire apartment blocks. But these had seemed fairly apocryphal to me. However, that was my first thought, that these men would kick down our door and rob us. One of my dogs started to growl at the commotion outside. I shushed him, and thankfully he obeyed. I heard a commotion in the apartment above me and went out to my patio to see what was happening. I heard what sounded like a large piece of furniture being knocked over, and women and children screaming in terror. At this point, I had no idea what was going on, but I knew that by now they would have robbed us already, if that is what they had planned to do. My girlfriend and I decided to hide in a small shed at the end of our patio, monitoring the group chat on our phones. Our bigger dog silently stood watch outside of the door of the shed, his eyes locked on the sliding door at the end of the patio. I would find my smaller dog later, cowering between the washing machine and the dryer. After 10 extremely tense minutes, I heard the screeching of tires, signaling what I hoped was the perpetrators fleeing the scene. Eventually, someone in the group chat said that the police had arrived, and breathing a huge sigh of relief, I came out of hiding and opened the front door. Alarmingly, on the floor of the lobby, there were zip ties that had been cut, and the security guard was talking to one of the tenants. The man was bleeding from a large gash on his face and looked extremely shaken. Over the next few hours, the story would unfold. The man that I saw with the gash on his face was the tenant in the upstairs apartment, the one that I had heard the commotion coming from. He was the owner of an import/export business, and for whatever reason had a sizable sum of money in cash hidden in his apartment. Someone had obviously found out about it and planned out the robbery that woke me from my sleep on Friday night. A group of 8 men had followed him into his apartment building's garage and ambushed him as he got out of his car, and judging from the gash on his face, roughed him up a little bit. Some of the group of 8 had gone to the lobby, surprised the security guard and zip-tied him. The remainder of the group had gone up to the apartment, robbed it, and then fled the scene. It's fairly chilling to think that armed men were meters from my front door. So, to the armed men that stormed my apartment building to steal my neighbor's cash, let's not meet. This happened while in my early 20s. My best friend was always getting into some risky stuff. While she did various drugs, I was always more of a pothead. When they said that pot was a gateway drug, I believe it's true to a certain extent with those who have addicted personalities. She definitely developed an addiction issue later on. My friend, her name was Kay, was always down to meet new people. She used to friend random people on Facebook or Instagram. She would ask me to hang out so that when they left, she met people and I was the buffer, just in case they didn't like each other. One day, she came over to my house unannounced and was like, "Hey, let's go to my uncle's house," because her aunt was there, and her aunt had some goods. Her aunts happened to be down the road. Her aunt and her uncle were known as dealers in the area, so we went. When we got there, she was like, "Hey, I met this guy online. He goes by Joey Crack." Then she shows her aunts his pictures, and a wide-set man with a red goofy face, cornrow braids, face tattoos, and a gold grill. I laughed and said, "Wow, Kay, you really know how to pick 'em." She had already invited him over, so upon his arrival, he then comes out of nowhere, just walks right up to Kay, gives her a hug, and everyone else there a kiss on the cheek. This part of town, there was nothing around, just houses, a school, and woods. The closest store was about 20 minutes away, so it struck me as odd that he walked there. So it was me, Kay, her aunt, and the aunt's friend. We set and get 3 joints in a rotation. By this time, both aunts are high as a kite on coke, and they take a few puffs, then go inside the house, leaving me, Kay, and Joey Crack outside. Joey then starts asking us questions like how we know each other, what we do for a living, etc. It was getting late, so I was telling her that I was wanting to go home. She was like, "No, don't go yet." I told her I was tired and that Joey is weird, and he kept low-key hitting on me. She then tells me that he had asked to sleep with her, and he wanted to ask her if I was down. I laughed it off and said, "Are you crazy?" And after a while of silence, I deflected and heard some noise that was in the darkness. "Did you hear that?" After a bit of small talk between him and Kay, he then learnt that neither of us was interested. It was just a hangout. This then turns the mood. You could feel it. It was suddenly eerie. He got reserved and shifty-eyed. I sat down for a while just to please Kay. At one point, I turned to Joey, knowing that he walked here and it was kind of dark by now. "What are you about to do? Because I'm about to go home and Kay's coming with me." He was like, "I just texted my boy. He's about to come get me." When he was texting, Kay was right behind him, watching him text. Her eyes grew wide and she looked at me. That was silent girl code for what the heck. Kay broke the silence and was like, "Hey, come help me get this thing from inside to bring it out." So I did. We went inside and she was like, "I'm going to call my uncle so that he can take us to your place." And I was like, "Why?" My house was like a 10-minute walk. She said, because when she was looking at Joey's text, he sent to whoever was coming to pick him up the information of all of us here. He noted that our aunts were high on coke, as us along with our age. He was telling his boy to come over to basically rob and R-word us, and called dibs on the blonde one. I was the blonde one. Every hair stood up on my body with the thought of some gross goon trying to have his way with me. I was mad, because she got me into this. We came back out and continued our conversation with him so that he wouldn't get suspicious of us. She mentions out loud that her uncle was on his way home. As he pulls in, a sigh of relief comes over me. They speak briefly, and Joey then departs into the darkness before his ride even shows up. Kay and I get a ride from her uncle to my house. On the ride, we noted how weird Joey was. Later that night, as I was going back to bed, I checked my Facebook, and I have a friend request from Joey and a message. "You're so pretty. I would love to have some alone time with you without your friend." The message ended with his number. I never blocked someone so fast. And after this, Kay didn't learn a lesson, but that's another story for another time. A week later, Joey was in the news. He was wanted for SA, robbery, and drug possession. A bullet well missed on my part. Joey Crack, let's never meet again. Okay, so for context for this story, I live in a pretty rural area. We live on the outskirts of our town, which already is small compared to the populations of the other towns in California. We're about 15 minutes from the small town and 40 minutes from the main city. We live down a dirt road with some neighbors. Our house has no other fences attached to ours, and on two sides of the house is only fields and dirt roads, one side having a single house in the field. The other two sides have a couple neighbors down other roads, and nobody really interacts out here except my dad talking to two of them sometimes. I was probably 12 when this happened. I had low self-esteem, and I wanted to start exercising more. I had been enrolled in a charter school due to bullying. Yes, that played into my self-esteem, but let's get on with the story. So I didn't really have many ways of exercise besides a treadmill that we owned. I wanted to start getting fresh air too, so my mom suggested that since we live out here, that it would be peaceful to take walks down the back dirt road. I agreed even though I was stubborn about it half the time, but we began walking and usually would go in the mid to late afternoon when it would start cooling down outside, but was still light. In case it got dark, we took our flashlight too. Being out here, it was notorious for stray dogs to sometimes make their way out here, and we would carry pepper spray and a mini bat, just in case one got vicious. However, a dog will play into this story. One day, me and my mom decided to go on a walk in the later afternoon, so me and my mom took off and started walking down the road. When you walk about a quarter of a mile down the road, you start to come towards a little cross section. There's a road going left to the highway, a road going right to the neighbor's house, or the road goes straight down to a utility road. Me and my mom discussed walking down the utility road to get a good walk in, since it went on for a while. When we started getting to the crossroad, this dog came out of literally nowhere. We were looking at it, and it was in the center of the road staring at us. Me and my mom looked at it, and my mom said that she got this feeling in her stomach that we needed to turn around and walk home. So she grabbed my arm and started leading me back home, and then let go so that we could walk. We were in the midst of walking when she looks ahead and stops to stare at something. I ask what she's looking at, and she points. A white car pulled up to our fence and quickly backed up and shot down the road on the side of our house. Mind you, nobody ever goes down this road except one old man that we know. Anyone else who does usually is scoping out my dad's tools to steal. My mom said she felt a bit uneasy because of it and pulled me to the edge of the dirt road, almost into the field. The car had driven to the highway and left, or so we thought. We continued walking back to our house when this car comes back and drives down the road we were walking alongside. I caught a glimpse, and it was this smaller white car with black tinted windows that you couldn't see through. My mom instantly got a feeling of impending doom and pulled me into the field. Not too far, but far enough. We kept walking through the field towards our house, getting closer now, when this car comes back down the road. My mom stops me in my tracks to see what the car is doing, and it drives back to our house and starts driving around it super fast. For context, we have a random road and area that goes around our yard on our property. My mom waits until the car drives back down the side road, and she tells me we need to start running, so that's what we did. We started running through the field, getting to one of the little sections near my yard. The car comes back and drives down the road trying to cut us off. Me and my mom are panicking at this point and have no idea who this is and why they're acting like this. The car circles around again, and my mom drags me to further to the right, I think, of where we were and told me we're going to run down into the ditch. We get down in the ditch and the car comes back around and pulls to the edge of the ditch where we were. The front of the car was facing us, and all I could think about was if it drove down, it would hit me and my mom and probably kill us. My mom quickly put her arm in front of me and stood dead still while I was literally horrified and dropped our flashlight and I think my water bottle. The car was getting ready to drive down where we were, and then suddenly they backed up and drove around the yard, going back down the side road to the highway. Me and my mom felt like our souls left, and she tells me to run, don't look back, and get to the front gate. I run up the ditch, feeling my heart pounding. I run around the yard and towards the front gate, flinging it open, and I started running towards the front door. I did not hear my mom behind me. I was running to the door to open it right when I looked over and saw the car coming back down the side road. I ran into the house, trying to catch my breath. I saw the car drive down the road, and I didn't see my mom, so I was panicking. I ran towards the sliding glass door, and suddenly my mom comes running towards it and flings it open, running in and locking it. She tells me to go lock the front door while I try to catch my breath and tell her I was scared because I had no idea where she was. She went to chug some water from the fridge and told me that when I was running, she was trying to shut the front gate when she noticed the car coming back down the road. She said she knew she wouldn't have time to follow me to the door, so she ran behind my sister's car to stay out of view of the car, and when it drove back down the road, she took the opportunity to run to the back door since it was closer to my sister's car. It's crazy to think that if we hadn't seen that dog standing there in the road and decided to turn back, that we may have been run down. Fortunately, we haven't seen the car again and think it may have just been some crazy person or druggie who just so happened to come down our road that day. I don't know how long this will be. It took me about 4 days to actually be able to type this out. I got weird mini anxiety attacks when I tried. I'll be the first person to admit that I have a very can't happen to me complex. And that's kind of what occurred in this story. I'm a university student and live in a rental house with 5 other people. It's far from ideal, but in this housing outcry that we're living in, it takes that sting off of us having to pay a bunch of money a month to exist in a box. This has relevancy, I swear. I got extremely lucky last weekend when the 5 of the roommates that I had were all out for the weekend. This has never happened, so I was ecstatic to have the house to myself. I did the whole 21-year-old girl home alone stuff that you can think of, watching the movie with the volume loud, taking really long showers, walking around the house in my pajamas, etc. It was around 10 p.m. I had finished some homework and was relaxing with a glass of wine and watching some streaming services. It sounded briefly like there was something moving on the porch. We've had a fox in our yard before, and the thing used to make a lot of noise on our porch, so I assumed that to be the case. After hearing some fumbling the second time, I went over to check through the window. There was nothing there. As I'm turning to head back to the living room, a piece of cement flies through our kitchen window. I didn't know it was cement at the time, but not important. I think I peed myself a little when it happened, but I definitely screamed like a little girl. My moronic self started unlocking the door to go outside, but common sense seized control of me yet again and locked the door back. I also ran to the back door to make sure that it was still locked, even though it's glass and wouldn't make a difference. Oddly enough, at this time, my grandma's words came into my head about something her own mother had told her. If someone tries to break into your house, turn the lights off. You know the inside of your house better than they do. I shut the lights off in the living room and managed to turn the TV off, which was hard because my hands were shaking. My dad used to give me and my siblings advice on protection measures, which were not resonating at this time. I secured myself in my upstairs bedroom, roast me if you want to, and had turned all the lights out in the house as I passed them. While walking up the stairs, I could hear the doorknob shaking furiously from the front door. I don't know if there was more than one person, or if they realized that they couldn't jump the fence to get into the backyard. While calling for emergency services on speaker, I secured my hunting knife to the end of my hockey stick with hot pink duct tape. I know that's probably one of the most Canadian things that I could say. If I was going to have to use it, at least it would look fabulous. I stayed in the dark holding my makeshift spear for what was probably about 15 minutes. I'm really glad that I wasn't being murdered in that amount of time. The operator told me that police were coming, which they eventually did. It took a very unsettling amount of time. The only reason I left the bedroom in the first place was because I heard knocking on the door downstairs, and I saw the police lights were flashing through the window. Otherwise, someone would have had to have come in and physically pull me out of the room. A statement was given, but that's all they did. Literally all they did. Nothing else. Just that. A very nice female officer stayed with me in the house and helped me clean up the glass until my brother showed up to bring me to his place for the rest of the weekend. So, shout out to Officer Cutie with her tattoos. I made an appointment with a doctor to get out on anxiety medication, as well as medicine for nightmares. I know that I wasn't in any physical danger at that point, but I've had some very charming dreams about similar scenarios, and I was just finding it easier to stay awake. Maybe that's juvenile of me, but I'm human. The meds are working fine, and I'm back at my house with wall-to-wall people again. And honestly, I don't hate that so much anymore. Please, have a fun and safe weekend. Never move in with a man or woman that you've never personally known. I got a roommate from hell this way. The man tortured me psychologically when I turned down his advances, then stole thousands of dollars from me over time, even used my Amazon account to open up an account. He got some of my personal info like social security number and stuff like that as well. Once I left after calling the cops to help me leave, he showed up at the Apple store that I was just at a day after I left. Even though I left to go live on the streets, no family or friends as I was severely abused as a kid. I've been on my own since 14 actually, so I'm accustomed to surviving on the streets for periods of time. I was a million times happier than I ever was in his nice apartment, surrounded by nice things and a fancy car. I felt so relieved even just living in a concrete garage. I was a million times happier sleeping on a concrete with a pillow made of a towel and a tiny little blanket in the cold and heat than I ever was living there with him. He spent his time psychologically torturing me, and I don't regret leaving at all. He would bang on the wall across from mine every morning and late at night to startle me awake. He'd throw pebbles or tap on my window in the middle of the night to scare me and keep me on edge. He'd give me weird little candies and teddy bears as if we were dating. Even ordered stalkerish love items from my own Amazon account. Who the heck spends this much on a Christmas ornament that says, "I'll always love and follow you," or something along those lines? If I'd go to the restroom, he'd run and kick his foot at the door so loud and suddenly that it sounded like a door being kicked down. He'd steal my items if I left them alone for even a second, so I'd have no way to go out if I had plans. Then he'd put them back once I mentioned them, or when it was too late for me to leave for my plans. He kept me home this way. If I got any mail or a package, he'd interrogate me. "What did you order? I need to know." Like he owned me or something. Towards the end, I was leaning doors and furniture up against the door because he picked my bedroom lock before I was gone. And when I'd wake up, sometimes there was stuff missing or moved in odd ways, so I knew that he was creeping around while he was asleep. He was an absolute freak. I wouldn't put anything past him since he showed me how psychotic he was. If I was happy or in a good mood, he'd start criticizing and nitpicking at my body, hair, face, behavior, voice, anything that he thought that I was insecure about. I even developed an ED because he always did this and mocked/laughed at me when I would make or eat food. Anytime I'd leave my bedroom, he would rush out of his room to stand right behind or near me like a weird little dog that follows you around panting. He'd throw out food that I just bought, steal my cash, and even use my debit cards. He even ordered 30 to 40 plus items off of my Amazon account without my knowledge or consent. It was the strangest thing. If anyone else had dealt with this, they'd go insane. I still have trouble believing this stuff happened, as it was just so crazy to even think that someone is that crazy to do something like this. So I've never posted on this subreddit, though I have other stories that I've buried deep until recently. But this is happening in the present. I've had people stalk and follow me before, and because of that and my true crime addiction, I've become supremely paranoid and a solid curtain twitcher. I'm a 31-year-old female, and I reside in an upstairs room that was my first room to myself as a child. I had to leave a bad situation and therefore ended up back at my childhood home. For reference, when our house was built, we were told that the field to our left, with horses and a barn at the time, would one day soon be a development. It was 2000 when we were told that, and it wasn't until 2022 that roads were being formed and foundations laid. I had already had someone follow me home before when I was young. I posted about it, but I don't know how to link it. But I was in a different bedroom next door. My parents put in a free library that's right below my window, and nighttime security lights that are very bright and turn on and you're within like 20 foot of the side of my house my room is on. I'll admit, having an open field next to me so long made me accustomed to not closing the curtains when I change, because there was never anyone to watch. But now there is. For the past 2 weeks, the burglar lights next to the free library have been going off late at night. Because my one side of the curtain is open, so I can use my vape. That's the only reason I noticed it at all. I didn't think too much at first. We lock all the doors and windows every night, and I'm on the second floor. I also always looked out to see if it was a car, someone walking their dog, or a deer, only to see nothing. To add, they put in a crap ton of streetlights around this area, so visibility is great. But it just kept happening. So last night I did my usual, and I saw the lights come on out of my peripherals. I acted natural, giving full view out the window that I was going to bed. It was about 3 a.m., turning the TV off, closing the window and curtains, turning the light out, etc. Then I ducked down, peering through the curtains to the sidewalk below. I honestly thought that I was going to pass out when after a few minutes, maybe 5, someone comes out from the side of my house, all silhouette, dressed in black. They kept their back to me until the light turned off, but I swear I could still see them standing there, looking up like they could see me. I called the police, but while I was on the phone with the operator, I saw him run off. There wasn't much they could do, except say they'd drive a car around and look. My parents are asleep, and I know that I have to tell them tomorrow. This scares the crap out of me. If it hadn't been happening for weeks and was a solo incident, I would probably be fine about it. But the fact that the light has been going off without me seeing activity, and what happened last night, makes me think this person has been watching me, and watching my house. To the person outside my window, let's please never meet. Small update. I did tell my parents, and at first they brushed me off, claiming I'd had a couple of drinks and it was late, so I probably just saw someone checking out the library. I then had another conversation about it with my dad, who said that there had been reports in the last couple of weeks of car break-ins, and since my car is parked on my side of the street right outside my window, maybe they were trying to break into it. I pointed out that if he was trying to get into my car, why was he pressed up against the house where he wasn't visible from my window? And why did he at no point go towards my car? I think I freaked him out enough that we are going to potentially get a camera for that area. Given all the development happening around us, I think it's smart, even without this incident. Thank you all for your advice and replies. I'll update here again if anything happens. This story takes place in the Balearic Islands of Spain around 2007. As every late August, my mom, grandma, aunt, and I would book a trip to Mallorca. We're all from northeastern Spain, but love the sun just as much as Brits do. Anyway, our room overlooked the sea. It was located on the first floor. I had just turned 8 years old, and every night for a week we would enjoy the nightlife from our terrace. It was our 5th night in, and since there would be different booths at night where you could get tattoos, personalized jewelry, etc., just underneath the terrace, we would sit and watch people get stuff done like hair, tattoos, etc. There's this guy getting a tattoo. He's sitting in a weird position, so he can't really see what's going on with his girlfriend. My mom notices that some random guy starts groping her. She's obviously uncomfortable and her boyfriend doesn't know what's going on at all. He's completely oblivious. Mom doesn't know any English besides very basic words, so she starts shouting, "Hey, stop." Mallorca is filled with foreign tourists, and they all looked foreign to us, the perpetrator and the couple. So that's why she started shouting in English. The guy notices and stops groping her, but gives us a deathly stare. He then starts again, and now we're all shouting stop from our terrace. People start to notice there's something wrong, and keep looking at us in a weird way. He then freaks out and tries to get in our hotel. Thankfully enough, he couldn't get in because you needed a code in order to do that. However, 2 German girls were about to use that same door to get out, so we started to shout no, No. This dude kept leaving and coming back to see if he could come up with a way to get in. We didn't know what his intentions were, but we were all pretty shaken. We went to the front desk and eventually called the police to let them know that there was a man who was desperately trying to get into our room. All I remember is crying and thinking that I was going to get kidnapped or something. Something weird happened to me. It was more scary in a what could have been kind of way, so not on the same scale as some of the other people in the comments. I was a 17-year-old and I'm male, and I was walking home from a nightclub, quite drunk and stoned at about 2 a.m. I'm in a lonely part of my walk. No people and very few cars. Just a road and some large shops. A barbecue and a carpet showroom. Out-of-town shopping complexes that have since become ubiquitous in the UK. Anyway, in a lay-by, about 15 feet away, is a car pulled up with lights on. As I stumble past, two men step out and call me over. Something about the situation immediately sobers me up. I keep walking, and one of them shouts, "It's fine, we're the police. We'll drive you home." I stop for a moment and reply with a smart comment along the lines of how police would never do this and that they were dodgy. Calling them dodgy always sticks in my mind. He insists that I'm too drunk and it's not safe for a young man like me, and I should let them take me home. I say no, and he then calls me to come over here and listen to the police radio in the car to prove that they are real police. It's weird the guy is almost begging me, desperation in his voice. I repeat a firm no, tell them I'm fine and keep walking. The minute I'm out of sight, I run as fast as I can and don't relax until the 30 minutes later that I'm home. I can only assume that they didn't manhandle me into their car because there was the very occasional taxi passing by. I'm 45 now and occasionally think about how that could have ended for me. None of the scenarios seem good. Sadly, stories like this are probably more routine for women, but at the time, it really shook me up. I was around 10 years old. I was at school, but my mom told me that she was thinking of taking me to the doctor's in the afternoon. I had a recurring eye issue. It was lunchtime, and I'm in the dining hall when the office woman told me there was a taxi outside for me and that I needed to go. I assumed that my mom booked it for me, as she can't drive. I cleared up my stuff and got my bag. I was just about to leave when I remembered my jacket in my classroom. I rush to get it and head out for the taxi. The office woman tells me that I'm too late and the taxi had gone without me. I just went back to class, but I was panicking that my mom would be angry at me. School finishes and my mom is waiting for me at the gates. I burst into tears, apologizing for missing the taxi and thinking that I was in big trouble. She never ordered a taxi and had no clue what I was thinking about. She ended up not making the doctor appointment. No one ever found out who ordered the taxi or who the driver was. My mom doesn't like to think what would have happened if I hadn't forgotten my jacket and got in that taxi. When I was about 18, my friend and I went to the movies and decided to walk home. It was a bit of a walk, but we didn't want to pay for a cab. I'm always pretty vigilant when walking, especially at night, so I noticed a guy with his hood up walking behind us. Every so often, I'd look over my shoulder and check on him.
He started pretty far behind us, but was gaining ground weirdly quickly. The last time I turned my head, I caught him sprinting at us. I panic and tell my friend to run for it. She's in those Birkenstock slip-on sandals that were popular back then, and she's struggling to run, so I'm dragging her until we get to the gas station. I bang on the window and beg the clerk to let us in, but he says he can't because it's past a certain time at night. But he promises if the guy comes near us that he'll call the cops. The guy comes down the hill, through the gas station, staring at us the entire time. I swear, the only reason that he thought better of it was because the gas clerk had the phone visibly in his hand. Plus, he was a big guy. I completely broke down after he left. Just the thought that he was running at us while I had my back turned scares the heck out of me. What if I didn't turn? When I did, that last time. I was camping with my family and our family friends. The parents get toasted during the night, and my friend, her cousin, and I get to camp out in a tent while everyone else is in campers. After the parents are passed out and the fires died off, we're just talking and slowly calming down for sleep. It was probably around midnight or so. We hear the crunch of some shoes on gravel and the jingle of a collar on a leash. A soft shadow of a tall man stops by the side of our tent, facing closest to the gravel road. We are all stone silent, and a man's soft voice says, "Hey there, girlies." We say nothing, in the stillest silence I've ever experienced. "What are you girls up to so late?" Silence. We're looking at each other with wide eyes, thinking we're essentially on our own, because the campers, while being close by, are filled with our smaller siblings and our intoxicated, snoring parents. He hums something to himself, like he's mulling something over, and then his shadow moves and he continues on down the road. Was he probably just some drunk guy walking his dog? Likely. But was that the scariest experience of my young life, and the first time that I realized that in a situation like that, I didn't have the right instinct? Yes, it was. 2 hours later, the cousin had to use the bathroom, and by then we'd calmed down a little bit. But it was the most paranoid sprinting to the outhouses up the road that I'd ever had. I'm a guy, and when I was 19, I was at a friend's apartment one night for a party. Things were starting to wrap up. It was very late, and we were all standing around in the parking lot, talking as we got ready to leave. Then this beat-up old Ford Bronco pulls into the lot, and a tall, lanky guy in Western garb, hat, boots, belt buckle, gets out. That in itself wasn't unusual. I'm in New Mexico, and you see people dressed like that all the time. But instead of going into an apartment, he walks up to our group and just stands there. Never says a word. He wasn't acting in a threatening way. It was just really weird and awkward. So we all decide this would be a good time to leave. We got in our cars. He got in his Bronco and we all drove off. When I got onto the street, he pulled out right behind me, which I didn't think too much of at first. But then he revved his engine, pulled right up on my tail, and flipped on his high beams and a light bar. Now I knew something was up. At the time, I was driving a little 1985 Dodge Omni that could maybe do 75 if you dropped it off a cliff. So there was no way in heck that I was going to outrun a V8 Ford Bronco, even if I was crazy enough to try. This guy could easily keep up with me. I didn't know what to do. In retrospect, I probably should have driven to a police station, but that never occurred to me. And even if it did,
I don't know if I would have known where the nearest police station was. This was the early 90s, no smartphones or Google Maps. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I swerved onto a side street into a poorly lit residential neighborhood. He followed me, but I had a bit of a head start, so I gunned it and turned off my lights. I just sort of randomly drove around the neighborhood for a while, until even I couldn't remember what route I had taken, and I couldn't see him in the mirror anymore. When I was pretty confident that I had lost him, I found my way to a main road, turned my lights back on, and headed home. To this day, I don't know if I was the victim of a stupid drunken prank or if I was nearly murdered. My younger sister had a similar experience when I was 12. It was Halloween, and my mom had taken us trick-or-treating around our street. When we got back home, we asked if we could stay out a bit longer riding our bikes. We lived in a cul-de-sac, so it was normally only neighbors and their visitors driving by. After a short ride around, just as we had stopped in our driveway, a car stopped, and a man told us get in the car. My sister and I froze out of fear and didn't respond. He repeated the demand before driving away. I guess he was worried an adult would see or come outside. We rushed inside, locked the garage behind us. The police were called and came to our house to take the details. We even spotted a car that looked very similar after the incident at the nearby shops, and my mom informed the police. A few months later, we came to find out that the man who approached us had been arrested for luring a young child away and assaulting the child during Christmas carols at a local botanical park, which my family and I had also attended. I remember being shocked and disturbed when I first found out about the assault, and even more so when I realized that what could have happened to me or my sister that Halloween night, when we found out that it was the same man that was responsible. My mom always told me to not approach or talk to strangers. One day when I was walking home from elementary school from the bus stop, which was around the corner and down a block, an older man drove up to me. I was on the right side of the road, and he was driving towards me and parked next to me. So he was on the wrong side of the road in a residential neighborhood. He had a map in his hand and asked me if I could tell him where this street was, as he pointed at the map. I took a couple of steps towards the car and remembered the lesson that my mom had taught me and stopped and asked, "What street is it?" He told me the name of the street, and I gave him verbal directions and started walking again. Something didn't seem right to me though, and I don't get why he needed a map to ask where a street was that was not difficult to find. I was literally a few miles down the main road, a block away. I just figured he wanted to kidnap me. This happened when I was little, around 6 or 7. I was being watched by the neighbors across the street with her 4-year-old and newborn. The mom decided we should have a picnic on the driveway, but after a little while, she had to go inside to get something, maybe to use the bathroom. I can't really remember. But as soon as she left, this old couple rolls up to the driveway and asks me and the 4-year-old for directions. I tried to tell her the street was a few streets over, but she said that she couldn't hear me over the car, so could we come closer? I wasn't sure what to do, because I already knew about stranger danger but didn't want to be rude to elders. Luckily, right then, the neighbor's mom came sprinting out and talked to them. I overheard the ladies say that I was helpful, telling them that they were on the wrong street, and the neighbor told her the same thing I did. It was only when I was older, thinking back on it,
that I realized that it was weird that they asked such a small child for directions, and that she had heard what I said, but lied, trying to get me to come closer. Definitely, probably would have been kidnapped. Back in Sweden, I was casually walking back from an after-school club, probably around 7 to 8 years old. I can't remember for certain. Autumn weather, rainy and dark. A car pulls up next to me, drives slowly. A relatively old man looks me dead in the eye. I look straight ahead. I start walking a bit faster and he speeds up. Instinctively, I turn around and frantically start running towards the main road. It's about a 30-minute walk from school to my house. Anyway, as I run along the main road, one of our neighbors sees my reflective dangly bit, stops and offers me a ride back home. It shook me up for weeks after, but my parents didn't care. I was in Walmart with my dad, probably around 6 years old, and I had just walked to the door while he was checking out. I was an impatient child and had trouble simply waiting for any length of time. A young boy, I suspected maybe a year or two older than me, approached. I was too young to be terribly suspicious, so I went along with it when he struck up conversation. He eventually asked if I was here with someone, and I said that my dad was just over there. He then forcefully grabbed my wrist and told me to come with him, trying to ultimately pull me towards the door. I was thankfully able to free myself, and I ran away. Shortly thereafter, my dad came up and we left. It could have been nothing, just some kid being stupid. But with all the stories of kids being kidnapped and trafficked, it's terrifying to consider what could have happened. I remember when I was 11, I was walking across the road to grab some candy with my friend. We lived in townhouses and were neighbors. So this happened right in front of our building. This pasty bald ginger dude comes up to us as we're waiting at the light and says to me, "You're my older sister's name, sister, right? Want to make $1,000? All you have to do is take a few pictures." I managed to choke out a no while turning to my friend, who's equally terrified, her eyes on the light waiting for it to change. As soon as the light switched, we bolted to the store and hung out there for a little bit. Broad daylight, busy arterial road for the city. 5 minutes later, it was like it never happened. Around August of 1978, I was in my late teens hitchhiking from Illinois to Michigan. I caught a ride on Route 94 outside of Chicago with a middle-aged man in a pickup truck. He was a nice enough guy, friendly and talkative. A half hour or so into the ride, I happened to glance at his crotch and noticed that he had his zipper open with his junk on full display. Not good. I stayed calm and waited until we got near an exit and asked him nicely to pull off. I told him I was getting car sick. He ignored me and blew past the exit. Crap. There was another exit a few miles ahead. I told him I was nauseous and was going to vomit and to please take the next exit. He blew past that one too, and I instantly recognized the danger that I was in. I knew I had to get out of the truck. All I could do was bluff. I'd seen it once in a movie. I reached into my backpack and pretended to grab something and hold it in my hand inside the backpack. I told him that it was in his best interest to drop me off. I told him that if he didn't drop me off, I would use the thing in my hand, and that would be very bad for both of us. It worked. He must have figured I wasn't worth the trouble. He took the next exit and dropped me off at a gas station. Fast forward to several months later when I picked up a newspaper and saw a picture of the man who had picked me up hitchhiking on the front page. He had been arrested, suspected in the murders of multiple young men. That is the creepiest face I've ever seen, and I never hitchhike again. I've had a few, but due to my age at the time, this one sticks out. I was 20 and heading back to my car from buying groceries. This weird guy in this van beside me starts leaning out of his driver's side window and starts asking me about the books in my back seat. You must be in college. I saw the books. I remember taking those classes. I hate causing a scene, so I just said, "Yeah, I just started not too long ago." I try and get to my car, but he's leaning half out the window to get as close to me as he possibly can. I'm trying to get around him, but there's nowhere to go without having to walk by him. He then sees my t-shirt and starts talking about the band on it. He likes this band. It's really cool, etc., etc. I say thanks for the chat, but I really must be going. He says something about knowing which school I go to and that he likes my bumper stickers. They really stand out. I finally finagle myself around him, get to my car, and drive off. He follows me for a bit, so I just drive in random circles in the area until he disappears. That messed with me for a little bit. My neighbor at the time told me next time to get his description and his license plate. There's been a creep in the area making attempted kidnappings that they're trying to catch. Thankfully, I was overweight, so he'd have a hard time wrangling me. This could only happen to one of my friends, who is one of the sweetest people that I've ever met. Where we live, there's a suburb that has all the nightclubs and some tech businesses, but still has a large homeless presence. So over the years, it's developed a bad reputation. One night, my friend is heading towards a gig and takes a shortcut through a dark alley, where out of nowhere, an Aboriginal guy asks him for a cigarette. My friend, being the nice guy he is, rolls him one and just starts having a conversation with the bloke. An Aboriginal woman approaches my friend from behind and puts her hands on his shoulders, but doesn't say anything. The guy my friend is talking to nods like he's saying no, so the girl just leaves. My friend says he has to go, which the Aboriginal guy replies, "You know, I was actually going to R-word you, but you turned out to be a nice guy, so I decided I wouldn't." My mate just legged it. When I was 10 years old, I was watching television in the living room, around 11 to 12 noon. The door was open, and suddenly, a guy with somewhat long and curly hair, and really tall too, stands right at our door. I asked him, "Do you need anything, sir? Are you looking for my mom?" He didn't say anything. He just stared at me and shook his head a little. I keep asking. He stayed silent. My brother, who is 11 or 12 years old, is in the living room too, so I go to our kitchen where my mom is doing something. "Mom, there's a guy at our door," I said to her. When my mom turned her head towards me, she got startled. I turned around to see the guy standing right behind me, and I didn't even hear his footsteps. Mom then started yelling things like, "Who are you?" and other stuff that I couldn't remember. My brother was standing frozen in the living room. Our neighbor's house is just beside our house, so my mother runs towards the exit at the kitchen and shouts for help.
The guy leaves before our neighbors arrive. He was fast, and he wasn't even running. My neighbor, who was probably 20 plus years old at the time, even tried looking for him and tried to scan the streets, but no one saw him. That was the creepiest guy I've ever encountered. I was pumping gas while driving home after a round of golf with friends. I wasn't particularly aware of my surroundings because I'd been to this gas station many times. All of a sudden, and out of nowhere, a middle-aged man asked if I know where the church is from the pump across the aisle. Puzzled because there are so many churches in this area, I asked for clarification. He then starts asking me with increasing angst if I accept Jesus and whether I know Jesus. My hair is standing on end at this point, so I start babbling about how I love Jesus. Then he says, "Come on over here and let me show you something." Then I finally get a good look at this situation. This crazy person is driving a 1980s to 1990s faux wood station wagon with curtains all around the rear windows. I had a car with a V8 at the time, so when the guy turned around, I threw the gas handle on the hook, jumped in my car, and got out as quickly as I could. I took a circuitous route home at fairly high speed just in case. So I'm pretty sure he was either going to help me meet Jesus that day or show off the body of someone who already did. Either way, not a good situation to be in. My sister and I were playing outside when we were younger, and an elderly couple was walking by our yard. Our yard had a cemetery in the back, so it was quite a common local attraction for tourists, as this house was built in the 1800s, and most of the graves were from children who died back then from the flu, etc. There were some creepy stories from that place, but nothing lives up to what happened all those years ago. As we were playing outside, this couple kept pestering my sister about what her name was. As they approached us and got closer, we were just little kids and got terribly scared and ran inside and told our mom what had happened. The following week, I heard a story on the news about an elderly couple approaching a teenage girl, kidnapping her and R-wording her. And it was the same couple that had approached my sister and I. I still get creeped out about that. In college, one of my friends, Matt, really wanted this cheap IKEA cabinet thing for his gamer setup that someone was advertising in one of the campus apartments near his place. We were going somewhere with our other mutual friend, Chris, and he swung by to get the cabinet on the way there. We get to the apartment, and the guys go in and I'm in the car. They come back out after viewing the cabinet and brought the seller with them. My friends were clearing out the trunk, and the seller was hanging around my window trying to talk to me. He was really weird, so I was just giving one-worded answers. He kept asking if I wanted to come upstairs to see his fish tank. No, and I politely declined several times. He had these shifty black eyes that creeped me out. Like, I'm sure his eyes were brown, but they were super dark and beady. I'm pretty sure he might have been tweaking off of something. Then he kept showing off his sinewy arms and bragging about weightlifting. Dude looked like a shaved bird, so I don't know why he thought I'd believe that he regularly lifted 300 pounds or whatever. They all eventually go back inside to get the cabinet, and a while later I see Chris holding the door to the apartment building open and waiting for Matt and the seller to bring it downstairs. All of a sudden, I see Chris freak out and run inside. I got out of the car and ran over. Matt was at the bottom of the stairs with the cabinet on his leg. It was lightweight, so at best the fall hurt him the most. The seller was standing in the middle of the stairs nonchalantly. We were fussing over our friend when the seller realized that the appropriate human emotion he should be displaying was concern. It was creepy seeing him just stand there all blank-faced, and then having this light bulb moment like, all right, look concerned, say something nice. The seller was like, oh no, are you okay? Matt said that he was fine, and then him and Chris just took the cabinet outside and put it in the car. I was picking up a piece of the cabinet that broke off on the stairs when the creepy guy basically teleported behind me and stroked my arm. He said that I absolutely super totally needed to see his fish tank collection now. And I said, no sir, goodbye. Matt didn't mention being shoved until later, but I was obviously already getting sketchy vibes from the seller, so I fully believe him. Apparently, they were both holding the cabinet and going down the stairs. Matt was walking backwards down the stairs, while Weirdo Guy was at the other end. Matt swears to this day that the man looked at him in the eye and shoved the cabinet into his chest and watched him fall backwards with it. He said that the shove happened after the seller asked if he partied, and Matt said not really. He refers to him as the party pusher and thinks the story is hilarious in hindsight. I still think it's terrifying. When I was a kid, my dad owned a houseboat and a speedboat. My big brother and I would spend a good chunk of our summers with him. Anyways, this was in Southern California, and there were all these waterways with tiny islands in them. There was a party going on one, and my dad took us. It was more of an adult party, and I was only 12, so I just wandered off and did my own thing, played in the water and whatever. There was a tiny peninsula next to the docks, which was serving as additional parking. I went to go get some ice cream from the guy selling it out of a cart, and was walking back when I heard someone calling out. I look over and see a dude in a boat, probably in his mid-30s, calling and waving to me. I kinda watched him for a second because I was often wrong about these things. I thought that maybe he meant it for someone else. But no, he was waving me over and trying to get me to come onto his boat. A 12-year-old girl who looked 12 at the most. By the time I had fetched my dad and my brother to confront the guy, he was gone. Wish I had maybe hustled more. I have very little doubts as to what would have happened to me had I gotten onto the boat. Anyways, this was also around the time, unbeknownst to me at the time, that they had pulled a mummified lady out of an old refrigerator. Scary things happened in that area. I was 8 or 9 years old, I think, and we had a little field, mostly just sand, on the opposite side of the street where I played a lot. One day I was sitting there with a friend, building some sand castles or whatever, and suddenly an old guy came towards us. I have to say that this street was on a hill, and very quiet most of the time, since it was only used by our neighbors and other people that lived there, rarely some joggers or people with their dogs. He asked us if we would know the way to an old playground that he used to visit as a child somewhere in the area. There was no playground anywhere near my street, so we tried to explain to him that there's no playground here, but he insisted that it was there, somewhere, and asked us to join him so that we could find it together. I don't know why, but my friend was being very friendly to him, while I was thinking about running over to my mom as soon as I could tell her. And then she said yes. So he actually grabbed her hand and started walking with her towards another street that was also next to the field. I tried to stop her multiple times while she was getting up, and he was starting to get very sassy towards me, almost mocking me because I wouldn't get to see the great playground and that I'm a horrible friend. When they were starting to walk away, I immediately jumped up, ran over which he had seen, and told my mom, who then called the cops. We both ran out again trying to find my friend. After a short while, we saw her approaching us, alone, from the street that they both went to. She seemed very confused. She then told us that after a short distance, he said that he had to go in a bush for a few seconds, and then didn't come back. Me and my mom were crying and hugging her, while she still didn't really understand what the problem was there. The police came but didn't find anyone, so we described him and they wrote it down, but he never came back or was seen by any one of our neighbors. I still get goosebumps thinking about what could have happened. This actually happened to me, so I'm going to be a little vague for the sake of privacy. I've never wanted to give much of a crap about things, so I used to give hitchhikers and strangers rides if it looked like they could use it. One day I'm in my driveway washing my car before I leave for class at college, and I see a sketchy looking guy walking down my street. I don't live in the best neighborhood, and there are several bad neighborhoods pretty close by, so being wary isn't unwarranted. He's wearing weird clothes. They look like cheap, badly cleaned dress clothes. A white button-up shirt, sleeves unbuttoned, black wrinkled slacks, and a scuffed, old battered black briefcase. He had a shaved head and looked scrawny, like he had been starving somewhere. When he got nearby, he asked if I could give him a lift, and I got a weird vibe from him, but I said sure. I asked where he needed to go, and he said somewhere vague and told me that he would give me the directions and it wasn't far. Asked me if I would stop at a local liquor store. I do, and he gets a beer and some cigarettes and offers me both, but I decline, then take him to his destination. On the way there, he explains that today was his first day out of jail after having served 3 years. I didn't know what to say, so I congratulated him, and he thanked me and swigged on his beer. Destination was a well-known hangout for gang members, right on the edge of an especially bad neighborhood. I pull in and drop him off, and he thanks me and leaves. Now, about 5 years later, I see him again. Same guy, impossible to mistake him. He still looked the same, only like he had been fed better, less scrawny. He was on the witness stand at a murder trial. A murder that took place at the very place that I dropped him off about 3 weeks later. Chances are good that he stayed there from the time that I dropped him off and never left. He testified against the people who did the murder. They were gang members, part of a gang that he was a member of before he went to jail. He's lived in hiding since the trial. The person murdered would have been a member of my family through marriage if he hadn't been murdered. He was the only person to testify against them. I had goosebumps during the entire trial, the day that he testified. When I was around 18, one of my friends lived in a house about 3 miles outside of the village that my friends and I lived in. It was right next to a motorway/freeway and had a large amount of land attached to it. His parents ran a horse stable in one of the attached fields. His parents had gone on holiday, and we were planning on having a small party at his house. About 20 to 30 people. A few of us met up at the village and walked through the country roads up to his house, which took about 30 minutes. When we got there, we found 2 police cars parked in the drive. We all thought that the party had started, and for whatever reason, the cops had gotten called. Turns out that the friend who lived there had been eating dinner, waiting for people to turn up, when he noticed someone standing at the bottom of the garden, just out of range of the porch light, watching him. Thinking that it was just one of us messing with him, he slipped out the side door in an attempt to get behind whoever it was and surprise them instead. After sneaking around and not being able to find the person, he headed back expecting us to be there, waiting only to look through the kitchen window and see an unknown man sitting in his kitchen, finishing the dinner that he had been eating. Apparently, he looked dirty, unkempt, and basically like a tramp. My friend noped out, ran a mile to his nearest neighbor, and called the police. When they turned up, they searched the house and property with dogs, but couldn't find anyone. It seriously freaked him out. Several of us ended up staying at his for a week until his parents got back. I'm sure I'll sound crazy, but I'm super creeped out from a recent interaction at a grocery store. I was shopping with my toddler, and an older lady, maybe 70-ish, who was by herself just came up and said, "Ma'am, do you know all the canned veggies are in sale for 50 cents this week?" And went on about how it's a great deal and they don't run it often. I said, "Thanks, I appreciate the heads up, and I'll definitely grab a few on my way out." Then she begins to walk away, and it's almost out of sight when she stopped and looked back and smiled at my son. She then asked how old he was. I said, "Oh, just over a year." She then asked if he was my only child, and some other random questions about him. Then she goes, "Hey, I just remembered, I have some clothes in my trunk, all boys stuff in the 2T to 3T range," and asked if I wanted it. I politely declined. I said we'll be shopping a while and I didn't want to hold her up. She then proceeds to say, "Oh, not a problem. I'll just wait outside and then I can come back and find you before you leave. Are you a single mom? Would you need them?" I got this gut feeling that something was off about this lady, and I just said, "Nope, not a single mom, and we have all the clothes that we need," and then thanked her for the offer. She tried a few more times, saying things like, "I just don't know what to do with them. If you could use them, I'd be happy to give them all to you." At this point, it really felt like she was trying to lure me and my son to her car. I continued to decline the offer and then walked away. I did a few more laps around the store looking for things that I needed, and at one point I saw her standing in an aisle in the center of the store with a younger man just people watching. I could just be super paranoid, and she was just a sweet old lady trying to be nice. But something in my head just told me to get out of the conversation as quickly as possible. I feel like parents will know that having a small child makes strangers talk to you all the time and want to make small talk about your sweet kiddos. But this conversation did not feel the same as the others I've had while out with my son. Has anyone had a similar experience? Two years ago, I lived near a big city while taking care of my great-grandma. One day, me and my mom decided to get some groceries, but we didn't have a car, so we had to walk. When we were almost to the local King Soopers, I heard my first name being shouted. I ignored it at first, thinking I was hearing things, but then this random lady, who looked pretty disheveled and scared, ran up to me and grabbed my arms and kept repeating my name. My name is not a common name, and everyone that I know calls me by a completely unrelated nickname. So there was no way she heard someone else say my name. She looked so frightened, and I will never be able to get her face out of my mind. She was holding onto my arms with this really tight grip, and I remember being surprised because she was very skinny and frail looking. Her grip left bruises on my arms for a while. My mom ended up grabbing my arm and dragging me away. She was freaked out too, but didn't say anything. She just kept praying. When I got home, she prayed a lot and blessed me. I was not scared of her, just more confused. How did she know my name? And why did she look so scared? When I was 13, I was at the Goodwill with my mom. We went to pay for our items, and there was an older man at the cash register. He gave me a weird look that made me uncomfortable. Just as he's finished ringing up everything, and when my mom was momentarily distracted by paying, he looks at me and quietly says, "Smile." And even though I was confused and creeped out, I smiled, and in an instant he retrieved a Polaroid camera from under the register and took a photo. Then, just as quickly as he took it, he put it out back under the counter. My mom noticed the flash and the confused look on my face, but the cashier acted as if nothing happened. It happened so fast and was so weird, we just looked at him in shock and left. When we got to the car, my mom asked, did he just take a picture of you? And I just nodded my head. We didn't know what to think, so we just kind of tried to forget about it. Still creeps me out thinking that this man probably has my photo, and who knows how many other people's photos. So when some stranger says smile, just don't. This happened a few days ago, whilst I was on my way home from visiting my friend's house. I was driving on a back road late at night in my Tesla Model 3 while it was on auto drive. I'll admit that I was not paying attention to the road, and I was on my phone while I had my music in the car playing. The ride was okay and chill for a while, but I'm not really sure because I was not paying attention at the time. Out of nowhere, my car immediately braked and made an alarming sound. I was scared and immediately took control of the wheel and looked through the windshield. When I looked, I saw a figure standing inches from my car, barely avoiding being hit. My heart was racing for the impact, and now seeing what I could only assume to be a person. They didn't even flinch from the sight of almost being hit. I looked at them for a good 10 seconds before I put my car in park and turned on the megaphone to ask them if they're okay. They didn't respond and proceeded to walk near my window. I locked my doors while they're approaching because I was terrified. They asked me if I could roll the window down to speak to them, but I refused and told them that I could hear them from the other side. I then asked why they're out here all alone in the cold, and they told me that their car had broken down and that they were hoping that someone would stop to help them. As they were talking, I got a good look at their face, and they appeared to be 25 to 30. They also asked me my name, and I told them that my name was Rebecca. They told me their name was Ashton. After that small talk I told them that I would be calling someone to come assist them with their situation. They weren't happy with that, and instead asked that I drop them off to a friend's house who lived nearby. That's when I become really freaked out and suspicious. They had told me that they were waiting for someone, and now they need to be dropped off. I put my car back into drive and told them again, from the window since megaphone is not available in park, that I would call someone to come help them. They then tried to reach for the door handle, but I guess they forgot that Tesla handles are embedded into the car. When they did that, I immediately stepped on the pedal and went flying down the road. I didn't even look into my rearview mirror or put the car back into autopilot. The whole ride back I was scared. I got back onto a main road where I would hope to see cars and just floored at home. I couldn't get my mind off of it for the rest of the night. I have suspicions that the guy was not alone and that there was other people with them. I pray that they didn't get someone else who wasn't as lucky as me. I will never in my life stop to help some random person ever again. I was in a different city for placement. I was going inside Morrison's, and the security guy at the front was saying hi to everyone, and he was sometimes saying bonjour. The old man started speaking in French with him, and I said bonjour back to the security guy. The old man heard, then asked me if I could speak French, and I said yes. He started asking me some questions like, "What's your name?" and "What are you doing in this city?" Stupid as I am, I gave him my real name and said that I was here for placement in this hospital. We said bye to each other and didn't think about it anymore. This happened on a Wednesday. I went back to the hospital on Tuesday. My supervisor came and gave me a letter. The letter had my name and what I do in the hospital. I opened it, and it was a letter from the old man. By the way, when I say old, I mean old. He looked older than my granddad. The old man was saying that he had a good conversation and wanted to meet up with me to have a drink, and it was his number and email address. I was a bit freaked out to go back to Morrison's from that day, and from that day I tend to give fake names to strangers. I thank God he wasn't like a mad person, because he basically knew where to find me if he wanted to. So guys, don't be stupid like me, and never give your name and what you do or where you work or live to strangers. Stay safe, everyone. Just after 1 a.m., I was sitting in my living room watching Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, browsing Reddit. The most boring Saturday night ever. And then someone's knocking. I live with my brother, and there's a guy who visits him sometimes, so I assumed it was him and just opened the door. But there was this random man in his 40s, looking kinda sus, saying, "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm looking for a taxi place." So I said town center, and he keeps apologizing, asking if he woke the kids. He's also very close to my door. I don't have any kids, but I said yes, hoping that he'd leave. I was scared that if I tried to close the door, he'd push in. I got so anxious I started shaking, and he goes about that taxi again and says, "Can I ask you a question? I got divorced yesterday. You're beautiful." And a car was coming up, so I said thanks. You know, I tried to be polite so he wouldn't get angry and aggressive. And I shut the door and I just stood by the window to make sure that he was gone. Jesus, how was I so stupid? It could have ended badly, especially that I live in a really crappy area and my brother wears headphones all the time. Why was he asking about kids? To see if I was alone? And he went in the direction the car was coming, so I don't know if it was a random car or someone picking him up. I don't know if he was a thief or just drunk, and I had the lights on, so he knocked. I really hope it's just that. I really hope that I start thinking before doing anything else. Also, I wish I could get a gun. It's just not an option where I live. Also, it was nice to get it off my chest, even though y'all did not make me feel any safer. Thank you for the kind comments and tips. I'm a female, and this story took place when I was 12. It's more than half my lifespan ago, but I still get really uneasy when thinking back to it. I tried to block it from my mind and guess as to what could have happened if not for two kind strangers. I was walking home from school one day. It's a 4-kilometer walk along a busy road. I was walking alone, however. At one of the intersections I crossed, there was a tall, dirty-looking man that noticed me. I would guess his age was early 30s. Being a kid back then, I struggled telling the age of the adults. He started following me and trying to strike up a conversation. He kept telling me that I was beautiful and that he wants us to be friends. He asked me where I live and if my parents would be home. He asked me so many questions, but I tried to just shrug him off and be polite. I didn't answer any of his questions, just increased the pace at which I walked. When we were nearing the block on which I lived, I started becoming really uneasy. He wanted to follow me home and I did not want him to. He gave off a weird vibe because adults did not usually speak to me that way. The only way I could get rid of him would be to give him my cell phone number and agree to answer when he calls. Because this situation made me uncomfortable, I gave him a fake number and hightailed it out of there. A few months passed without me running into that man again, so I completely put this out of my mind. He was probably just some random weirdo. However, as you can guess from here, things did not stay that way. One day, approximately 4 months later, I found myself walking home after school again. I will admit that I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings. That was until I heard what sounded like footsteps running up behind me. I reflexively turned to look around, and it was that same creepy man that I had encountered before. He slowed his pace as he reached me, but was yelling the entire time. He figured out that I had given him the wrong number, and he was furious. He kept yelling and yelling that I think that I'm better than him. That is why I gave him a fake number. I was terrified in that moment, as he was very angry. I was afraid that he was going to hurt me, but couldn't grab the attention of any motorists. I speed walked to the closest petrol station, which was luckily not too far, with him following behind me, still yelling the entire time. When I got to the petrol station, I immediately got the attention of two burly men standing next to their pickup truck. They must have seen the terrified look on my face, plus the man following me, as they immediately ran over to ask if I was all right. I was too scared to speak, just shook my head frantically as I tried to get behind them. They immediately demanded to know why the man was following me. He fed them some crap line about being my brother. I just silently kept shaking my head. I guess they figured out what was happening at this point, as they started yelling at the man, accusing him of something. I didn't stay to find out. I took the opportunity of him being distracted to start running away. The man noticed that I was leaving and tried to take off after me. The burly men really took offense to this, as they immediately tackled him and threw him in the back of their pickup. He was screaming at this point. They sped off with the guy at an inconceivable speed right past me and just kept going. I was happy that they took him away, but I did not stop running until I reached home. I had no idea what to make of this entire exchange, but it really shook me. I do not know where they took the creepy guy or what they did with him after. In all honesty, I don't want to know. I told my parents and altered the route that I walked home from school. I never saw him again, and I'm thankful for that. Even though I could not say what I needed in the moment, those two kind strangers saw that I was in distress and dealt with it for me. Even after all these years, I still remember the sheer terror and then relief when they took him away. In the 1990s, a nurse in New Jersey killed hundreds of hospital patients. Sometimes he would sneak into patients' room at night and inject them with fatal medication doses. Other times he would put the medication into IV bags in the supply room, so they would kill whatever random patient they were given to later. He was accused several times. Some patients pointed him out before they died. Some staff thought he was creepy and dangerous and refused to work with him. He kept getting fired from hospitals, but the hospital managers knew that if he got arrested, they would be sued by the families of the patients he murdered. So they just fired him and didn't call the police. That happened at 12 different hospitals over the course of 16 years. Investigators believe that he killed as many as 400 people. After he was arrested, he confessed to 40 murders. In 29 of them, he gave enough detail to be charged and plead guilty. He is linked to 300 plus more deaths than that, but details of those will probably never be known, because so much information was lost over time or destroyed by the hospitals. While I was on life support, there was this other girl on a ventilator just down the hall. Like me, she'd had all of the right symptoms: headaches upon waking, vomiting without nausea, and getting lost in the house where she'd lived for years. Like me, she researched them extensively. Unlike me, she reached the right conclusion and asked her parents for a scan.
but they had a bunch of other kids and money was tight, and she was at the right age to see symptoms as unduly catastrophic. So they said no. Meanwhile, I was treating my symptoms with the gym. My mother had begged me to get a scan and I'd said no. Until I had health insurance of my own, I couldn't afford it, as it would show a pre-existing condition that would destroy my future insurability. The other patient took up 3 jobs to save the money for a scan. She made the rounds of several neurologists, begging. Each responded dismissively. She was too young and looked so well that she had to be hypochondriac. Finally, one took pity on her and gave her a scan, telling her outright that it was only so that she'd stop asking and that she'd hear results in some weeks. I kept going to the gym until the day that I collapsed, vomiting blood, bursting a pupil. She went in for her first craniotomy, walking, talking, fine. My parents and boyfriend would sit beside me through my coma, holding my hand, telling me how much they loved me. She'd have her own such trio doing the same. I'd awaken. I'd meet her parents, her boyfriend. I'd visit the ICU. I'd see them growing more gaunt, more desperate each time, until the trip when I learned that she'd gone into long-term coma care. I'd recover. She'd die. Brain cancer is that kind of a jerk. Since then, I've taken the survivor's guilt to do everything that I can with my life. But that so easily should have been her outcome instead. That's the outcome for so many. It's terrifying, because it demonstrates how we as a society often dismiss the health complaints of all but a narrow slice of the population, without even registering what we're doing. How many lives do we, unthinkingly, throw away? My father had his spine severely fractured in an assault when I was an infant. He had a real jerk of a doctor that was super dismissive of him. One day he was at an appointment and she left the room, at which point he took a peek at his chart. She'd recorded him as a hypochondriac. She'd never examined him. He was so furious that when she came back, he ripped his button up open, turned around, and demanded to know if that looked like hypochondria. For the record, a 0 of his spine was rotated almost 90 degrees by the assault, and it was very visible. It's a miracle that he regained the ability to walk at all. Mom says that the doctor went pale and ran out of the room, never to be seen by them again. The sheer arrogance of some doctors infuriates me beyond words. At work, we had a patient who was referred for a spinal scan just so he'd shut up. His general practitioner was trying to wean him off of his pain meds, but the patient was fighting this tooth and nail. It was clear from the referral that the doc thought that he was a drug seeker and wanted to shut him down. The first radiologist looks at the scan, sees nothing wrong, but his spidey senses are tingling, so he dumped the case in my lap and refused to do it because he's terrified that he's going to get sued. I'm not a doctor, I'm an administrator. I spend an entire week basically medically stalking the patient and digging up previous scans from the most obscure locations so that the doctors are satisfied. And then I give it to our best doctor. All that work ended up being unnecessary because the better doctor spotted what the lesser doctor's instincts only hinted at. His spine was riddled with cancer. Bone cancer is one of the most agonizing cancers you can get, and this guy had it all up his back. My just under 2-year-old fell down in the kitchen. He had just started talking, and 5 minutes before he fell, he said, "I hurt," and fell over. We thought he was being silly, but he said it 2 to 4 more times. Finally, my wife took him to the kitchen to have a popsicle. It was like 8 a.m., but whatever. She stood him up and he literally fell over. Then he tried to talk again, but it was just baby talk, gibberish. We rushed him to the pediatrician. As we were waiting, I noticed that one side of his face was dropping. I said, "Looks like a stroke." The pediatrician who showed up at some point said, "No way, highly unlikely for a 1-year-old." They ran tests for what felt like days, but was probably more like 10 minutes. I kept saying his left arm is dropping now, and his face is fully stroked out. Finally, my wife stood up with him in her arms and yells, "Screw this. I'm driving him to the children's hospital." The pediatrician kept telling us to go to a different hospital because he had admitting permission or whatever. They also tried to get us to take an ambulance, but said it would take about 15 minutes. We ran out, buckled him into his seat, and drove like a race car driver to the children's. They took him in, and there was immediately like 40 doctors in the room. They ran all kinds of tests in seconds. Guess what? Stroke. He was having a hemorrhagic stroke from a burst capillary in his brainstem. He was dying, like for real. If we had stayed at the pediatrician's, he would have died. It was terrifying. Those ER doctors at Children's Hospital saved his life. They were brilliant. I barely remember the day, but at some point the doctors at the Children's asked questions like, "Was he struck? Did you hit him?" etc. We realized later that they were attempting to discern if we caused it by hitting him in the head. The burst capillary was actually so deep, a hit on the head wouldn't have caused it, per his neurologist. We spent nearly 3 months inpatient, including a harrowing week in the NICU. He worked really hard at walking, mostly thanks to the musicians who got to the hospital to play for the kids. Every time they were there, he wanted to dance, and he did a ton of work every week just to be able to dance when they played live music. Fast forward, he is 8 and healthy as an ox. He has drop foot and a very weak left hand, but he is so good. Many of the outcomes that were possible were much, much, much worse than his slightly weak left hand and slight drop foot. The neurologist told us one time that they were fairly confident that he was going to be left-handed because of where the stroke happened. Apparently, if he had been right-handed, his speech could have been affected much worse. Anyway, that was terrifying. We had a 2-month-old baby with us as well. We spent years traveling to and from the Children's Hospital for therapy and appointments. We just had his last appointment with the neurologist last week. They said, "We don't need to see you guys again," which is a good thing. It's not coming back, and his scans all look amazing. One of my friends had a job in the hospital looking after patients, making beds, etc. I heard he randomly quit his job, wouldn't talk to anyone about it. I bring some beers over to his house and try to see if I can get him talking. He's a total emotional wreck. Finally get him to talk, and he says that he was working one night in the hospital when he heard a nurse shouting for help because someone was going into cardiac arrest. So he runs down a hallway, and some man runs toward him. They almost bump into each other and the man shouts, "Where's the exit?" My friend points to the exit, then runs into the room with the man going into cardiac arrest, only to see that it's the exact same person who ran past him in the hallway. He died in front of his eyes.
In the mid-90s, my mom and I lived in Malaysia while my dad was in the UK, studying for his medical exams. I was a toddler, so I don't remember many details of our home, but photos tell me it was idyllic and backed onto a forest which proved a popular playground for the local kids. As it was just my mum and me, she often had to get my babysitter to look after me while she was working at the hospital. I recall rather liking my babysitter, and by all accounts, she was very fond of me. However, she was only a teenager at the time, so she also had other responsibilities. And at that point, I'd proved myself a bit of a scamp, as I was a woman about town, on my trike zooming around in the forest with the other kids. This is why my mum would sometimes ask the hospital creche to care for me, so she could pop in a few times a day. I believe this is where my mum met her friend. Mum's friend was a doctor at the same hospital. They had both emigrated from India at similar times, and they bonded over this experience. According to Mum, she seemed nice, if not a bit overzealous when venting about her ex. She took a shine to me as she had children back home of a similar age, so she'd often come over for a cup of tea chat and bounce me on her lap. A few months down the line, her demeanor started to change. The previously flippant but forgivable behavior began to deteriorate. She was beyond simply being tardy and eccentric. It was alarming. One afternoon, she came to chat with my mum over a cup of coffee, and everything seemed perfectly pleasant. After a while, she gazed at my mum with a beaming smile. She said she had something to show her, and that it meant a lot to her. It was deeply personal, but she felt like she could trust Mum, so she wanted to share it with her. She reached into her handbag and showed my mum a small box. When she opened the box, my mum couldn't quite understand what she was seeing, but then it dawned on her. It was a vertebra, a single human vertebra. The bone had belonged to her late mother, with whom she was very close. She went on to explain how her mother was the only person to have not betrayed her, and that she finds herself falling victim to despicable men. My mum could feel that she was becoming increasingly intense and agitated as the conversation progressed, and eventually it went south with her condemning her ex for abandoning her in a foreign country. She was spitting, her voice rash from screaming about him and how he deserves a slow death. It was at this point my mum decided that was enough and tried to calm her down and saying her goodbyes. Mum's friend didn't turn up for work the next day, or any day after that. According to the secretaries, she had just gone AWOL. It wasn't until a few years later that my mum had realized what happened. By 2001, we were back with my dad and settled in the UK. Mum often keeps in touch with the friends she made during her stints practicing medicine abroad. And on one such day 20 years ago, she received an email. One of the secretaries she had worked with in Malaysia sent an email containing a link to a newspaper article. It detailed the unfortunate news of a suspected suicide which had taken place locally. A woman fitting the description of Mum's friend had taken her own life from the top of a residential building. It had a picture that bore a striking resemblance, but it was the text that followed making her blood run cold. The article stated that the police in India had been on a manhunt for the woman who they suspect is the deceased. The reason being, she had flown to India 5 years before and lured her ex to a rendezvous. There, they believe she poisoned him before dismembering his body into small pieces over the course of 3 hours. The smallest parts were disposed of using a toilet, while the larger body parts were put into a suitcase. She spent the next few days hiring a taxi to visit remote locations, where she would dispose of various body parts. The alarm was only raised when the taxi driver, her final journey, detected the rancid smell of decay emanating from the suitcase. He tipped off the authorities and it resulted in her imprisonment. A few years into her incarceration, the woman jumped bail and fled. The police manhunt resumed, but the trail eventually went cold after it was suspected she fled back to Malaysia. With no further leads, the case went cold. That is, until 2001.
For one reason or another, the police have yet to make a conclusive identification on the body of the self-unaliving victim.
So, while there is every chance that she is the woman who fell, there is also a chance that she isn't. Info. This recollection is based on information provided by my mother, and a newspaper article. I would be happy to provide proof if that is what is needed. Thanks for reading.
This happened in 1989. I had given birth to my son early in the morning the day before. I'd lost a fair bit of blood, but had been up walking at least once by then, so I wasn't too dopey. My son was sleeping in his bassinet next to my bed. A nurse that I hadn't seen before came into my room and grabbed a hold of one end of the bassinet and started to pull it away. I grabbed the other end and said, "What are you doing?" She said that she was taking him away for his blood tests. Now, I happened to be a registered nurse, and I knew what sorts of things were done to newborns, and he had already done his tests. I pointed to the Band-Aid on his heel and said, "He's already done his tests. So what sort of tests are you talking about?" And she muttered something about not being sure, but there was some test that he needed. I maintained my fast hold on his bassinet and told her to find out what test and then let me know. She went away and never came back. And honestly, I was so out of it that I never even thought to mention it to anyone. But the fact is, several babies had been taken that summer by imposters dressed in uniforms. So I will never know for sure, but I felt like we'd dodged a bullet. I'm a doctor in surgery, and one day I got a case of a man. No big deal. Some cut to sew. I won't give details, but he was around his 30s and had a wound, 4 stitches on his arm. When I start to clean the wound, strange and creepy compliments had already started. How I got a beautiful doctor. You have beautiful pupils. You are beautiful. You have a nice smell. I just ignored him until he grabbed me by the hips and pulled me to him. I watched him. What the heck? And asked him to take his hands off of me or I'd call security. He laughed and said why I'm dramatizing. I asked him to leave, or I was going to report him, and then he got up. And he said, "You know, girls like you shouldn't turn down such offers. Your time is gone. Beauty is transient." I was in shock all day. I told my colleagues about it, and the second time at the checkpoint, my dear colleague took it and warned him. I've never seen him since, and I hope I didn't. I don't speak English, so I wrote this story via Google Translate. So I apologize for any mistakes. I'm a doctor and a 32-year-old single man who spends most of his time in the hospital, and the rest is spent pumping iron. That had been pretty much my life till last year. But the pandemic has been kind of an equator-shifting event for us medical professionals. I've seen many of my close associates perish. My mentor, my best friend, that motherly canteen woman whose name I didn't know till her death, but who never failed to give my tired face her day-brightening smile. All these wonderful people just died too soon. After 2 months of corona duty, stress of seeing so many deaths and losing people I knew and worked with weighed me down. It began to get to my head. I began making mistakes in the sanitation protocols, which, even though small, could endanger me and my patient's safety. I told my senior and requested to be shifted to normal patients ward till I gained my complete composure. She said that the best she could do was shift me to ER, but I'll have to manage routine rounds as well. And I was fine with it. I knew that we were short on doctors. It was a Friday after completing my shift. I was just back to my apartment. I was tired and hungry, but then I was called again. Apparently there was some high-profile accident case. She was a girl of 24. only daughter of the local mayor. She had a fractured arm, a bad wound on the elbow which required 5 stitches. Shards of glass had pierced her shoulder deeply, barely missing the jugular vein. It took me hours to patch her up and head home. A week went by. I kept checking her progress, and she was coping well. She was very friendly, but nothing about it made me uncomfortable. I understood since COVID protocols didn't allow visitors to stay. She yearned for someone to talk to, but with each passing day, she grew bolder. Friendliness turned to flirting, which I tried to handle with my best professional smiling face and silence. Soon, her infatuation became a hot topic of canteen discussions and leg pulling, and I began avoiding canteen. It was a normal summer day and I was doing my rounds. I reached her room and, keeping my best stoic face, I began checking for vitals. She said that she was feeling pain in her shoulder. I knew the glass wounds were deep, but so far they had been healing just fine. After telling her that I was going to pull her gown down to have a look, I barely managed to touch it, and she pulled it all the way down to her belly in one tug. I froze. I kept my eyes on the wound. It appeared to be healing normally. I averted my eyes and told her so, but she insisted that I have a closer look. She touched me inappropriately, and I decided it was best to walk out. By the time I reached the door, she said something so vulgar and inappropriate that it made me cringe with disgust. I marched out without turning back. I thought it was best that I told someone before I was accused of something that I did not do. So I told about her advances to my fellow doctor who was of my age, and his words were appalling. In the coarsest way possible, he insinuated that if he was me, he would jump at the chance, and laughed it off that I was scared of a female. I decided that it was best to go back to COVID duty and stay clear of trouble, and I easily got that. I did not see her and heard she was discharged. I almost forgot about her in the rush of corona patients. A week later, she was admitted with mild COVID symptoms, and her father literally arm-twisted hospital management by holding supplies to provide her with private ward and special care. All of a sudden, she became the most important patient. People were dying in that hospital daily, people whose organs were failing them, whose oxygen saturation was making them struggle for each breath, and we were short to just 4 doctors. The rest were either infected or quarantined by now, and here hospital's management was busy providing VIP treatment to an insolent brat. After 2 days, I had to go check on her. She had a fever. Personal protection equipment kit made it difficult for her to identify me, but as soon as I introduced myself, she had this bizarre smile on her face. She looked unstable with her messy hair, sweaty and sick look. As I reached her, she caught my PPE suit in her hand. Her nails were digging into the polymer, nearly tearing it apart. Shocked, I tried to pull it back, but she began rambling stuff amidst her crazy, uncensored yelling. I checked what I had to and pulled out of her hold and exited the room. Later that day, I talked to the management. They took it casually because they had bigger issues at hand like the pandemic, and what harm can a sick woman do to a buffed-up 6'3" guy? Hearing this, I decided that it was time that I left this place, at least for my own mental peace. I resigned and joined another hospital in a different state. More than half a year has passed by, and I still feel like a quitter. I feel frustrated. In all this fiasco, I was asked why I wouldn't want to be with this woman. Asked if I was gay. If I don't want to be intimate with some woman because I don't like her, or because of my professional ethics. It doesn't make me gay. Harassment affects men mentally too. It may not be on the scale that women face, but we're not steel. Men have feelings too. This story comes from a time in my life when I was in a really bad place. I had been misdiagnosed with BPD since I was a teenager, when I was actually bipolar. So when my first full-on manic episode came along, no one in my family knew what was happening. They thought that I was on some sort of drug or something, because I went long enough without treatment that the mania developed into psychosis. I was really, really delusional and sick, like completely out of my mind. So a few of the details here are fuzzy, but I definitely have a very clear memory of this moment. Ever since I was a teenager, I had experienced psychogenic seizures. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically a pseudo-seizure caused by extreme distress or anxiety. It's basically how my body reacts in crisis mode, instead of the fight or flight instinct in really high-stakes situations. So my parents called an ambulance, since they had never seen me have so many consecutive episodes at a time. And the EMTs show up while my brain is pretty much on fire with mental illness. It was the most vulnerable I've ever been. A couple of EMTs put me in the ambulance, where 2 other EMTs were sitting in the back. One of them was really nice to me and tried to do the best he could to soothe me. The other guy was this white frat-looking dude with a buzz cut, and he was just frowning, staring at me and not saying or doing anything. I guess he was more like glaring. Whatever. He was the last thing on my mind. We arrive at the hospital, and the nice guy and the frat guy pushed me into a holding room in the hospital, while one of the others went off into the hospital, I guess to figure out what to do with me. The frat guy finally speaks and says to the nice guy that he can go ahead, he can handle this. The nice guy looked unsure, but he seemed younger and more inexperienced than the fratty EMT, so he just nodded and left. The guy then turned his attention back to me, and I felt eyes shooting daggers at me. He gets up close and grabs my wrists, which caused a huge spike in anxiety, so I started convulsing again. He tightened his grip by a lot. Like, it left red marks, and I tried to tell the first person I saw after this event what he had done, but he insisted that I did it to myself. And who's gonna trust the crazy chick, right? But he held my arms down. Then he got all up in my face, and his voice got real low, but really firm and commanding. He said, "Listen, I know you're faking it. Everybody knows. You aren't doing your parents any favors by causing a scene, so just stop it. Stop it." I literally felt his spit on my face. I didn't know what to do, so I screamed, "You need to work on your bedside manner," as loud as I could. And shortly after, a nurse and my dad came in, and the guy backed up and speed walked out. I remember someone at the door trying to stop him, but he just kind of shouldered him off and stormed away like he was angry or something. I never saw him again after that. I had a few more freaky experiences at the hospital's psych ward, but that was the one that I remember most vividly. About a month ago, I started working in a nursing home near where I live. I gotta say, it's not a bad job if strong smells and putrid sights don't bother you. The residents here are usually sweet and lovable, although there is rude, grumpy people here as well. Who can really blame them though? They don't have many years left, and many of them don't get visitors anymore. It fulfills me to talk with them and give them someone to talk to since their families are no longer around. All was going well here with this job, until they put me in the dementia wing. I always knew that I'd have to work this wing. They bounce me around the floors, pretty much wherever they need me. At first, it was just another normal day. Put together my cart and clean the floor. However, after I came back from the first 15-minute break, I started getting very unsettled. I'm not sure what caused this trigger, but if I had to guess, it was because I was too tired to really take in how creepy this side of the facility is. The rooms are strewn about almost randomly, as if they were trying to pack in as many people in here as possible. The residents here are often gray and gloomy, missing hair and teeth. I walked along the crowded halls, cleaning room by room, really taking in these people's lives and trying to piece together some story. What unnerved me more was the rooms without a lot of possessions, as if someone simply said, "They're so far gone. Why would they need a lot of stuff? Broken clocks that no longer work, or were set to a very wrong time, as if to really pound into my head the most of these men and women have no concept of time anymore. The overhead lights that drone on, the rectangular boxes that house a remainder of the back rooms in a vague sense. This reminder was greatly heightened in the residents' bathrooms, where the buzzing was harsher, louder, and more vivid. I turned off I don't know how many lights in these bathrooms to ease myself a bit more. The walls were a pinkish tan color. This was the biggest reminder yet. For some reason, the color seemed to fit perfectly with the unsettling atmosphere. The staff was even creepy in a sense. The way they weren't put off by it, even seemed joyful, made me feel more out of place here. I wanted to go home this day. I'm not a weak-minded person by any means, but something about the atmosphere was making me incredibly uncomfortable, like I was a ghost walking through these halls. Now there's only about 10 to 15 rooms left. I pulled my cart into a big open alcove in the hallway where most of the residents were sitting in wheelchairs, as none of them had the strength to walk anymore, staring mindlessly at a TV playing cute videos of animals, assumingly to put the residents at ease. However, this one thing that made me feel comfort quickly turned to dread. It was off-putting. This was the one good aspect of the wing of the nursing home, as if it didn't belong on the television. Their eyes, they looked at me with such sorrow, as if to say help me without saying anything at all. I'm not really sure how many of them can actually speak. Some of them look at me and ask, "Where am I?" And I'm at a loss as what to do, because I don't know how to answer in a way that they'll understand. Then, the screaming, the cries for help, the yelling for anyone to come comfort them, yelling out blood-curdling screams when the nurses remotely touch them in any way. I just have to watch as I'm just a janitor who cleans their rooms. No, their homes. And I'm not allowed to touch the patients. No way to give comfort other than words, when they can barely hear, let alone process what I'm saying. This wing is so incredibly unnerving and sad. Listening and watching all of this does remind me of a piece of art known as Everywhere at the End of Time, and I feel as if this experience is only more unnerving, having prior knowledge to this sad piece of art. The worst part of it all is this could easily be any one of us when we get old, not knowing what is real and what isn't, and crying out for loved ones who aren't there and will never come. I'm an EMT basic for a private ambulance company in the Midwest. For this call, it was my turn to do paperwork and sit in the back with the patient. We were called to take this elderly woman from the hospital ER back to her nursing home after she had a medical issue earlier in the day. The time was around 7:40-ish, and we arrived to the ER room she was in, and she just lays there, facing straight up, not moving, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. We asked the RN if this is her typical mental status/behavior, and they say yes, and go on to explain that she suffers from advanced dementia and generalized muscle weakness. They say that she is unaware of anything happening around her, and that isn't directly physically affecting her, and she sometimes just mumbles to herself, never acknowledging anyone or anything in the room. One of the hospital techs had to go in and change/clean our patient up before transport, and she got a little agitated from it, but as the RN disclosed, she never acknowledged anyone's existence and just babbled on a bit more rapidly, which continued for the rest of the night in our care. We got her over to our stretcher, buckled her in, and once we were in the ambulance, we started transporting. Inside the ambulance, I kept it dark, since she was staring blankly up at the ambulance dome lights, not wanting to hurt her eyes. The only light that I had was the laptop with our EPCR.
patient care report. And from the little EMT light next to the captain's chair for doing paperwork or small tasks. With these small lights on, I could see her face pretty well, as she just babbled on and on, talking about nonsensical things to people that did not exist, non-stop staring at the ceiling. Once I had finished with my final set of vitals en route and put it in the laptop, I shut the screen down and placed it on the shelf next to myself. I'm sitting in the captain's chair at the head of the stretcher, facing backwards towards the doors. And before I turn the EMT light off, I notice my patient staring directly into my eyes, not muttering a word. I moved my head to the right and left a little bit to see if she was just fixated in this direction, maybe from the noise of the laptop closing. But she followed my head's movements, never breaking eye contact. Intrigued but not really fazed by this, I turned off the EMT light. I can just barely see her eyes and face in the dark, and they are still entirely focused on my face. She then spoke directly to me, just one sentence. "The angels are calling for you," as she points at me with one hand, with no expression on her face other than a blank stare. She stares on for a couple of seconds more, before looking back up at the ceiling once more, and just mumbling random stuff again to things that aren't there. The rest of the transport and drop-off procedures went on with no other incidents. I know it was probably just another visual disturbance to her, but man, was it super creepy, and it will forever stick with me. I am and have been a paramedic for about 10 years. My entire career has been spent in emergency medicine, responding to 911 calls and providing advanced life support for life-threatening illness and injuries. The calls we respond to range from inappropriate use of an ambulance to minutes away from death, and oftentimes it's already too late. If you've read my other stories here, then you know the background. But in 2014, I moved to another city a couple of hours away from home to work. The city was smallish, less than 100,000 people, but the ambulance serviced the entire county where the city resides. At the time, there was a significant oil boom in the area, so thousands of people flooded the city and county to work in the oil fields nearby. This caused the city to get a little rougher, as you had people from all over the country moving there to work. And that many people in a small place increased the cost of living, and we saw a large increase in violent crimes as well as traumatic injuries. We worked 24-hour shifts, which weren't too bad. The days were usually somewhat busy, and at night the ambulance station had rooms with twin beds that allowed you to get some fairly decent sleep at night. Most of the calls that would classify as crazy, creepy, or scary always tend to come at night. The day that this story takes place was a little different than normal. Normally, I get an EMT basic partner, which means, since I'm an advanced provider on the truck, I get all of the patients. But today, I had another paramedic partner, because we were training in a new hire paramedic. It was her first day in field training orientation. This means that we generally let her take the calls, and sit back and evaluate her performance to ensure that she is capable and doesn't kill anyone. This was her first job after graduation, so she was still pretty green. I could see that she was very nervous and trying very hard to do her best. So as per usual, the day was pretty busy, but as it began to wind down, I was getting ready to attempt to take a nap. I kick off my boots and lay down on the bed, on top of the covers. Easier to get up and going that way if a call comes in. I put my radio up to my head, full volume like always, so I can be sure to wake up if we get a call. Sure enough, midnight starts to roll around and I hear a call go out. Dispatch says, "Man who has been stabbed to death is not breathing." Luckily, it's not my call, and another ambulance responds, so I go back to bed, or at least try to. About 30 minutes later, another call goes out, and this time it is for me. Dispatch information. Man with a knife wound on his hands. Police are on scene. I get my boots on, wake up the new girl and my partner, and walk out to the ambulance. The rest of the call was right smack dab in the middle of downtown. We responded non-emergent, as it was not a life-threatening injury. As we arrive on scene, there's probably 6 police cars on scene, all with their lights on. The area itself was through an alleyway and behind a building just off the main street. As we pull up, there are a number of officers, a couple of sheriff's deputies, and a detective all standing around this man with a rag on his hand. As I got closer, I could see that the man was bald, middle-aged, and had almost a homeless look to him. He also had a big dark spot in the middle of his forehead. One of the officers approached me to fill me in on what's going on before I talk to the guy and start to treat him. The officer tells me the man has a large laceration on the back of his hand that he received from a knife. At this point, I was still a bit groggy and didn't put 2 and 2 together. The officer says that the man said that he was attacked by another man and that he is probably going to need stitches. So, as it's not serious, I have my FTO approach first to begin her assessment and give me her treatment plan. I stay close behind her, and we both walk up to the man who is in handcuffs. As we approach, the dark spot on the guy's forehead is now clear. On the center of his forehead, stretching from his eyebrows, and what would have been his hairline, is the biggest swastika tattoo I've ever seen. My FTO begins to talk to the man as I stand back and observe. Something about the man's general composure and response chilled me. When we first walk up to the man, was muttering something under his breath. I couldn't tell what he was saying, but he was repeating it over and over. My FTO asked the police to uncuff him to see the cut on his hand more clearly. At this point, one of the other officers produced the knife he believed to be the weapon that caused the injury. The knife was in an evidence baggie, and it was covered in blood. It was nothing special. It just looked like a cheap plastic pocket knife, like you would buy at some cheesy gift shop. It was a folding knife with a black plastic handle and a blade that was maybe 3 inches long, with a bit of serration towards the handle. The man showed us his hand. On the back, cutting right through another large swastika tattoo, was a laceration that went from the base of his pinky finger to the lower fleshy part of his thumb. It was quite wide also, approximately 3 centimeters, exposing the bones of his metacarpals as well as his tendons. The bleeding had mostly stopped with pressure from the towel he was holding on to. When my partner asked the man what had happened, the man then repeated to us what he had been repeatedly muttering to himself. "I killed him, man. He's dead, man. I had to have killed him. He's gotta be dead." At this point, I'm starting to put it together and understanding the larger picture. We get the man into the ambulance so that we can assess for any other injuries that may not be visible under his clothing. After a thorough search, we realize that there are no other injuries, so we begin to transport him to the hospital. My FTO bandaged the man's hand, and as we were driving, I start to ask questions to try and figure out the details. The man told me everything I wanted to know, and never lost that chilling vibe, staring distantly as he recounted what happened. The man told me that he's homeless and was wandering around when a friend offered him a ride. He says that he was leery of the man, but decided to get in anyway and accept the offer. The man said the friend began asking him if he ate it inwards. The man said that he didn't and that he wasn't racist. He tells me that this is when his friend became upset with him and tried to stab him with a pocket knife. The man said that he attempted to defend himself, managed to wrestle the knife away from his friend, and stabbed him back before jumping out of the car and running. So with this shocking telling of the tale, we continue to transport the man in silence. Also, as a ride note, an officer rode in the ambulance with us the whole way. After we dropped the man off at the ER, we all kind of sat there shocked leaving the hospital. We returned to the station and tried to get some sleep. However, we were not destined for sleep this night.
An hour later, we get another call for a body removal from downtown, less than 3 blocks away from our last call. We pull up to the area, which is in the middle of the street. The street itself is blocked off 100 feet on both sides by a fire truck and police officers. The fire truck was equipped with a double stack of 4 halogen lights, risen up on the ladder, shining down to illuminate the area. Walking up with the stretcher and body bag, the detective on scene tells us that they're done with the investigation and they are ready for us to take the body to the medical examiner's office. At this point, we're still about 50 feet away from where the body lay, from where I can see the person laying in the middle of the street. We get closer and take a few minutes to examine the body. What I see, and putting together what I was told, is astonishing to say the least. The man, another middle-aged man, appears white, possibly Mexican, lays in the middle of the street on his back, with his arms spread eagle and his legs straight. There is a vehicle parked on the side of the road, with its driver door still open. I figured that must be the guy's vehicle. It was parked neatly, not haphazardly or incorrectly. The deceased man has streaks of blood coming from his nose and mouth, with several small puncture wounds on his face and cheeks. Looking at his torso, there are about a dozen more knife-shaped puncture wounds in this chest and abdomen. Most of the wounds were so jagged and barbaric looking, you could see adipose tissue pushing out of them. There wasn't much of a blood puddle under the man, but a very large trail of blood ran from the man to the side of the street where the curb is. The blood then continues its flow another 10 feet along the curb before spilling into a storm drain. With that much blood, the man was exsanguinated and bled out there in the middle of the street. We packaged the man into the body bag and transported him to the ME's office. When we got back to the station, my charge medic told me the officer that rode with the first patient requested that we fill out a report on what we heard the man say. Thankfully, the rest of the shift was uneventful. Fast forward to a couple of years ago, I received a call from the state's attorney. He asked if I remembered the call, to which I informed him I do. He told me that this person is going to trial for murder, is pleading not guilty, and he would like to go over my statement with me as I would be a key witness and require my testimony in court. We went over my statement and then we talked about it a bit. Then he told me he would be in touch and wished me a good day. A few days later, he calls me up again and informs me that the man changed his plea to self-defense and that I was needed in court in a week. Literally, one day before the trial, he calls me up again. He tells me this time the man changed his plea to guilty and that I was no longer needed. I don't know what happened after that. I never really looked into it. It's just another brick in the wall, so to speak. A story filed away in my brain, probably never to be forgotten. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed. This happened a few years ago. I did some work experience at a funeral home, and on one of the mornings, myself and another member of our team had to go to a mental health facility. The building was very old looking when we arrived through its gates, and when we went inside, it seemed massive. It sounded like our voices were an echo. We were there to pick up an item from someone recently deceased, and were taken to a room to wait for the person in charge. It was pretty silent for a while, but then a woman appeared at the office door, opened it, came inside quickly, and then smashed the door closed again as quickly as possible. She suddenly turned to us and explained that a patient had become violent and was running around outside in the corridors. This alone was scary enough for me, but then within seconds the patient came to the door and looked through the window. She banged on the door, screaming something that I couldn't understand. A male nurse then appeared and took her away to her room as quickly as she had appeared. We then sorted out what we came for with the woman in charge, and then proceeded to get up to leave. We started to walk down the corridor towards the exit, but I started to hear a noise in one of the open rooms. I looked inside,
and it was dark apart from a man watching TV on his own. The light from the TV was the only way that I was able to make out the outline of the man. He started mumbling something really quietly, but then suddenly, out of nowhere, became really loud and started shouting. He was shouting something along the lines of, "Help me now," just over and over again. I was terrified and could not get to the exit quickly enough. I never had to go back there again, and I'm glad that I didn't. At the beginning of August, I overdosed on my sedatives. I was rushed to the hospital and stayed in the psychiatric section for 2 weeks until I was moved to another psych ward. There were many units, each had its own building, and mine was next to alcoholics, drug addicts, and some people who were there because of violating the law. Since I was in an open section of my unit, I was allowed to walk around the hospital area. Then, like after a week of being there, I started going to the cafeteria area to buy cigarettes and cocoa. Ever since then, one of the dudes from the alcoholics section started to hit on me, basically saying some nasty stuff, asking how old I was, etc. It was bearable at times because my roommate always called him out. But then, when I was there already for some time, he started making really creepy comments. Firstly, he asked if I was taken, to which I replied that I am. And then it started, making comments about how I broke his heart, then how he cannot stop thinking about me. Once I was discharged, I was so relieved that I wouldn't ever meet him again. But I also sometimes visited my friends there, and when he noticed me waiting near the cafeteria, he always came up to me, trying to touch me, asking where I live, that he'll find out where I live and that he's going to mess with me, how I broke his heart because I'm taken, and how I'm not only breaking his heart, which is bleeding, but also it breaking his spirit, because he can't stop thinking about me, and how every single night he once again thinks about me. One time he even tried to kiss me. This all happened in one of the many times that I visited my friends. I don't know if it could be considered stalking or just a creepy, disgusting behavior, but because of him, I stopped visiting my friends and have been even more scared to go anywhere by myself. This story happened about a year ago, but it still creeps me out when I think about it. That being said, it's a little lengthy, but I think it fits here. I'm an adult male with a tall build at about 250 pounds who lives with my dog. My neighborhood is considered one of the nicer ones in my city, but it isn't without its share of crime incidents. Most of these tend to be car break-ins, where people are looking for easy grabs left in plain sight. And in the worst cases, the rare robbery of college students, not from the area, or people walking around who are otherwise not paying attention to their surroundings. Growing up, I lived in a much rougher part of the city, so being alert and observant of one's surroundings has always been second nature to me, especially at night. So much so that when my dog and I go for his nightly walk, he knows that it's all about the business of doing his business, and doing it quickly with no dilly-dallying. On this particular night, I was running late with a work project that had to be completed on time, and our walk was delayed about an hour past our regular time to 10 p.m. I absolutely hate going out too late. Already feeling anxious about missing our regular time, when other dog owners are out doing the same, something told me to make sure that I carry this time. So after I got my dog in his harness and out the door, we started our usual walk up the street, moving at a brisk pace. At this hour, the street is completely empty of pedestrians or car traffic, just eerily quiet. We get about halfway up the street before he starts sniffing around for a good area, when I spot a red pickup truck flying down the street well over the speed limit, The truck eventually comes to a screeching halt in the middle of the street, about 30 feet ahead of us. As soon as he hit his brakes, I quickly walked us a little further up as to put a row of the sporadically spaced parked cars on the street in between us, and continue walking while maintaining eyes on the truck. As we walk by, the door opens and a guy gets out and is bent over coughing profusely, like a lot, and hacking up spit and whatnot in the middle of the street while holding on to the inside of his truck door with tinted windows. My dog and I both keep eyes on the guy as we're walking past, about 25 feet distance from him. He then looks up at me while still keeping one arm inside the car door and says, "Hey, can you come here for a second?" Without breaking stride, I said, "Yeah, probably not going to do that," while rotating my body and walking backward as we pass him as to not turn my back to him. While still backing away on our path, I ask him what's wrong. He then says, "I'm not feeling well. Can you please just come over here?" While still backing away, I tell him no plainly, and that he can pull into any of the parking spaces on his side of the street and rest there until he feels better, or that I can call him an ambulance if he's really that bad off. Upon hearing this, his face contorted and went into a snarl. He was also suddenly no longer having coughing fits or under any sort of visible physical distress. Clearly angry that I wouldn't cooperate, he then slightly closes the door a little so that it's still ajar, but his arm that was behind it is concealed behind his back now, and he started towards us saying, "Please come here, sir. I told you that I'm not feeling well." I then clip my dog's leash to my belt and get parallel against the side of a large SUV parked on my side of the street, leaving about 20 feet between us. I also move my hand behind my back to my waistband and tell him that's close enough from behind the vehicle. He then stares at me, and I can literally see him working the math in his head on the chances of me bluffing, and he turns around and goes back to the truck, but doesn't leave. He reaches inside with the concealed hand and holds for about 10 seconds before he looks back at me over his shoulder and stares for 10 more seconds, only to see that I am staring at him also. Haven't left my position next to the buffer vehicle, nor turned my back to him. He says something to someone else in the passenger seat who is obscured by the tent, and then very quickly hops in, slams the door, and speeds back off up the street into the night. So this happened to my mom maybe 3 years ago. My mom has now passed away, but she was maybe 40 at the time. She was a very pretty woman, looked young for her age. She often had total strangers propose to her. Everyone was pretty much obsessed with her. That being said, she was no stranger to dealing with creeps. So one day she was at Woodman's, the grocery store for those of you who don't know. It wasn't really in a bad area, but was close to a bad area and was right off the freeway, so it could be kind of sketchy. She always told me that she didn't want to be going there alone, especially at night. When I would go with her at night, I was not to leave her side, even though I was 18 to 20 years old at the time. So anyway, she was there during the day doing her grocery shopping alone. She noticed a man in the same aisle as her. He was looking at her, and when she would turn around and look at him, he would look away and act like he was looking at something on the shelves. Honestly, she didn't think much of it. As I mentioned, she dealt with her fair share of creeps. So she grabbed what she needed and moved on to another aisle. That's when she noticed him again, in the same aisle as her, doing the same thing. This time, it kind of rubbed her the wrong way, but she went about her business again and moved on. The man kept following her throughout the store. Now it's worth mentioning that my mom was not one to be messed with. She was very confrontational, never backed away from a fight, has beaten the crap out of men, taken beatings from men, usually carried a weapon, etc. So she's getting ready to check out and he's still following her. Now she's pretty angry and didn't feel safe leaving. She alerted an employee who went to get a manager. My mom took this opportunity to tell him off,
saying something like, "Can I help you? What the heck do you want?" He replied to her saying, "You look like the kind of girl who would really look good in someone's basement." At this point, she was not only mad but absolutely terrified. The manager came, and while my mom was telling them about the guy and what he had said, he ran off. The police were called, and they were able to locate him in or around the building. They escorted him off the property, but that was all. My mom was so afraid that the guy was lurking somewhere, waiting to see her get into her car, and then proceed to follow her. She ended up calling me in tears, saying she was afraid, and if she was going to be followed or abducted, she wanted someone to know. So she and I stayed on the phone till she was home. It took a lot to shake or scare my mom, but she had really good intuition. So for her to be as shaken as she was, this guy had to be as creepy as they come. His comment to her only proved that further. In the end, she was okay, but I can't imagine what would have happened if she didn't tell someone, or if he did wait for her and follow her. This happened to me and my still current boyfriend about 2 years ago. We live in a city that has a main downtown area. The main city is pretty liberal, but once you get out into the county, it can become quite the opposite. That being said, the main city and especially the downtown area has a pretty bad homeless problem. That's only gotten worse over the years. For the most part, the homeless population is pretty harmless. They know the good spots to hang out. A lot of times they just smile at you, and I always smile back, and you go on your way. Sadly, there's been an increase of incidents, infer what you will, in the last few years, with the rise of overdoses and more addictive street drugs. I was living in the main downtown area at the time, having just recently graduated college and wanting to be close to the nightlife. My best friend that I met in college and I were roommates. We had an apartment right in the middle of downtown. It was the perfect setup. My boyfriend, let's call him Jack, happened to live 1 block down, then about 5 or 6 blocks south of that. It was about a 10-minute walk, give or take. It was even closer to the heart of downtown as well, so you can imagine how convenient that made it for hanging out, and also not having to take a car and worry about parking. One overcast Sunday morning, my boyfriend and I woke up at my place and decided to walk over to his so that he could grab some things. We had walked the majority of the way. It really was just a straight walk on sidewalks the whole time. We were on the right side of the road with the street to our left. We're not 1 minute away from my boyfriend's place when I notice something ahead that makes me feel a bit uneasy. First off, there's a guy walking in front of us in the same direction we are with his back to us. I can see that he has both earbuds in. He's walking at about the same pace, so we aren't about to run into him or anything. In front of him, facing and walking towards all of us is a different guy. He had a small frame, was maybe 5'8", wearing dark pants, a red sweatshirt with a hood up, and a backpack. Even though his hood was up, I could see his face. Some short black hair poked out, pale skin, and these black, beady, crazy eyes that I'll never forget. I assumed him to be homeless, as it was an area that was popular for them. Now, he wasn't looking at us, but rather the pedestrian with earbuds in who happened to be closer to him and in front of us. All of a sudden, I see the homeless guy run and quite literally rush the pedestrian in front of us. Like ran up and then stopped about a half foot from this poor dude's face. Since the guy had his headphones in, he probably just wanted to mind his own business and walk home quietly. He was clearly taken by surprise and stopped and took one of the earbuds out to see what the crazy dude wanted. Me, while I'm a risk taker, I didn't like putting myself in the wrong situation when I didn't need to be. This freaked me out, and I didn't want the guy to notice us and come up at us next. So I stepped left of the sidewalk into the street. There was a pretty big lane for street parking, and it was lined with parked cars, so I conveniently hid myself from behind view of a car. As I continued walking, I heard this guy start yelling obscenities at the poor pedestrian. Things like, "I'm gonna run you over with a car. I'm gonna find you.
Like I said, we were not 100 feet from the entrance to my boyfriend's apartment at this point, and after witnessing that, I just wanted to be inside. My boyfriend had continued walking on the sidewalk, and in an instant, I had come back in view, and we turned right towards the apartment. Now, the apartment did have a main entrance from the street side on the sidewalk, but my boyfriend just moved in and didn't have the code for the front door yet. All he had was his fob to the parking garage that led to the stairwell up into the place. We were using that at the time to get in. We walked up to the parking garage door and clicked the button so it would start rolling up. I hadn't looked behind me at this point. I knew I probably should have, but a lot of times if you ignore the crazy people, for lack of better words, they will turn in and not bother you. So I was kind of following that tactic at the moment. The garage door was open and we went inside. My boyfriend clicked the button to close it. We started the short walk to the door to the stairwell. The garage door was nearly closed, and I don't know what prompted me to look back, but I did. And what I saw still gives me chills today. It was the homeless guy from the street. He was squeezing under the garage door while he still could. I remember the chill that ran down my spine as I locked eyes with his, and I yelled at my boyfriend, "Jack, he's following us." I'm not sure what I expected my boyfriend to do, but he pushed the door to the stairwell open and started running. That was his oh crap moment when I realized this guy had access inside, because the door to the stairwell didn't require a fob or even have a lock. Me, definitely not wanting to be the closest one to this guy, took off running after my boyfriend. As I pushed the door open and got inside, I could hear the guy behind me doing the same as it was swinging back closed. I looked back and locked eyes with this crazy guy once again, and about crapped myself as I realized my only option was to keep running and try to get inside our apartment and close the door before he got there. Yes, this guy was smaller, but what really freaked me out is since he had a backpack, I had no idea if he had a knife or gun in there. I mean, why else would you chase two people and outnumber yourself? My boyfriend lived on the 3rd floor, of course, so we proceeded to sprint up 3 flights of stairs. I could hear this guy's pounding footsteps behind me. At last, we got to our level and opened the door to the hallways and sprinted to his unit without looking back, unlocked that door as fast as we could, still felt slower than heck to this day, and slammed the door shut behind us. I remember looking through the peephole and expecting to see this guy standing there ready to yell at us, but nothing. My heart was pounding. I mean, what the heck just happened? We called the cops and told them what happened to us. I'll admit, they probably did all they could, but it didn't feel like enough. I was freaked out. This dude now had access to and was inside the building with access to all the apartments and residents. I just imagined him hiding in the stairwell for the next poor soul. Well, the cops came, drove around the perimeter of the complex for a few minutes, weren't able to search the inside of the building because apparently they didn't have access in, and for some reason we weren't allowed to let them in, and left after not finding anyone. It took forever to finally get the urge to leave that apartment to go to run our Sunday errands, but we did. I'm sure the guy was just high on drugs and decided to be crazy that morning and bother some unlucky people. He probably left after he realized he was screwed if people found him there, and someone else called the cops. I made this account to post here. Anyways, this happened around like 2021, and sometimes I still find it hard to grasp. For context, I now live in a different place, and along with most of my relatives, so I feel safer saying this on here. The reason I'm posting this is for people to learn and possibly caution themselves from my experience. I'd say the place I lived in was just pretty old. It wasn't densely populated nor empty. It had wooded areas around it. You could cycle to the mall, school, and other normal places, but you'd have to take a car to go to places like a hospital. I was basically in my last year of high school. Being an only child and a girl on top of that made my parents very overprotective, and I was naturally more cautious than the rest of my friend group. I didn't really mind being that way though, because I always thought that that was the better option. So, teenagers from school would have these outdoor get-togethers in the woods a few kilometers away from my school. It was just common for people to lounge out and about, chilling till 3 a.m. or something like that. Including me, it was a group of 4. They decided since it was our last year, we should probably drink together in the woods. Obviously, looking back, it was a really stupid idea, but it wasn't unsafe, and it wasn't deep in the woods either. There's a pretty clear trail and a small openish area where people would get their dogs and whatnot like that. We planned to do it on a Thursday because my parents would be out, and the rest would convince theirs that they were having a sleepover. Now, we had bought the alcohol and some other stuff to just chill out. There were no others that day because it was a weekday and quite chilly as well. It was pretty lively. You could see houses from the distance and people would be driving around and all, so naturally we felt safer. We walked on the trail for about a minute when I felt uneasy. I felt like we were being watched or something like that, and looked over to one of my friends. She looked a little distressed, but we just shrugged it off. We walked only a few minutes more and found our spot. We started drinking and basically spent like an hour and approximately 30 minutes of gossiping and having those deep talks while being drunk. I didn't drink too much and neither did my other friend. We were just a little tipsy. Now we forgot about the brief weird feeling we had while walking until we heard something from the thick trees in front of us. Even though we were loud, we all heard it. It was this weird snicker/giggle. I got up from this tree log that I was sitting on and just dragged my friends back a little. We had a fire going and 2 torches, but we still couldn't really see into that area. It wasn't that close to us. Think around 4 doors away if you placed them horizontally. So the fact that we heard that laugh was just insane to me. I pointed the flash straight into the area and no one came out. I sat back down, and when I turned the flashlight off, there was a silhouette coming out. I switched on the flash to blind that person while my other friends did the same. We started yelling and getting ready to run when I saw the most horrifying sight of my life. It was this man who we'd never seen before. He had this plaster smile and his hair was covered in dirt. He was pale, and his eyes were almost like he wasn't looking at us, but just in our general direction. I can't explain it, but just textbook creepy. We all ran for it. My very drunk friends even managed to snap out of it. We got to my house. I lived the closest to the place, and said that we'd call the cops. We were really scared of our parents, but it didn't matter. We called the cops. They found nothing. Word got out and people pretty much strayed away from the paths at nighttime, and a couple of guys in our school managed to get their dads and all with guns to find the guy, but nothing ever came of it. Fast forward to like a month later. We didn't talk about it much and never did anything like that again. I got a pocket knife and pepper spray to keep. I went home after school and was exhausted, so I decided to take a nap. My dad was at work and my mom was visiting her sister. I suddenly woke up to this weird sound. We had 1 story and the walls were not too thick. I locked all the doors and even the windows out of habit. Still, fearing for the worst, I locked my room door and kind of looked out my window. There was nothing. I grabbed at a bat and my phone, heading out of my room. I looked at all the doors and everything was locked. There was this weird like shuffling out of my house, and I just looked through the window of my living room. I kid you not, it was the same dude from the woods. He was just outside walking in this erratic, eerie way, which just sent me into a spiral. He somehow saw me and started saying hi there very loudly. I called the police, and after that I told him to leave. After that he started saying my name and all of my friends' names. The police questioned him. He had no history of mental illness. He had no clinical disorder. And after enough torture he confessed to liking young women. He's in jail now. He'll probably get out in a couple of years. Edit. By torture I meant interrogation. My dad has a friend who's a cop, and the cop told him the guy would scream when they asked him things. He was also guilty of attempted SA and harassment. But that is all I know of. Am I overreacting to a creepy coworker? I spoke with my husband and other coworker. They have differing opinions. I started working at my job a few months ago, and up until recently I hadn't seen this coworker who we'll call Twinkle Toes. He walks on his toes. Turns out, he was asked to work from home for the first few months I have been there, so he just came back to the office full time. He started to walk by my desk twice a day, which is nowhere near his. As he walks by, he stares at me like Hannibal Lecter would and makes an occasional remark about me like, "Burning the midnight oil, huh?" and the like. The staring is so unnerving. My red flag went up, and I had never even met him officially yet. I didn't know his name until way later after someone else told me. Last week, Twinkle Toes finally approached the desk while my coworker, who we'll call Amber, was there having a conversation with me. She and I share a workspace, and he went over to her side to be a part of the conversation with us, but he stared at me the whole time, never looking away, even when she spoke directly to him and he answered. Before I left, I made it very clear that I am married, and said, "Well, I'm going home to my sick husband, and we'll make him some of that soup that we talked about." Then I walked out. Amber texted me shortly after. "Twinkle Toes just asked if you were single." She also mentioned in the text that he's never stopped to talk to her in the 2 years that they've worked there. I brushed the text off as him spacing out, but the following week he walked past staring several times, and no one from his department does this. I also left a few minutes later than normal that day, and as I headed down, he was in the middle of my path with no one else around, and just staring at me as I walked towards him. I said hi and waved. He said nothing back and wasn't moving out of the way. So before I ran into him, I turned to go back into the back offices. I waited a few minutes and then left through a different exit and took the long way to my car, looking over my shoulder to make sure that he didn't follow me. The next day was different, and I moved even further away to assist some employees temporarily. Twinkle Toes came to where I was and talked to the employees at my desk while staring at me, just as I walked around. I said hi and waved. "You want to be nice and quiet, kid, just in case." But he just stared. When he finally left, the other employees say that he's never been to their area to talk, and they assumed that he was just there to watch me. I totally freaked out and asked my supervisor what to do. Apparently, he has a history of fixating on women and going too far on the awkward scale with them, but has never done anything to physically harm anyone. I also go on a walk around our property for my lunch, and everyone in the office that I work closely with knows this. He mentioned to the other employees at the different desk that he will go on a walk around the time that he thinks I take my lunches. She told me if I see him out there, to not let him catch up to me. I spoke with my manager and requested a security escort me or watch me go to my car. My manager said that they'll have a discussion with him, but in the meantime I need to just leave earlier and ask if Amber can go out with me to my car, but he gave me the number for security just in case. I told my husband, and he thinks that I'm making the right call with security, but I might need to be more aggressive towards Twinkle Toes at work. My coworkers think I need to be nice to him to keep it from getting worse. I've never had a conversation with this guy. I don't know anything about him except his tendency to stare, be in parts of the building where I'm at that are totally out of his way, and ignore everything I say. Part of me thinks he's just really harmless, socially awkward, and doesn't know how to handle his emotions. But he stares like he wants to do something evil, and doesn't respond when I talk to him directly, which is so unnerving. How can I de-escalate the situation? I love my job, and I don't want to feel uneasy about where I am for 8 hours of the day, but I don't want to be a nuisance for security, or other employees either. Update. After all this happened and I spoke to my manager again, he stopped coming to my desk and following me to other areas, and has also stopped the staring if/when I run into him elsewhere. He's on the spectrum, as I have now found out, and the company is trying to work with him on his behavioral issues. I don't think that I was overreacting because I don't know him that well before, but now I have more information and it seems that he's moved on. I wish I didn't feel uncomfortable around him, because I think outside of his fixation on me that he's a nice person and means well. I'm taking the advice to be more assertive and standoffish, so I don't encourage anything inappropriate. And if he does walk past me, I don't wave or say hi. I'm not sure if I'm overreacting a little, but this was super creepy. This morning at about 3 a.m., my roommate and I, both young women, watched a man park at the end of our driveway and come up to our door. He was shining a flashlight around, looking up and down and all around our door. He then walked over to the neighboring house and got back in his car and drove away. We were absolutely terrified, and I'm trying to find any reasonable explanation other than a potential robbery or something worse. I believe that he saw our security camera and that's why he left, but I'm scared that he was just scoping it out and is going to come back. Just a strange encounter at a strange hour. This happened to me about 2 to 3 years ago. When I was 16, I used to work at a fast food restaurant, and I live in a place where we all have seasons. At this point in time, it was winter, so it got dark pretty early, around like 5 to 6 p.m. I was called to come into work this particular day, but the weather was kind of bad, causing us to not have any customers. As a result, we had to close the store early. It was about 5:30 p.m. when my manager left, locking the store and making me wait outside for my ride. About 20 minutes had passed since she left, and I was really cold, so I decided regrettably that I would walk to a friend's house just a few blocks away, about a 10-minute walk, and wait for my ride there. The store I work at was on a busy street that was near a residential neighborhood. As I walk away from the store, I started walking down the residential street behind the store. I was walking on the sidewalk to the left of the street, as there is only one sidewalk on the right side of the street. If I walked on the right sidewalk, I'd only walk on it for a block. Then I'd have to walk the rest of the way on the road. There were also woods on that side of the road. It was convenient as well, because on the left side of the street was my store, and there were no streetlights. I walked about 3/4 of the block when I got this feeling that I was being watched. The block was long, making it about the equivalent of 2 blocks. The neighborhood was really dark, and at this point, I had pretty much reached the end of the block and was getting ready to cross the street, when I noticed a silhouette of someone walking on the right side of the road near the woods. About 5'9" to 5'10", looked maybe 180 to 200 pounds. I couldn't make out any features though. I'm the type of person who's very aware of their surroundings and slightly paranoid as I've been followed, almost kidnapped, stalked, etc. You get the gist. So when I noticed him, I stopped walking and immediately got a sick feeling in my stomach. The man then noticed me and proceeded to walk slowly and yell out to me. He says, "Yo, come here, I want to talk to you." I say back, "No, I'm good, I'm only 16. Then I turned around and started walking back to my store. He continues to yell things at me, trying to convince me to come to him. At this point, something in me told me to run, and I did just that. As I'm running, I know I shouldn't have, but I turned my head to see if he was actually chasing me, and to my horror, he was. So I turned up the speed and ran as fast as I could. Thankfully, as I reached the store, my ride had pulled up, so I ran to the car. As I tried to get in, the door was locked. It took about 20 seconds for them to unlock the car, which felt like hours. But eventually I got in and just broke down crying. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of out of shape, so my back was hurting from breathing so hard, and I was all frazzled. This was the first time that I was chased on foot, and let me tell you, it's so much more scary, surreal, and intense
being chased on foot than someone chasing you by car. Still to this day, I have added trauma from this incident, and it makes it hard to go anywhere by myself, especially in the dark. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I got my first apartment about a year ago. When I moved in, I was nervous, but excited about the opportunity. A few weeks after moving in, I bought a puppy so I wouldn't feel so lonely. My key broke in my door, so I had to call maintenance to come and fix it and let me into my apartment. The maintenance guy was instantly obsessed with my dog, but my dog was immediately afraid of him. I passed it off as nothing since she was a puppy, and figured she might act that way around everyone new. A few weeks later, my dishwasher broke, so I called maintenance to come out again. I was working on crate training my dog, so I stated it was fine for them to come out while I was at work, since she would be in her crate, and at most might annoy them with mild barking. Upon arriving home from work, I found several places on my carpet where my dog had had an accident. I thought I must have missed it before I left for work. I took her outside to go for a walk, and the maintenance guy stopped me and informed me that he let my dog out while working on my dishwasher, informed me that I was starving her by keeping her locked up all day, and that I wasn't a good pet owner. He then stated that he could take better care of her. I was too shocked to say anything. I talked to my dog's vet, and the vet confirmed that I was doing everything right for crate training my puppy. For several weeks after this, the maintenance guy would always stop to attempt to pet my dog when he saw us. I started taking different routes for walks and began driving to a nearby park to avoid him. This was when I realized that my dog didn't react to any other stranger the way that she reacted to him, hiding behind me and aggressively barking. He also began making comments about my appearance. I mentioned the occurrences to my parents when they visited. My mom thought it might just be me overreacting to living alone for the first time. She walked my dog with me around the complex. The maintenance guy stopped again and proceeded to make a joke about stealing my dog. When we got home from the walk, my mom stated that we were going to buy video cameras for the apartment. After that, things seemed to calm down. When I had maintenance issues, a different guy would come out. My dog would still be uneasy, but wouldn't react aggressively. Today, I had a maintenance issue again, and the original maintenance guy came out. My dog again reacted aggressively. I held her to help her calm down, and she began to relax, but still remained on high alert. The maintenance guy mentioned that he noticed my family had recently visited, and then proceeded to ask if they had left. He then started asking me if I was in school or working. I responded by saying that I was working. He then asked how much money I make. I began feeling very uncomfortable and laughed it off by stating that I didn't remember. He wouldn't accept this answer and kept pestering me. I responded by saying that I was bad with numbers. I'm an accountant. He then kept pestering me about how many hours I work, etc. My dog then began barking aggressively at him until he left. I honestly feel so creeped out right now. My lease is almost up. I'm moving to a different complex with a different management company, so I'm not sure if I should complain and risk them retaliating by holding my security deposit. I'm also nervous about filing a complaint and then living here for a few more weeks. I currently work the overnight shift for a major brand hotel. Like any other job I've had, most of the people I deal with are pretty normal and nice. Being the overnight shift, I get my fair share of weirdos too, of course. Although most of the weirdos don't make me nervous, and I don't have to consider calling the police. If you have a working credit card and an ID and don't seem like you'll be a problem, I'll rent a room to you. All money is green, right? I'm only mentioning this to highlight that it's rare for me to turn people away when we have availability. Last night at 3 a.m., I swear they always come out in the witching hour. I had a walk-in guest who was an exception to both of these things. I saw this guy come in on the camera, so I went out to the front desk to greet him. Right away, I noticed he has the craziest eyes I've ever seen in my life. This guy was staring at me in a way that I cannot possibly describe. I swear he didn't even blink. He gave me that real bad, unmistakable initial gut feeling. As he approached with his crazy eyes, he said, "Why are you so nervous? Why is everyone so nervous? What's going on?" At that point, my guard is way up, but I was still willing to rent him a room. I said no one is nervous and asked him if he needed a room. I asked him for his ID and credit card, and he hesitated in a way that made me think that he was going to pull a weapon out. Right away, I turned around and retreated to the back office and closed the door. I observed him in the camera for maybe a minute and then decided to go out again. He hands me the ID and credit card, and as I'm putting in his reservation, he points at the table behind me and said, "Who to sign that?" Instantly, I knew he just wanted me to turn around and look at the table so I would turn my back to him. Without glancing away, I told him to leave, and he points at a cop badge in his wallet and said something like, "Did you see this? Are you okay? Is everything okay here?" Acting fake concern like I was possibly being victimized by someone else at the hotel. I assumed that the badge was fake, but didn't care either way and told him he had to leave. Side note, I noticed while he was standing there that he had urinated himself. Yup, this fat, old weirdo had a huge wet spot on his groin. My pants were dry. Guess he was more nervous than me, huh? I go into the back office again and watch him on camera. He walks out slowly, says something to our guest that was setting out in the lobby, and then kind of lingers in the parking lot for a minute. That's when I called the police because he had already made me so nervous. After he left the hotel, he went to the hotel across the street and drove through their lot. Then he looped around again and drove past our building real slow looking in. My guests and I were nervous, and he suggested he might come back with a weapon. He waited for his DD in a separate location. Luckily, that's the climax of my story. The cops came within 5 minutes. They always come quick here, and he was arrested across the street for DUI. I got a bit of joy when I saw them putting his truck on the tow. Turns out, the guy is a retired chief of police, confirmed by me, after finding a couple of articles online linked to him. I told everyone at work to be on the lookout for him. Also, I forgot to mention that this weirdo called 911 on himself while I was on the phone with them. I was still on the line with dispatch at 911, was on the phone with the person at the station, and I heard someone say, someone from that area just called and said they were a retired cop who just scared some people at a hotel or something like that. This is the type of stuff we hear about on the countless murder documentaries on all of the streaming services. So this happened back around 2014 or 2015. I was about 19 to 20 years old. I was a scrawny thing at 4'10", not much weight or muscle to myself. We had just moved to this town. My family and I checked the crime rate. It was pretty low, and so we thought that it was a safe town. Boy, were we wrong. So this town was about 1,000 people or so, and we just moved here a few weeks prior. Nothing bad had happened. One cold winter day, my parents decided to let me walk to the little store in town. It was about 3 blocks away, so like a 5-minute walk. I didn't personally own a cell phone at this time, nor did I have pants pockets on my pants. I took my parents' phone and card to get whatever we needed at the store. I had the card in my hand, and it was visible. Bad mistake looking back on it. I walked up to the store without incident. Didn't see these boys on the way up to the store. Got what I needed and left the store pretty quickly, putting the card into the grocery bag. At this point, the sun was setting. It wasn't dark outside, but the sun was past the buildings in town. I get between the store and an abandoned building with a library almost at the end of the block. I see 3 young boys probably between middle to high school age.
I knew I had to go that way to go home, so I was forced to walk past these boys. At first, I didn't have a bad feeling, and they weren't saying anything to me. I honestly don't think that they saw me at first. Anyway, as I was almost to the library, the boys passed me now. They're between the library and the store at this abandoned place. As soon as my back was to them, I got a very bad feeling. That's when I heard one of the boys say, "You." Yeah, you. I looked back, and they were headed my way again. I just ignored them and didn't answer. I heard footsteps, but it was a distance a ways. Then I heard them say again, "You. Yeah, you, come here." Again, I ignored them. This time, the footsteps got louder and faster as they were jogging. One last time they said to me, "You. Yeah, you, come here." But this time louder and a lot more aggressive. At this point, the footsteps were at a run now and almost right behind me. I looked back, and these three boys were almost on me, but not quite at arm's length. At this time, I got scared. I didn't have any weapons on me to defend myself. Nobody was on the road. I was all alone with these three boys. I didn't know what to do. So I gripped my parents' cell phone tighter, my other hand in a fist. I was ready to fight and use the phone as a weapon. As soon as these three boys were now within arm's length of me, an ambulance goes by. I remember looking at the guys in the ambulance. They were driving by really slow. They were looking at me, then looking at the three boys. I saw the passenger guy look at me and smile. Then they drove away. I looked back, and the three boys they had left and went away from me. I don't know why I didn't yell at the ambulance people for help. Maybe I was too shocked or scared. I called my family members, tell them what had happened, and asked if I could get a family member to come pick me up or meet up with me to finish walking me home. I don't remember what they said, but by the time the family member got out of the house, I was already home. Thankfully, they didn't follow me home either, but I was walking as fast as I could, gripping the phone tight and constantly looking over my shoulders, thinking the whole time, let me get home safe, or let a family member catch up to me. Thankfully, I didn't see them again after this incident. To this day, I do believe that the ambulance men saved my life. I had a really bad feeling about these boys. I think that they were going to rob me or worse. Also, being in a new town, I didn't really know my way around. I honestly kind of just ignored my gut feeling, because I could have crossed over onto the street, but I didn't. Now, I have good and better situational awareness, and I listen to my gut. It has never been wrong. My gut feeling has steered me in the right directions. This happened a while ago, back in late July/early August of 2022, at around 9 o'clock p.m., I think maybe slightly earlier. Me and my friend decided to take photos in the forest. Yeah, I know, dumb idea. Everything was going fine. Of course, slightly scary because, well, we're two girls in a forest and it's twilight. At around 9:40, my friend's mom calls her, saying that we should go back to her place because it's getting late. Understandable. We are going to her place. I ask her, can we take the shortcut out of the forest? And she says, all right. Our biggest mistake. While going through the shortcut, I see some guy in front of us. He was holding an axe in one hand and was wearing a horse mask. He was around 195 centimeters tall. He was slowly coming towards us. I take my friend's hand, because I'm thinking that we're all about to die, and I tell her, do not go there. There is a dude wearing a horse mask. She ignores me and continues walking towards him slowly. With no emotion, I take her hand and just force her to run to the longer exit from the forest. While running, I'm literally not hearing anything she's saying to me because I'm in a panic. While running, I see a random woman walking with two average-sized dogs. Yeah, I know I'm dumb for not warning her about the horse dude. So we finally escape the forest. and are going to her place. While walking to her place, she's asking me a bunch of questions like what was that and stuff like that. And she also mentions hearing that the guy was running after us. So yeah, we go to her place and talk about what happened. To be honest, I wish that was the end of it, but it wasn't. In October of 2022, I'm casually browsing the Latvian news and see some articles about a dead person in the same forest that me and my friend were. Did we escape an axe murderer by a dude wearing a horse mask? I was 23, and I had a long-distance boyfriend. He would come and see me, and on this day we parked outside of a nature trail and fooled around in the car briefly before I exited. None of the vehicles in the lot appeared to be occupied, but I was wrong. I'm about to get out of the car and decide to grab my knife out of the bag before I start walking the trail. I normally wouldn't do that. I also decided to put a bigger t-shirt over my tank top. I said goodbye to my boyfriend and started down the trail. I wanted to walk before going home. This isn't a hidden trail. This is a populated area. If you run about a minute down the road from the trail entrance, you're outside of a business. As I'm walking, I start to sense that someone is behind me. I'm currently holding my knife in front of my body. I continue walking and finally look back to see a middle-aged man following me. As I pick up speed, he does as well. I tell myself I'm being paranoid. It's the middle of the day. How would he even do anything to me? Because he continues to follow and I see a bench coming up, I decide the best thing I can do is to hurry to the bench that is facing the trail and hold my knife out in front of me in an obvious way. I cannot express to you how shocked I was to see when I sat down and he saw my knife. He put an even larger knife into his pocket. I couldn't believe it. He saw the face I made, and he ran off immediately to an adjacent trail that was deeper into the wooded area. I got up and started running the main trail he had followed me down. When I got to the parking lot, there was one vehicle, a truck, running, with no one inside. I'm guessing this was his vehicle. I continued running until I was in the middle of town. I don't know what to make of this. Surely if he got me there, someone would have heard or seen it. Are people really that bold? I also think that he may have confused me for a worker, because he may have seen me in the car. Thoughts? This happened to me around 2021 in India, around the COVID period where lockdowns were still very much effective. My dad used to live in another city, my brother was in college, and my mom had a government job, so she had to go to her office every day. So I was basically left alone from 10 a.m. to around 6 p.m. We used to live in an apartment unit, but it had two doors. One was the main door, and the other one was located in the biggest bedroom, basically my parents' room. The door was clearly locked with an actual lock from the outside, and it also had a metal sliding door, the one with the chain structure. I'm from India, so you can Google elevators to find out what I'm talking about. And it was also locked from the outside. We had a ring bell on the outside, but it was just connected to a small bulb in the bedroom. Sorry for this being so long, but you have to get the gist of the area. So one day around 12 p.m., I was in my room, which was basically adjacent to my parents' room, and I felt weird, so I just went to check their room. I went to the room to see the bulb blinking, i.e. someone was ringing the doorbell. My mom used to say to ignore it, because if it was someone we knew ringing it, they would know the real door. I stood there for a moment when the person started knocking really hard on the door, like it was straight up rattling. But the thing is, due to the metal gate in front of it, it would be very hard to put your hand inside to knock on the actual door. Even I couldn't put more than half of my palm in.
I was also a teen back then, so I wasn't that big, and this man was straight up banging on it. I got scared and called my mom, who told me not to panic, but I was really weirded out, so I locked my parents' door with the lock that they had and went downstairs to chill in my brother's room. It was one of those days where my mom straight up wouldn't return till like 8 p.m., so I was alone for a really long time, and I was scared to even go upstairs. Around 6 p.m., our helper auntie came, and I was a little better than someone else was in the house. And during that time, I used to take private tuitions, and my teacher used to come around 7:30 p.m., so I felt better that I'd have people. Our main door had a big window just beside it, so whenever someone was at the door, we used to open the window to check who was there before opening it. But Auntie had the habit to open it without checking. Like, you memorize the timings of people, so you open it because you know that it'll be them kind of thing. Fortunately that day, when the doorbell rang, she opened the window, and then she came to my brother's room to tell me that I had a cake delivery. Thing was, I didn't, obviously. So I went out to check through the window. There was a man with a cap hiding his face holding a very small box. Now, a cake box is very square and big, right? Even a pound cake has a big box. And in India, we have a very small sweet box. So imagine a 100-gram sweet box being called a cake box. And I asked him who was the delivery for. He didn't give my name, not even of the company, just told me that it was for our flat. I called my mom and asked if she had made the delivery, and she didn't know what I was talking about. So the dude was just like, accept the box and open the door. And by a miracle, my teacher walked up the stairs and asked what was happening. The dude saw my teacher and ran up the stairs. We lived on the first floor, and we let our teacher enter. Later, when my mom inquired about a delivery guy coming to our flat with our security guard, he said he wasn't there at his post for around a half an hour when it happened. And we didn't have any CCTVs in our building, so no one saw him. It wasn't that scary maybe, but it did shake me up, and I did ask my mom to at least come quickly from her office on the next day, and I didn't stay upstairs when I was home alone anymore.
And now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories.
This is a reminder to solo travelers everywhere. This happened to me. It was terrifying, and I'm lucky that nothing worse happened. I'm a heavily tattooed woman, and I often like to travel to get pieces. I'll make a whole trip of it. It's like collecting memories that you'll have forever. With that being said, I booked a trip from Vancouver, Canada to LA for a piece. I was going to be spending 4 days there with my girlfriend, but because my apartment was scheduled for all Friday, my girlfriend didn't want to miss a whole day of work while I'm in the studio all day. So we agreed that I would go Thursday night, get my tattoo Friday, and then meet up with her Friday night at our Airbnb. Unfortunately, I arrived at LAX around 11 p.m. It was dark. I was alone in a city that I had only been in once before, when I was 12. I followed the map that she wrote me to try and find the taxi area. Eventually, I walk up to a spot where I see 2 taxi drivers standing, and one of them asks me if I need a ride. I say yes, put my bag in the taxi, give him the address, and away we go. It takes about 2 seconds for this normal guy to get creepy. I can see him staring at me through the rearview mirror as he's asking me questions like, "What are you here for? Are you alone? Are you Russian? Are you sure you're not? I'd really like to take you out for some Russian food. You're really not Russian? I'd like to take you out." Nope, no thanks, and no I'm not. We get to the Airbnb and I say thanks. and I go to get out and he says, "I need to make sure that you get in safe." I said that's not necessary. He insists. It's past midnight by this point. No one's around. I'm in a quiet residential area and he's persistent. I walk up to the apartment door and there's a lockbox that I need to get the key from. This man was clearly hoping that it would not unlock the door, because as I'm typing the code into the unlock it, he's repeating the numbers back out loud. 9631. It opens and I grab the keys inside and go, "All right, thanks, I'm good now." He says, "No, I need to make sure that you get all the way in." I'm panicking now. He follows me to the apartment door, which happens to be on the first floor, of course. Now he knows what unit I'm in. I open the door and slide in. I told him that my big buff boyfriend was waiting for me at this place. I'm gay. I am the big buff man. And he sees that no one else is in there. I say thanks and go to close the door. He puts his foot in the door so I can't close it and goes, "What? I don't get a hug?" I just wanted this man to leave, so I gave him a quick hug, pushed him away, and slammed the door. I slept with a knife by my bed and had to make sure that all the windows were locked. By the way, ladies, if a man is asking if you're Russian, what he's really asking is if you're a worker. I found that out later. I am so incredibly lucky that nothing else happened. I was really shaken up though, and I barely slept. I was on a work trip to Portsmouth, New Hampshire a couple years ago. The day I arrived, I asked the employees at the job site what's good there. What do I need to eat? Where are the bars at? I like to go out to dive bars and whatnot when I'm someplace new, and just kind of pretend like I lived there for a while. So I'm asking about downtown and music venues and all of that, and they tell me not to go downtown alone, because there's a serial killer that's killing men. I'm not a common serial killer demographic. I'm a stocky white dude with lots of visible tattoos. I wouldn't say that I'm intimidating, but there aren't that many places that I travel that I can't blend in to some degree. So I laugh it off and obviously go downtown alone immediately after work. So I'm wandering around, popping into bars for a drink at a time. In this small but promising downtown that feels old and kind of expensive, but also artsy in a New England coast town away. Long story short, I'm kind of bummed. Nothing's really going on, and I can't find a good patio to simultaneously drink and smoke on, which is my number one criteria for a pub always. So I'm about to call it a night, but I lean up against a wall outside of a bar to have a cigarette and decide if I want to go in or call it a night. And some dude walks out and lights one of his own and starts talking to me. Now at this point I've had a couple. Not a lot, but nobody I've spoken to really has a notion of anything cool happening that night, and a substantial part of me wants to see what this town has to offer and give it a go. So we start talking about punk and live music and what's going on, and he's super enthusiastic to show a traveler some spots. Of course, the whole time in the back of my mind are the comments about the serial killer. But whatever, he's smaller than me. I have a knife and a decent tolerance for alcohol, so it's worth the risk. He takes me to like 4 bars, a couple of which we have a drink at and feel out if it's worth hanging or not. The town's cool. He makes good conversation, but I'm definitely holding my drink as far away from him as I can. It's weird. I feel like I can only imagine women feel like every day, but I don't have a solid reason to break off the hang yet. And he's honestly putting forth a lot of effort to show me the spots, which is super cool and even more rare. So I don't want to crap all over it. But the whole night he keeps trying to get me to go to this one bar. I don't even remember the name, but it was high school themed. And he thought that that was really cool, which seriously unsettled me. Also, he kept asking me where I was staying, and I kept making up hotel names because it felt weird. But he kept calling me on it, until I finally said something about the Roundabout, which was the name of a hotel and diner right next door to mine. When he made this connection, he lit up, sort of, like with satisfaction of solving a puzzle. So we go to the high school bar. He'd been to all the other ones. There wasn't anything going on anywhere, and it was right there. They actually had a rad solo act playing covers that I loved. So we're hanging, and I'm still stiff-arming my drinks. And then I realize it's been way over the 2 hours that I put on my meter. I gotta move my car or leave. But the night is just now getting good. People are showing up and there's music that I know and love. The high school bar has legitimately been the best bar so far. It was weird. And dude tells me that I can park on the street where there's plenty of spots since it's after whatever time it needed to be. Cool. I'll be right back, I say. But he's like, no, I'll come with you. And that's weird, but all right, whatever, dude, let's go. So I tab out, and my bill is way more than it should be. And I realize that he's putting beers on my tab without asking. So I tell the bartender to move that stuff to his. And we have a weird moment, but it passes. And we leave to move my car and hit the next spot. So he watches me move my car. Comments on the plates, since they didn't belong to the state that I told him I was from. And I told him it was a rental. We moved on to the karaoke bar. That's okay, where he tells me he's a high school janitor and that he'd invite me to sleep at his place, but it's just a small studio apartment. He asks for my phone number. I play it off and say that I appreciate the friendship for that night, but I don't give out my phone number like that. We smoke weed in an alley with a guy who looks like Sam Elliott from The Big Lebowski. It was weird, but all right. I go back to the hotel and go to sleep, feeling somewhat fulfilled in my experience in that town. The next morning I go to the job site and everything's fine for a while. And then my phone rings with a local area code and it's the hotel. Apparently the hotel caught fire and I need to come collect my belongings since my room was in an affected area. Holy cow. That's weird. Okay, I'll be back in a bit, I guess. I get to the hotel and it's surreal. Half the building had sprinklers going off. It feels like a war zone almost. The smell of burnt carpet and everything is pervasive. Everyone's weirded out. Apparently it was arson. Started from outside of the building, 3 feet in front of where my car was parked that night before. Nothing caught on camera, but substantial damage to the building. I can't prove to you that I met a serial killer and that he burnt down my hotel as a vindictive act born of rejection. But I can tell you that dude had major Dahmer vibes, and my hotel was 100% set aflame. Also, the suspected victims look a lot like me. I don't know, maybe it's bullcrap. But man, was that a work trip. P.S. The hotel transferred me to the Roundabout Hotel, right next door. When I got there, they gave me a voucher for 10% off breakfast at the Roundabout Diner, conveniently located downstairs. At that diner, I had the best hot sauce I've ever had in my life. I bought a bottle there, and I've been hooked ever since. Hoff's wake-up call. It's got coffee in it. I got kidnapped in Bucharest, Romania within 5 minutes of arriving. I arrived around 5 a.m. in the morning, got off the train, was warned before I went not to use the ATMs in the train station, so I left to go find an ATM on the streets. As I stepped out, some guy came up and started talking to me in English, which was already kind of weird to begin with. As I kept walking, a taxi pulls up next to me, and I just felt the man's arms grab around my shoulders and throw me into the back of the taxi. He got in the front and the driver took off. They kept asking me questions like where I was from and what I was doing there. I told them that I was from China on an exchange. I'm actually from Canada, but Canadian passports are worth a lot apparently on the black market, and I tried to play it off like I was in a taxi and asked to be taken downtown. They were silent with me for the rest of the time, and we ended up at some random ATM. They dragged me out and made me take money out, before leaving me there and driving off with my cash, wallet, ATM card, and my bag. I ended up walking about an hour and a half to get to the downtown area. You can see the People's Palace from really far distance away, and it's very central. And it took another half hour to find my hostel. The people at the hostel were super nice and helped me get back on my feet, let me stay for free, and gave me some food before I could file a police report and get insurance to help cover my losses. Charles de Gaulle Airport, Paris, France, 2009. While waiting for my flight, I went to the men's room. I had to bring my bags and stuff with me as I was traveling alone. I was in there for not even a few minutes, using a urinal, when a flash mob of maybe 8 kids suddenly come in. They quickly descended on my bags. A few grabbed small shopping bags full of things I'd bought to give as gifts and ran. I quickly aborted my activity, zipped up and lunged for my bags. There were too many, and some escaped before I could do anything. One kid had gotten my laptop bag, but I grabbed the strap. As if well rehearsed, he spun around with a knife, cut the strap in one quick swoop, and started running. I didn't care that he had a knife. Dropping the strap fragment in my hand, I quickly grabbed at the bag while kicking the kid in the butt with my foot as hard as possibly could. The kid cried out in agony and ran off. I spun around and saw the other kid had a knife out, separating the zipper for quick access to my larger luggage. I caught his eye, and his face contorted into this angry snarl as if he was possessed, and he started yelling some French obscenities at me. 2 other kids jumped me from behind, trying to get my laptop bag. One was the kid that I'd kicked, and he had his knife out. I let out a furious rage of a yell, snarling at these kids, and quickly slipped off my belt to use as a whip on them. A man came into the restroom, looked at what was going on, looked at me, and started to turn. "La police, s'il vous plaît, monsieur," I shouted. He turned and looked at me again, frowned, then left. I had a feeling he wasn't going to get involved. I still had my laptop bag in hand. The kid I'd kicked ran off, and the other kid who was with him just shuffled back a bit, looking like he was going to size up my altercation with the kid rifling through my large luggage to see if he might have a chance to get something. While the kid on my luggage was feverishly looking through my luggage, the flap now undone, I kicked him really hard in the small of his back. He cried out loudly in pain. I must have heard him, because he had one hand holding firmly onto where I kicked him. I threatened to kick him once more, and he took off, whimpering. The other kids started to leave when the door opened, and another one of those delinquents had returned to see what progress was made. I still had my belt in hand and raised my arm at him. He ducked out. "You better tell your friends to return my stuff," I shouted at the one kid remaining. He cursed at me and left. I got my stuff together and went to a police station in the airport to report the crime. The officer I dealt with looked at me with disdain and a total "I have better things to do" face. I described what happened. He then shoved a clipboard in front of me, handed over a pen, and said fill it out with a heavy accent. I asked about the chances of getting my stuff back. I was told that there was pretty much no chance at all. Another officer there handed me some kind of strap thing and said that I can use that to bind up my bag, since it'll be checked in. Well, I realized I didn't have time for filling out a form that would do me no good, so I secured my large bag and left. Later, I told the friend that I had visited what happened, and he said, "I thought you knew. There are vicious pickpockets and petty thieves in the CDG airport. Never go to the men's room there. Just wait for the one on the plane." I was flying from Krabi, Thailand to Denver. It involved 3 connections: Krabi to Bangkok, Bangkok to Tokyo, and Tokyo to Seattle. There were long layovers, including a 13-hour overnight one in Bangkok. I have chronic incurable insomnia. I've been on sleeping pills for almost 20 years, and I cannot sleep on airplanes, no matter how drugged up I am. All in all, it took 52 hours to get from Thailand to my house. I slept for maybe 45 minutes in that time, in 5 to 10 minute spurts. I started hallucinating from sleep deprivation on the way back from Seattle. Nothing scary, just kept seeing divider curtains on the plane that weren't there, thinking a flight attendant was behind me when nobody was nearby. By the time I landed, I was seeing light visual patterns like the kind people see when they take a small dose of acid. Just knowing my brain was slowly ceasing its normal function was really scary. I was terrified that when I got home, I still wouldn't be able to sleep and it would get worse. Being awake for over 2 days straight was a really terrible travel experience. Not me, but a friend of mine encountered some crazy stuff while traveling in Taiwan. This was around Taichung. There were 4 of them, her with 2 other girls and 1 guy. Hopped in a taxi and gave the driver the destination. He goes the right way for a while, then abruptly pulls off into a side road. Still driving along, my friend asks him in Mandarin where the heck he's going. Since they've been to this place before and they know wherever they're going is now not where they asked for. The driver says nothing, gets on his cell phone and speaks to someone on the other end in Taiwanese. No one in the car understood this language. The mystery was how the driver figured this out, since they were all Asian and could have easily passed for natives visiting home for the holidays. The car pulls into an open field, surrounded by trees in every direction, with only a single house in the middle of it. He parks right outside, and it appears people were merging from the building. Several of them. The driver pauses for a brief second, starts the car up again and commences driving along. A few minutes later, the group find themselves on the side of the main road as the cabbie drives off. What the 3 girls in the back of the car did not know at the time was that upon stopping outside that house, their 4th member sitting up front pulled out his knife and held it right above his knee, making sure that it was in plain view of the driver. Once the cabbie saw this, he started the car up again, no doubt realizing the dangerous situation he had inadvertently found himself in. They never figured out what the driver planned on doing, but anything even close to kidnapping couldn't have been good. The cabbie was reported to the authorities, but they left for the States before finding out anything further. When I was in Indonesia, I was walking from my guest house to grab some dinner one night, and a group of 4 men started catcalling and yelling what were probably inappropriate things at me. I just ignored them and walked very quickly into the nearest building, which was a department store type place. They followed me in, and I was trying to just ignore them, hoping that they'd leave. I figured I was safer in a public, well-lit sort of place. They grabbed me, and I spun around and started screaming at them in English, so they probably didn't understand, but I reckon that they got the feeling. They laughed, but eventually left. The worst part was all the people in the department store, including other women who were working there, just giggled when they saw this happening. These men probably could have just dragged me out of the store, and no one would have done anything. I left Indonesia the next morning. In the Yucatan, southern Mexico, my brothers and I told a local in a bar we were looking for moda. We were in some super small town where everyone gets home at 4 from work, gets loaded and is passed out by 8. This character says he'll take us to the town dealer, and since we were drunk, decided to go along. This isn't your friendly suburban stoner who slings baggies out of his parents' garage. This was some next level narco stuff. With rooster fighting in cages outside, a tall gate, and razor wire all around the house, which by town standards was a mansion. But by American standards, it was a big 30-year-old house that wasn't maintained. My drunkest brother decides to go for it while we wait outside. In a few minutes, I hear laughing, and he's being the life of the party, acting like the jolly drunk, American speaking Spanglish. He was in there half an hour, but since we didn't hear any bad sounds like yelling and fighting, it was okay. He gets escorted out and says drunken goodbyes and pulls us along back to the bar by our pension. He tells us that was the most scared he'd ever been. There were 2 dudes with machine guns that he could see, and he was sat down in front of some bigwig with gold teeth. It was like a movie set, and he wouldn't have been surprised if there was a tiger in the basement to eat people. This area is known for kidnapping tourists, as well as hanging the headless bodies of competitors and law enforcement from bridges. He didn't realize how bad it was until he got in and saw that he was interrupting some kind of party. Everyone was pretty messed up though, and he just tried to be goofy and amazed at all their stuff so they'd like him. They wanted him to party, but he said his brothers were waiting and he had to bring us a little weed or we'd worry. He used the language barrier to leave against their request to stay and do God knows what. Sober us realized the next day that it could have turned out terrible, and the weed wasn't even very good. I was living in Nepal during the highly suspect massacre of the royal family. I was stuck in my house for 3 days, listening to some serious rioting going on outside. Someone set a bridge near my house on fire. The boredom got me in the end, and I booked a bus ticket to the other end of the country. I had to ride my bike through a hail of bricks to get the bus stop pickup point, and I enjoyed a relatively quiet and uneventful 10-hour bus journey. I walked the Himalayas, ate lots of dal bhat, got giardia, saw some wonderful mountains. When I returned, Kathmandu was back to normal. Everyone was rather nonchalant about the whole thing. All the men had shaved heads and it was all back to normal. The change was really rather eerie. It was like nothing happened. Apart from my bike, it had 7 shades of crap kicked out of it by the rioters. Poor bike. I traveled to Paris when I was 17 with a group of students from my school. We were told to keep our money packed away safe and to never talk to the street vendors, especially those who were making bracelets on tourists' wrists. These men make bracelets and then charge exorbitant fees, and if you don't pay them what they ask, they will threaten you or physically stop you from leaving the area. I was paired with another young girl when we were traveling to the Sacré-Cœur, and a man approached us wanting to make a bracelet for us. We declined, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. He kept bothering us and following us up the hill while we were still saying no. At one point, he grabs my wrist and starts trying to work. I grab onto my friend and he's pulling me into the other direction. He starts screaming at me and pulling me harder, and I'm not sure what to do at that point. My friend starts screaming for the police and he took off. Unfortunately, the same thing happened to one of our other students, who didn't understand that the man was not going to let him leave without paying 20 euros. The student tried to leave, but the man was threatening to follow him and kill his family, and do all sorts of terrible things. The student took a picture of the man, and the man snatched his camera and took off. Tourist destinations are crazy. In 2005, a couple friends and I went to Tijuana, Mexico for a day of shopping and cheap tequila. I got lost trying to find my way back to the border and ended up in a crappier area of town. A cop car pulls me over and out gets 4 men, not in police uniforms and carrying large rifle machine gun looking things. All 4 of us girls are trying not to lose our crap when they just start screaming at us in Spanish. They're yelling for us to get out of the car, but we weren't moving fast enough for them. They rip the doors open, pull us out, push us to our knees on the side of the road, and start digging through our car. We all thought we were going to die that night. They just stole everything worth anything from our car and then hightailed it out of there. We were very, very lucky to have left with our lives. During university, I went on an education-sponsored trip to Singapore. Everything was amazing until the last night that we were there. We went to a club that was a bit of a trek from the hotel. I ended up being way too sober to continue partying, so I hightailed it back to the hotel with my boyfriend. Everyone else stayed behind, but eventually split up at last call to catch cabs and such. A guy and a girl from our group decided in their drunken stupor to walk back from the hotel. They somehow, in some weird way, ended up wandering into the Singapore port. Keep in mind, the port is the livelihood of Singapore. They didn't even realize it until a port authority car pulled up to them and told them that they'd give them a ride back to their hotel. They were friendly about it, so they hopped in. What happened next was insane. I get a call to my room at 4 a.m., and someone in very broken English is asking if I know these two people. I was sharing a room with the girl. First, I thought that it was a prank by a friend, but then I freaked out when I started asking if they're okay, and this really eerie laugh was heard on the other end. They wouldn't give me their name or location. That gut-dropping feeling when you realize it's not a joke and something is seriously up. Turns out the port authority arrested them, turned them over to their version of the state police, and were accusing them of being spies who had scaled the wall of the port to gain intel on trade. Both of them were separated, interrogated, guns were pulled on them in order to get them to fess up. They were taken to the walls of the port and forced to explain how they scaled them. One cop told one friend that the other guy had already confessed, so they might as well turn themselves in too. These people were totally crap-faced when I left them a few hours before. I could only imagine the sobering fear. It took the rest of the group and the hotel front desk staff hours of calling to finally locate where they were being held in the city. Luckily, we met a super successful businessman/lawyer living in Singapore, but from our hometown a few days before. We called him up and asked if he could help us. He went to work on it. 12 hours later, with the threat of our government getting involved in the mess, they finally turned our friends over to us. We got out of there pronto. We think someone messed up their job at the port that day, left a gate opened, and rather than admit fault, they would get these young students to take the fall. Thankfully, neither of them gave up, because God knows how insane their punishments are over there. Moral of the story? Take a cab. My older sister and I were traveling together all through East Asia last year. We were in Laos and wanted to find the fastest way to meet up with a couple of friends who were in Vietnam. We decided to hire a private driver to take us there. The driver explained that he could only drop us off at the Laos/Vietnam border and that there would be tourist buses at the border that could take us into the city. When we arrived at the border, we got out of the car and the driver drove off. My sister and I walked up to the window of the only person working, got our visas and walked across. Immediately, we noticed there were no buses, no hotels or shops, and no people around. It was 5:30, and the sun was about to go down. All of a sudden, we see a group of men approaching us on motorbikes. They surround us in a circle, and one of them says in broken English, "Where are you going? Need ride?" My sister and I looked at each other and realized that we have no other way of getting into the city. We tell the man where we want to go, and he tells us the city is only 15 minutes away, and that it would only cost us $12 to take us there. This all sounds great, except when he mentions that my sister and I would have to get on separate bikes.
We decline his offer, unsure of how else we'll get into the city. We start trying to walk away, but the bikers try grabbing our arms and following us. They try to haggle and convince us to get on their bikes. We see a garage door open a few yards away, and we head towards it. An older couple is watching television inside, and we ask them for help. The bikers had followed us there and started shouting at them in Vietnamese. The couple looks at us in confusion, and my sister and I realize they were probably trying to somehow persuade them to not help us. My sister then looks at the couple and says, $70 drive to city, and points at the car sitting in the garage. The older lady shakes her head in agreement, and then looks at the bikers and shouts something to them in Vietnamese. The bikers try to convince us one more time to get on their bikes and start laughing. They finally realize there was no convincing us, and they leave. We get in the car with the older couple, and they start driving to the city. The scariest part is that it took over an hour and a half to get there, when the bikers said only 15 minutes. Just thinking what could have happened to us if we got on those bikes gives me the chills. This isn't terribly scary or intense. More of a, I wonder what that was and what would have happened scenario. When I was 18, I traveled to Ireland with two of my girlfriends and one of their younger sisters. We are from Canada. My one friend, both of her parents are from Ireland, and so we were staying with a variety of grandparents, cousins, etc. One day we were dropped off in Belfast and told where to meet the family member, I don't remember who, at a specific time and place so we could sightsee on our own and do a little shopping. We were in a very busy shopping and tourist area, tons of people around. As we were walking around, this young guy in his early 20s walks up to us with a clipboard and asks if we would like to participate in a survey. Being young girls, a cute Irish guy talking to us turned us into idiots. As he was asking questions about what we thought about the shopping district, what we like to spend our money on, I was watching the guy write down the answers. First of all, his clipboard had only a blank piece of paper with no listed questions. And secondly, I watched him sloppily kinda write down my friend's answers. I've always had amazing intuition, and something didn't feel quite right to me. I thought we were in a busy place with tons of people. A cute guy is talking to us. I'm just gonna see where this goes. I was also the less sheltered one of the group and was definitely suspicious. He tells us that we were randomly picked to come back to the office, that we've won a prize, so he wants us to come with him. He walks very quickly through the crowd and keeps trying to get us to move faster. I quickly say to the other girls that something feels odd and to be careful. He leads us into a rundown building, and there's a huge staircase. It's dirty and there's garbage all over the floor. Remember, this is in the middle of the day, and there's a crap ton of people around, but now we are out of sight from the public area. He waits for us and tells us to go ahead of him. The three other girls start giggling and walking up the stairs. He's behind them and then me. I just say, stop, don't go up there, we are leaving now. And this guy freaks out on me and is trying to block the girls from coming down the stairs. I push him and yell, run. They all realize how stupid we are being and rush down the stairs. We ran in a panic with this guy running after us, yelling, no, don't run away. I was going to give you a prize. Don't wreck this for me. I couldn't believe how dumb we were, and I told the girls as much. We swore we wouldn't tell any of the family what we had done. I have no clue what the prize was waiting for us at the top of those dirty stairs. And personally, I really don't care. I realized in that moment how naive I was, and to listen to my intuition, which has protected me many, many times throughout my life. What a bunch of idiots we were. I had something happen to me in Nassau, Bahamas.
My mom and I were waiting for a bus one night outside of our hotel on my 17th birthday. What we didn't realize is that we had missed all of the buses that day and were basically waiting for nothing. We didn't want to take a cab because the cab drivers kept trying to rip us off. But anyways, while waiting for the bus we thought was coming, a local guy pulled up, maybe 30 years old, and he asks if we need a ride. Right before we could say anything, another car with a local lady pulled up in front of that guy's car. She rolled down her window and told us to never take a ride with a stranger, as it was very dangerous. After that, she drove off. Now, we were going to reject the man's offer for a ride anyways, but this definitely made it official. We walked back to the guy's car to politely decline, and right as we did, he started screaming and cursing at us. Then I looked over in the passenger seat through the window, and there sat a police baton. I grabbed my mom's hand and we ran back towards the hotel, which was luckily right in front of the bus stop. The guy left tire marks on the road as he sped off. Just goes to show that you need to be careful of how you get around in foreign places. I spent about 3 years backpacking around the world and definitely came back with some pretty good stories. Here's a kind of interesting one. After a big night out in Brussels, I started walking back to my hostel or hotel. I was staying in the worst part of the city, so things were already a bit sketchy since it was probably around 3 a.m. As I came into the neighborhood I was staying in, I passed a small bar with muffled music coming out of the door. I couldn't see what the scene looked like, but thought, hey, why not? As soon as I walked in, I realized that I might have just made a big mistake. It turns out that this was the Congo bar. Now, I'm a 6'2" blonde guy who doesn't typically feel small in a room, but I felt tiny. There were about 40 guys, no women, all from the DRC, and these were some big boys. Immediately when I walk in, a guy grabs me, slams a glass in my hand, and fills it from his beer bottle. I think that these guys were just thinking that I was either crazy or had some big cojones. Anywho, we start slamming them back when I notice a huge guy on the other end of the bar staring at me like he wants to eat my children. We make eye contact, and he just starts screaming at me in Congolese. Immediately, everyone focuses on this one-sided exchange, and the bar quickly splits down the middle. The guys who were giving me beers, there were about 8 to 10 of them, start screaming back at this guy, who's now been joined by his buddies. So little 22-year-old me is sitting there with 20 to 30 giant Central African dudes who are just screaming at each other on this 20-foot by 30-foot bar. Not a word of which I can understand. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm the topic of the conversation. Finally, the guy who started screaming at me left and things mellowed out. But for a while there, I really didn't know how things were gonna turn out. This happened a few years ago when I was around 17 years old. I just finished my first semester in college, and I was homesick and was very much excited to go home. I'm going to a university about 4 to 5 hours away from my hometown. My hometown is an island. To go home, I need to ride a bus from the city to a port for about 2 hours and ride a ferry boat for about another 2 hours. I got to the bus terminal early and was the first passenger on the bus. I sat near the back on a window seat. About 15 minutes later, a man around his 40s asked if he could sit beside me. Around this time, a lot of passengers has filled in the seats already, so I didn't really think much about him choosing to sit beside me, so I said yes. I don't think this data is important, but he was bald, his face and body kind of similar to Mr. Clean. A few minutes later, he started to chat with me and asked me if I was alone. I started to get a weird feeling, but I kept replying to be polite. He also asked how old I was and where I was going, and other personal questions. I kept my replies short,
so he would take the hint, and fortunately he did. After this, a fruit vendor went up, and he bought some grapes, relevant for later. Then the bus started to run. About an hour into the bus ride, my mom called me to tell me that she was not sure if my dad could pick me up from the port because she was at a meeting and she was not sure when it will end. She does not drive and my dad picks her up. When the call ended, the guy started talking to me again and asked who it was. It was foolish of me, but I answered that it was my mom. He asked why my mom called, and I replied why. He smiled and said, "So that means you're going to," name of place. "I'm going there too for a vacation. Let's just go together." I don't know why, but I just didn't react or anything. I was getting scared at that point. But what would I do? If I get off the bus, what if he will just follow me? I just decided that it was safer to just remain calm. The bus is full of people, so if he does anything to me, I will just scream. A little later, he started eating the grapes that he bought, and he offered me some. I declined because I actually don't like grapes, but he said, "Just take it. You saw me buy at a vendor, right? Don't worry, it's safe."
I got really creeped out at this comment, because what is he implying?
I declined again, but he kept insisting for me to get some, and would nudge me with his elbow, so I just accepted it so he would stop talking to me. We arrived at the port and he still followed me. After I got my ticket, I ran away and hid at the women's bathroom. There are a lot of people, so I know he won't follow me there. While I was there, I got a call from my mother saying that her meeting ended and they could pick me up at the port. I was relieved. I should have told her about the man, but I didn't want her to worry, so I didn't really say anything. When I went out, the man was already gone. I boarded the ferry and prayed that he won't see me, but unluckily he did see me and sat beside me. I froze. I didn't know what to do. He continued talking about how he wants me to tour him around the island. He also said that he doesn't know what to ride, to go to the town center, so he asked if I could go with him. I stayed silent and just nodded. I didn't want him to be angry, because I was afraid he would do something to me. I just hoped that I would immediately see our car when the ferry would arrive at the island, so I could part ways with him immediately. He continued talking to me and even asked me for my number, saying that he needs to have it so that he can contact me, if so that we could tour together. I gave him my number, but I changed a 3 to an 8. He then proceeded to dial that number, but it didn't ring. The number was invalid. He looked at me and asked if I gave him a wrong number. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and he said that I should review the number that I gave him. I was shaking at this point, and was actually glad that I changed just one number, so I pointed out that I must have typed an 8 instead of a 3. He laughed and told me, "I thought you betrayed me. How could you give a wrong number to a friend?" After the longest 2 hours of my life, the ferry is finally about to dock. I could actually see our car parked near the exit of the port. When we arrived, I hurriedly went down, and the man still followed me. He asked me where we would get a ride to the town. I motioned to where the terminal for the transportations are, and I went the other way to our car. He asked me where I was going, and I told him that my parents came to pick me up. I could see that my dad was waiting outside the car. The guy gave me an angry look and said, "But I thought they will not pick you up." I just shrugged and continued walking. I went to our car and gave my dad a hug. He asked who that man was, and I told him that I will tell him later. My mom was in the car, so I didn't want her to worry. When we got home and I told my dad what happened, he was angry at the man. He told me to just stay home for a few days. He also went with me when I had to go out. A few days later, the man called me, but I didn't answer. He called me about 3 times and he texted me. We could have had a lot of fun. I blocked his number after that and never saw him again, and I hope I never will.
I was a 22-year-old female, and I had always wanted to travel on my own, so I saved up to do 3 months of backpacking around Europe. My first night away, I was in a hostel in Burgess. In the adjoining bar, I met a guy who seemed lovely. We chatted for a while.
He bought me a drink and offered to show me around the city the next day. I accepted. I am now 28 and I've been on many solo trips, and I cringe at my naivety in this situation. It got late, and I said I was going to my hostel, which required going outside then back into a building next door to use a key fob. He walked outside with me, and as I said goodnight, he leant in to kiss me. So I stepped away and asked him what he was doing. He then leaned his hand against the door and said, "Can I come inside with you?" At this point, my heart was hammering. In hindsight, I should have yelled for someone, but instead I pushed his arm to one side and quickly tapped my key to go in. I turned to look as I walked up the stairs, and he was watching me the whole time. I'm lucky he didn't force his way in after me, but it definitely taught me to be wary of friendly locals from then on. I've been browsing this sub for quite some time and thought that I would share a story of me and my friend traveling abroad that could have gone horribly wrong. This event occurred in the summer of 2018. My best friend, a 21-year-old female, and I, also a 21-year-old female, had just graduated college and planned a post-grad trip to the Dominican Republic. We stayed 1 week at a beautiful resort by the beach. Unfortunately, we would encounter many strange individuals during our stay. This story, however, takes place in the first afternoon after we arrived. Earlier that day, as we were getting ready for the beach, we were talking about how much we wished we had some weed. We were pretty heavy smokers at the time and thought that smoking would make the whole trip 10 times better. Fast forward a couple hours, we're on the beach having a good time, playing music, taking pictures, playing in the water, etc., when all of a sudden some guy comes up to us. He seems friendly and harmless at first. He tells us how great we look and offers to take a photo of the two of us together on our phones. We were very excited about this and agreed. After he took the picture, he kept commenting on our appearance, and stupidly just thought that he was being nice, gassing us up, and we didn't get any weird vibes. Then the guy asked us if we like weed. My friend immediately says yes, and he says he knows where we can get some good stuff, just a little ways down the beach. He said he could take us. My friend agrees and we start walking with him. This whole time I'm not paying attention, and I thought he asked us if we like movies, not weed. I asked her why we're going to go buy movies, and she looks at me like I'm an idiot and says, "Weed. We're buying weed." At that moment, we both realized we left our bags and wallets at the beach by our chairs and didn't have any money or our phones. We told the guy this. Yeah, I know, we're stupid. And he told us no problem. At this point, we've been walking a little while and had passed most of the resorts in the area. We started entering into a more local part of the beach. At this point, I get nervous because there's probably a dozen men all staring at us hard. Of course, all we had on us were swimsuits, which didn't help. Eventually, this guy leads us to some small beach shop and takes us to a back room. We go inside. He locks the door behind him. In this room was a single desk, 2 chairs, and wall-to-wall cigars. There was also another man in this room sitting at the desk with a gun tucked in his pants. At this point, me and my friend are both very nervous and scared. He tells us to sit down, and we do because we're terrified. The guy we met at the beach tells Gun Guy that we're going to buy some weed. The guy at his desk is friendly-ish and says no problem. He asks how much and we tell him. We mention again that we left our money at the resort, and maybe we should go back and get it and come back later. He says no, it's okay. His guy will go back with us and collect the money. He said that we can take it now, but only if we do him a favor. Nervously, we ask him what the favor is, because we just want to get out of there as soon as possible. He says he'll give us the weed and roll it for us if we show him something. We quickly say no and try to laugh it off. However, he continues to ask, and I start to get nervous that he won't let us leave unless we do what he says. I quickly tell him that we have boyfriends, so we can't do that, but we can give him a hug if he'd like. Him and his guy then look at each other and bust out laughing. My friend and I are really scared at this point. He starts talking about how good it is, how it's Jamaican, and he's giving us a deal that we need to do something for him. We offer to pay more, but refuse to do anything for him. Then he starts asking us in Spanish, hoping to trick us into agreeing. My friend, who did not speak Spanish, just answers yes, hoping to appease him so we could leave. Luckily, I understand some Spanish and quickly said no. We insisted that we need to get back and we'd pay extra, but we're not showing him anything and he needs to stop asking. The man gets annoyed and says something to his guy. He rolls the weed and tells us to get out. We were so relieved to leave this room. Luckily for us, the guy takes us back to our resort, collects the money and leaves. We start laughing about how crazy that was and how it could have gone way worse, but at least we got weed and we're alive. We were very dumb and naive. Then, out of nowhere, a staff member at the resort comes up to us angry and asks where we have been and who that man was. We looked at him shocked because we didn't know him, and he was practically scolding us like children. He told us these men are not allowed at the resort and that they come to the beach hoping to lure tourists. They're very dangerous and that we need to stay away. We lie and say that we don't know what he's talking about and that we'd appreciate the concern, but we're okay. We didn't want him to know that we had weed on us because it's illegal and not allowed at the resort. He finally leaves us alone, but for the rest of the trip, wherever we went, that man was always lurking in the background. I couldn't tell if he was suspicious of us or if he called himself watching out for us. Anyways, that was just one of many creepy experiences I've had while abroad. If you like this story, let me know. Maybe I'll tell you about the time that we were almost kidnapped in Prague by our Uber driver. I've shared a not as creepy event that's happened to me, but this particular occurrence never put me in any jeopardy. It was more my neighbors, but creepy nonetheless. Keep in mind that I am unsure of the exact age that I was during this series of events, but it took place over a majority of my life thus far, and promptly ended in 2011 when I was about 11. I remember most of these things happening, and my mom has filled me in on some of the details since. I'm not sure if it belongs here, but I really don't ever want to meet this person again. I live in a good neighborhood, in a good city. It was being built when we moved there. But I always remember these two being my neighbors. Their names were Betty and Jeff. The first interaction that I remember having with either of them was when Betty gave my sister and I a whole bunch of McDonald's toys. You know how they display every one of the toys inside? We got one of those displays. I was 5 and my sister was 2, and I remember being ecstatic as any younger child would be. My mom later informed me that Betty would tell her that we were the cutest kids in the world, and that she wished she had children like us. Flash forward a few years later, where I'm guessing that I was about 7 or 8. I was hanging out with another girl my age, and was also my neighbor down the street. We left my house, and we were walking to hers. When we got outside, we saw Betty throwing a bunch of Jeff's stuff out of the second-story window. I vividly remember her screaming profanities as she tossed an old TV set out the window, and smelling cologne that she must have thrown out the window as well. My friend and I rushed to get inside, and we just thought that she was crazy. Between the ages of 8 and 10, Betty and Jeff must have had a few more fights. There's nothing that I can remember, but I do remember my mother telling me that Betty confronted my dad. My dad had been outside doing yard work at about 8:30 or 9 p.m. It was summertime, so the sun was still out and the kids were still outside yelling and playing. All of a sudden, Betty marched out of her house and straight to my dad. She yelled at him for keeping everyone awake with the sound of a leaf blower, and probably called him an MFer a few times. I would understand her anger more if it was dark out, but it still kind of confuses me. Maybe she had a right to be angry. One day when I was 10, I had returned home from school to the sight of police cars and a bunch of yellow caution tape surrounding Betty and Jeff's house. I ran inside and asked my mom what had happened, but she had no clue. She later found out from my other neighbor that Betty had died, possibly by being thrown down the stairs or something like that. They were trying to figure out if it was self-inflicted, or if Jeff had finally lost his stuff and killed her. A few days later, I was outside by myself drawing with chalk. As soon as I got outside, I saw Jeff walk over to his glass door. He hadn't been arrested for anything yet, and was still presumed innocent. I thought I had nothing to worry about, so I continued on and retrieved my chalk from the garage. I began to draw when I noticed that Jeff was staring out his door and staring directly at me. This continued for 10 minutes. I eventually got creeped out and went to tell my dad. By the time he came outside with me, Jeff had left the door. That's when I realized that maybe Jeff was the crazy one. In April of 2011, Jeff was convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 30 years. He gave Betty a fatal dose of antifreeze, and I'm still unsure of whether he actually pushed her drugged and dead body down the stairs for good measure. After reading an article on it, Betty claimed that Jeff was very abusive and would not let her do anything without his permission. That would explain her behavior, but I'm still not completely convinced that she was entirely innocent either. A new couple has since moved into their house. They're completely normal from what I can tell, knock on wood, and we haven't had any murderous events happen on my street since. This happened a little bit ago, about a month, and it was a bizarre experience to say the least. I'm 15, and I was playing some video games before passing out. It was about, say, 11 p.m. when I hear the doorbell ring. Out of instinct, I begin walking downstairs, but about halfway there, rationality came to mind. Who the heck rings a doorbell at 11 p.m.? I silently strode back upstairs and stood in the hall, kinda expecting something bad to happen. Exactly 1 minute later, it rings twice. My parents begin to leave their room and give me a quizzical look, and all I had to respond with was a shrug. Then he starts banging on the door. My mother jumps at the first bang, and my father's eyes widened, but more in confusion than fear. He decided to go downstairs and peep through the view hole. It was our neighbor. My dad hesitantly opened the door, and I could hear my father's voice tremble slightly. Hey, what do you need? Next thing I hear is an entire full-blown scream argument from our neighbor, claiming that this household was his and we stole it from him. My father's uneasiness was quickly replaced with annoyance, and he simply shut the door without giving our neighbor the time of day. My dad stepped on the first step going up the stairwell when our neighbor first hit the door. I'm not talking banging with a fist. This man was full-on body slamming it. My father was stunned for a second, and my neighbor charged the door again. This time we began to hear the splintering of wood. Everyone reacted at once. My father went to brace the door with his body. My mother went to go get the other two kids, and I went for 911. The body slamming ensued for another 5 minutes, and while I was on the phone with 911, it stopped. I thought it was over and I was relieved, but I still stuck on the phone. I go peek out the front window of my house, and boy was it only getting started. Our neighbor took his Jeep Wrangler and simply directed it straight at our house. We had zero clue what he was doing, until he hit the gas and we heard the squealing of tires. Then he immediately hit the brakes. He was trying to scare us out of the house. I was still on the phone with 911, and I stepped away from the window to comfort my siblings, crack jokes and such. Eventually, police arrived and arrested him. The next morning, I left for school, still shaken from the night before. I stepped onto our front steps and saw tire marks leading up to our front door. The lunatic actually nearly rammed our door down with his car. I really never want to see this guy ever again. But he lives directly to my right. Also, I don't know if he has a mental illness or not. I'm sorry. And no, I'm not going to physically harm him via blade or bullet, so stop suggesting that. I also don't care if he had threatened us. The situation was resolved with no one harmed. Stop saying that I or my father should have hurt anyone. There was no need, rationality over emotion. And no, not even I trust my guardians with a firearm. I would probably be the best candidate for it, but I doubt my father will buy a gun and rely on his 15-year-old son to use it. Best that I wait until I'm of age. Hey everyone. This is a real story that has absolutely traumatized me and my boyfriend. 2 years ago, I moved to the UK for university, as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents, as the situation at home was beginning to become a bit too toxic for me. In my first year at uni, I moved into a student accommodation and met some really great people. It was a good year, without meeting my boyfriend, who I'm still with, and just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, as second year came by, I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations. But at least we had our own house and weren't restricted as much with noise and parties as living in a small shared flat like in the first year. Note, I had a ground floor room, and my window gave into a very small backyard, in which I would go smoke every day as I'm a smoker, and in which there would be a very thin wooden door giving into the other side of the street, where you would put your bins and broken chairs, blah blah blah. The door could only be closed and locked from inside the backyard, but since it was an old door, we had to attach some strings to keep it closed for good. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and some other student accommodations. The neighbors on the right of us were 5 boys, who looked way over the age of being in university. They were strange, so to say. I met one of them outside of our house one day because of a police intervention due to one of his flatmates attacking him, and the others with a kitchen knife, and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams, and so I went outside with my flatmates, and saw one of them being covered in blood and cuts everywhere on his arm, and a wound on his head inflicted by a kitchen knife. Me and my flatmates didn't know what to do, so we offered him to help to clean himself, and to give him an old t-shirt to change out of his bloody clothes. We then saw the guy who hurt these flatmates being escorted out by the police, and into a van and driven off to be arrested. I don't know anything more about the story. The police didn't really tell us anything else. Anyway, the guy who we helped was quite weird. He said a lot of stuff and kept trying to grab me and flirt with me. And we noticed when helping him he smoked quite a lot of marijuana, but just didn't really care at the moment, as we just wanted to make sure that he was okay, as we didn't know him. Then, after some time had passed, I would go to uni and come back home and see him quite often in the street, and just never said a word to him again. But one day, he came up to me in the street while I went to the corner shop and started talking to me weirdly, and I didn't feel comfortable at all with that for some reason, so I just didn't respond to him. He then just said, "Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait in front of your house then, and we can talk further." Needless to say, I was creeped out, and just thought that he was joking. So I bought my drink at the shop and headed back to my street. And as I turned into the street where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep and waiting for me. So I panicked and went back next to the corner shop and called my only guy flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away. But obviously he wasn't home and no one else was either. So I literally just waited it out until they left an hour later, and then sprinted back home and locked the front door, Note: my front door had a glass panel on it where you would be able to kind of make out who was standing in front of it. After this already pretty scary encounter, I just tried to avoid the guy, and mostly succeeded for a while. But then one day, as I went smoking in the backyard, I noticed that the wooden door, which is always closed, was open, and the strings that we put there to keep it closed were cut off. For whatever reason, I didn't think anything of it, and just closed the door again and put a new string on it, thinking that it was one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back. The weird neighbors would often scream and yell and fight in their house, and it would wake me and my flatmates up in the middle of the night. But we kind of got used to it after a while. But one evening, my boyfriend slept over like he usually did, and he, who usually never wakes up because of noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a bang and some whispering. I was sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up, and we both just waited in the dark and listened for any other noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door just bang, just shot open, and some footsteps next to my window. I always had my window open because it would get really warm inside. So we both just froze. And then we heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly, as if they were trying to get inside. And then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed, so they couldn't see us. But we were ready to get dressed and get out of the room and lock them in if they came in from the window. Then we just heard the window move and get more open, and one of the guys saying something in a different language that we didn't understand, and then we started to hear them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I just shot up out of the bed, took my phone, put on clothes, and ran out of the room and out of the house. I then called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms, and then I called the police, who luckily came in less than 5 minutes, as the headquarters were only a couple streets down from us. I don't remember anything after the police came. I think that me and my boyfriend were in shock. They ended up catching one guy. The other fled and was later found a few streets up smoking weed. The police told us that they went inside of the house and found a lot of meth and heroin, and that they were just carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was so confused, as I've never done anything to offend or do anything wrong to my neighbors. So the idea of them breaking in with God knows what intentions with a kitchen knife terrorized me and my boyfriend. The 2 guys ended up being arrested, and one of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with intention to harm. I never heard anything else from the police, and I moved back home a few months later, as I was so scared and it tormented me for months on end, not knowing what would have happened if my boyfriend didn't wake up. I'm now still coping with it, and I find it really tough to get over it. I'm always asking myself what if, and what would have happened. I now very often wake up because of the slightest noise, and I get horrible nightmares because of it. But hey, at least I'm still with my boyfriend, and we often talk about it, and it helps a lot. I am omitting identifying details for privacy's sake. If your world absolutely cannot go on without them, then I guess feel free to DM me. You've got a 50-50 shot of me answering or me telling you to leave me alone. But let's take it back to 2007 to 2008. I was 16 when this began, 18 or 19 when it finally went to court. Picture a Norman Rockwell-esque suburban family. Parents, 3 kids, a yard and a dog, and blink and you'll miss it, USA. One random day, a neighbor man has a mild dispute with his neighbor. As a totally warranted response, neighbor man takes every hose that he has and floods their yard. Solid decisions lead to solid consequences, so naturally he was fined for water waste. My parent runs the water in small town USA. And because neighbor man lived a block from us, he decided to drive over to the water district, shouting that he is an acquaintance of my parent. Second solid decision of many to come from neighbor man. Absolutely no one takes kindly to name dropper folks, so tuck that gem away under life facts. My parent comes in and tells him that even if his kids did this, they would still have the same repercussions, gracefully glossing over the fact that, other than maybe driving by one another, none of us actually have ever interacted with neighbor man. Neighbor man repeats the name of the man working at the front desk, as well as my parents' name, and claims it's now personal, and storms out. My family members and I began to see neighbor man at random places constantly. The DMV, the grocery store, our respective jobs, etc. Apparently, when you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and your parents pay for your house, you have all kinds of time to stalk. It went from random sightings while out and about to phone calls. The cliche 90s type of call, breathe, hang-ups, and the I can see you variety. At this point, neighbor man was more of an annoyance than scary. But as I've stated, when you underestimate crazy, you lose every time. Neighbor man began parking across from our house, staying from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m., literally just sitting in his car, blasting music, staring at the house. Fool must have had the determination and bladder of a racehorse, because who sits there for 10-ish hours? His music was trash too. Maybe he was a masochist, seeing how long that he could suffer through crappy music and a full bladder. I doubt that anyone with a semi-rational concept of social interaction could fathom why. This went on from 3 to 4 times a week to a nightly occurrence. Imagine being a 16-year-old female that doesn't even feel comfortable to change in her room because of the prospect that he might see through the blinds somehow. Trying to sleep knowing he's out there. We were prisoners in our own home. He began to get bolder. Neighbor man drove his car speeding and up onto the sidewalk at my sibling and her partner while they were on the sidewalk, out front coming home from a date. They both had to physically jump out of the way to avoid being hit. He made lewd gestures at me when I brought my dog out for a walk and was waiting for my sibling to come out and join us on the walk. It was so bad that I ended up crying and going back inside. This had been going on for a year at this point. The cops always said the same thing. There's nothing we can do unless there is a threat made against you or someone is harmed. My parent confronted, meaning tired of his crap and asking him what he thinks he's doing, neighbor man in the street after my incident, to which neighbor man called the cops, and they came asking us why we were harassing and threatening neighbor man. I will never understand why the system waits until you're a victim rather than prevents someone from being victimized. Almost 2 years in and it's Christmas time. My parent has a brain aneurysm. Fortunately, they made it through without any lingering effects, which is extremely rare. I convinced my other parent, who had been living at the hospital with their sick partner, to come home and shower and eat. At about 9 p.m., we get a knock at the door. A random man in random clothes, holding a Christmas present, says that he's here to deliver it to family name. We ask who sent him, and he says he can't say. We ask who he works for, and he shoves the gift at my parent and leaves. We were obviously very uncomfortable opening it. Parent decides that they need to know what it is, and opens the present. Inside is a 17-page document of the grounds on why neighbor man is suing my parent that was currently in the hospital. Even I could tell that it was fake with the grammatical errors and typos. Neighbor man took the time to set and type this up himself, thinking that it would scare us. The document and fake details that he put in did not. The fact that this 40-something-year-old man was so fixated on our family that he sat and typed a 17-page fake document did scare us, however. Things progress, and neighbor man began pacing in front of his car and pretending to have phone calls, and where he talked about pushing my parent down the stairs or knowing where the kids went to school and worked. and how easy it would be to access us at any time. At the time, I worked a closing shift, and it let me off at about 1 a.m. He would be parked next to my car and follow me home. One time, I even tried to take random roads, and he still stayed right behind me, pulling up to the house with neighbor man parked across the street. Think neighborhood street with maybe 5 feet between a car parked on one side and one on the other, and having to get out and run to the door was a nightmare. We were all exhausted from not only the aneurysm scare, but also living looking over our shoulders. My parents' friend told her friend, who is a DA, about the situation. She called and came over and took our case on pro bono. Testifying was a wild ride. We had to put in official statements prior to being called to the stand. We were not allowed to be in the room when a family member was testifying, nor were we allowed to talk in the halls as we waited for our turn. Imagine reliving 2+ years of traumatic experiences, being cross-examined where you're made out to be a liar, and then not able to have your family comfort or support you afterwards. Needless to say, it was not ideal. There was enough to put him away for 1.5 years, as well as a grant of felony restraining order. We moved while he was still incarcerated. My sister passed while he was in prison, and he immediately tried to sue her estate. She was 21 at the time of her death. He tried to sue her after he was released. He claimed that her testimony from him running his car at her and her pretending was false, and the only reason he was locked up. That's not the case, as there were harassment and stalking charges, and that the money that people donated to a GoFundMe for her accident, he was entitled to. There's so many more details, but this was already long enough. So neighbor man, let's never meet again. You made us prisoners in our home for years, and clearly, you are still the same and have not learned a thing from your time locked up. The dumbest part about all of this is it's not even the first creepy experience that I've had living in this apartment. Both floor units are giant suck. I live on the bottom floor in the back corner of an apartment building in a major city. One of my bedroom windows looks out into a ground level, inaccessible dirt alleyway between my building and the one next door. Well, a weird new guy moved into the next door building, and boy does he chain smoke his heart out. Oftentimes he smokes cigarettes and sits in his window, but sometimes we will climb out and stand in the alley. The first time I ever noticed him, it was well after nightfall when I was home alone. I saw an ember levitating in the darkness, and then it dawned on me. It's someone smoking. In the pitch dark. I promptly closed the shutters, but not before noticing that he was looking directly into my bedroom. Okay, I get it. I'm moving around and I caught his eye. No big deal. Over the next few months, my boyfriend or I would notice him occasionally. If you lay on my bed, you are at a low enough angle where you can see him when he's at the window through the cracks in the blinds. We noticed that he always seems to be looking in my window's general direction. Always. He doesn't just smoke a cigarette here and there. This dude will either sit in his window and chain smoke for an hour, or pop out several times at night. So it beckons the question, is he just looking in our general direction, or does he see us? I've been having some creepy things happening with a new neighbor in my apartment complex recently. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just overreacting, but I would love a second opinion. I'm a 24-year-old female college student living 2 blocks from school. I've lived in the same spot for 2 years, and I've never had any issues. I have a small emotional support dog that lives with me too. This will be important later. Things just got weird this last month. A guy moved into the apartment below me. His apartment is to the right of the only stairwell leading up to my house. I always have to walk by his door to walk to class, check my mail, or get into my car. To describe him, he honestly reminds me a lot of Norman Bates. Quiet, strange, small build, pale skin, and bright blue eyes. Something about him just seems off. I first met him when I was trying to leave my apartment. I was about to back up when some jerk pulled his car, blocking me from exiting. I was getting out of my car to ask him to pull forward when my new neighbor was also getting into his car. Instead of letting me speak to this guy, he told him to move, and I politely said thank you and left. The next day, he was waiting outside by his bike to go to class. He instead follows me up the hill to make small talk. He asks me a lot of questions, which made me feel a little interrogated. Some of the questions were like, where are you from? How old are you? Are you single? How long have you been here? 2 days later, on a Saturday, he knocks on my door forcefully at 8 a.m. I jump up out of my sleep and look through the peephole to see him standing there, rocking back and forth. Mind you, I've only seen him twice, and we've never had a real conversation other than him trying to pry into my life like he knows me. He knocks on my door 3 more times, and finally just slips something underneath it and leaves. I wait about 10 minutes and open the door to find a note. It said, "Hello there, neighbor. I just have a few questions about your dog. How do you get away with having her? I want to get one but don't know how. I'd love to hear more. Cheers and kindest regards, Jimmy. P.S. Here's my number. Please text me." I decided to not text him because I don't like telling every person about why I have my dog. It's no one's business but mine and my realtor's. I also was uncomfortable with the fact that he came to my door with no knowledge that I lived in that specific unit. That's when things started to happen. He waits till I leave for school and rides his bike behind me. 2 weeks ago, I had to make several trips to my car because I brought groceries, and he stood by his window and watched me the entire time. Every time I go outside now, he watches me with the blinds open. He knows that I've noticed him too, but he doesn't seem to care. He just stares with a blank, lustful, or sinister look in his eyes. Yesterday, I took my dog outside, and he came outside of his house and stood at the back of the building to watch us play in the grass. He just stared at me. When I wanted to come back inside, he just watched me walk upstairs and pass him while he just had a cold look on his face. I've never been a woman who scares easily. I can take care of my own. But he is making me feel very, very uneasy. I live in a very small town, about a population of 1,100 if not less. Word gets around fast about a lot of things. I got the heads up in October of 2013 that I would be having a new neighbor soon, and he just got out of prison for some sort of crime, as he'd been registering on the offenders list. As a single female who lives alone and has some serious traumas, this did not set well with me. But the guy was pretty well shrouded in mystery, save for hearsay. When the guy first moved in, I was probably his biggest advocate. I kept telling people to give him a chance, because we still didn't really know what he was in prison for. I mean, hey, guys get put on the offender list even for peeing outside sometimes, right? But they don't go to prison for it either. Nevertheless, I decided I would try to keep an open mind. I'm going to take a minute to explain the layout of my apartment. My main entrance is a hidden door. I have a small driveway next to it and a bunch of bushes. The neighbor's house is right next to my entrance, separated by the bushes, and his front door pretty much faces mine, though mine faces to the south, while his is a straight view of my front door. I went weeks creeping around my own apartment in an effort not to have my new neighbor, even though I kept telling people to give him a chance. Admittedly, I was pretty weirded out by the situation, until one day while I was trying to get back into my car to go to work, and suddenly the neighbor popped out from behind that row of bushes. It startled me, to be sure, but he introduced himself, and I introduced myself. He offered to trim the bushes. I'm not even kidding. Admittedly, I didn't know whether to laugh or be weirded out, but I just told him that I only rent the apartment, and I wasn't sure what my landlords would want. Sometime between here and there, it came out that he was in prison for attempted assault, as well as a slew of assault and battery charges. The official story goes that he was at a bar with several of his friends, and there was a group of women drinking there too. One of the girls felt sick and wanted to lay down in a friend's car in the parking lot, and he followed her, and yeah, you can see where it's going from there. I did not necessarily feel very endearing to him upon hearing that. I also felt the need to mention that we live within the school district. Elementary, middle, and high school are literally just up the street, and lots of parents were in an uproar about him living there. Though I believe our state law indicates that there's no problem with it as long as no crimes were committed against a child. His parents were here with him for a bit, but I got the very distinct and accurate feeling that they were going to get him established here and then dump him on the community at large. In early November, I had a car accident. The neighbor came into my workplace, literally a block away. It's a small town, like I said. He came that afternoon. It was my day off, and started to ask my boss about me, starting with if I worked there. He almost had to have known since I walked to work pretty frequently, and at that point I wasn't trying to hide it. I was there first. No reason to go out of my way yet to avoid him. She said that his eyes were all over the place, like he was casing the joint, and he was rather possessive in speech. My neighbor. I met her, mine, me, mine, my, and asked if I'd been in a wreck. She confirmed, and he said that he'd have to bring me over a care package. That was the last thing that I wanted. The whole exchange left her with a rather sour feeling in her stomach, and she called me immediately to let me know what had just transpired. I'm still relieved to say that the care package never came, but it definitely put me on edge. Even more so when he came into my work that following Monday to get breakfast and told me that he didn't know that I worked there. All right, at that point in time, I was definitely sketched out. His parents left the day before Thanksgiving. Yep, they left their son all alone the day before Thanksgiving. While I don't really like the guy, I think that was pretty screwed up. Somewhere between this time period, I started noticing him watching me. Not too frequently when his parents were there, but just enough for me to notice that he was watching, and for my hackles to be raised. After his parents dumped him there, the watching became pretty constant, all the time. I would leave in the morning. He's at the front door watching. I would leave in the middle of the day, conveniently outside waving. Come home at night in the pitch darkness, still waiting and watching. Over the next month and a half, things really escalated on that front. I was feeling less and less safe about going home. Several friends and family members witnessed him watching me. He seemed to skulk around at weird times. On Thanksgiving Day, he hit all the houses of single women on the block and dropped off 3-pound bags of M&Ms for anyone. He tried to knock on my door, but I didn't answer, and I've pretty much stopped responding to door knocking that does not come with a phone call or text first. He went upstairs to my landlord's entrance, introduced himself, and asked that she make sure that I get some of the candy. Yeah, no thanks. I talked to a female police officer, the only one we have. Yeah, we are that much of a token community. And she told me to start logging everything, and that the police would do nightly checks on their ride-arounds. My landlord cleared out a space on the other side of the garage for me, so I no longer have to park around back. I can use the other set of stairs to get directly into my apartment. Someone brought me some pepper spray, which I never hope to use, and I also have a samurai sword at my disposal. Pretty far-fetched there, but hey, whatever makes you feel better, right? It makes me so mad at myself to admit that I'm still really scared of this guy, especially upon recently learning that he has military training. More recently, he was spotted just sitting outside of my work at around 8 p.m., well after closing time. When he was noticed, he just tried to casually disappear into the night air. The guy seems to go out of his way to creep people out, and yet seems to have no idea why no one wants him around. I'm happy to report that I see less of him these days since I park inside, but he does make random stops inside my work to get an odd assortment of items. I've been instructed to go hide in the back until he leaves, which sometimes takes forever, since he seems to stall now and wait for me to come out until he's exhausted of all of his conversation options. Has anyone dealt with anything similar to this? I'd love to hear what you guys have to say or think about this situation. This is less of a creepy one-person encounter, and more a whole community creeped out by one man. The neighbor in question is somewhat famous for his lawn, an impossibly thick green landscape that he had tended by a company. I've vaguely been aware of him losing it on the landscapers, screaming at them outside. Enough that I knew he had a temper. The first real red flag that he might be legit crazy came last summer. He asked a teenage boy in the neighborhood to check in on the house once a day and make sure all the doors and windows were secured and water their flowers. The day they left, though, he left a crazy list, saying the kid had to be there multiple times a day, turning off and on different sets of lights at specific times, and leaving weird chores for him. Also, the kid was not allowed to walk on the lawn and had to remove his dirty shoes before walking on the concrete sidewalk. He was never to enter the house, but was to turn off and on the lights from the doorway by means of a stick with a loop on it. Also, he was not allowed to use the garden hose to water the lawn and had to instead use a teeny tiny watering can. The letter implied that my neighbor would have the kid under surveillance and would have pictures if he failed to comply. Basically, the kid's parents called him and said that they weren't comfortable with the situation anymore, and while they would keep an eye on the house, the deal was off. They argued over the phone. When my neighbor got back from vacation, it was early morning, and he immediately went to their house, woke them, and tried to pick a fight with them. One of the other neighbors is a retired C, and came out to see what was going on, and tried to settle the issue. Crazy neighbor said that he would let it rest if he was allowed to bare butt spank the kid. He flipped out when they told him heck no. Sometime after this, another neighbor was at the grocery store when he was cornered by Crazy Neighbor. Crazy Neighbor apparently just talked at him in rapid fire for a half an hour. Among other things, he started saying how wives shouldn't have friends. After this, everyone started talking about how you don't see his wife anywhere. Occasionally, she will be out watering flowers, but while her husband is seen out, she isn't. Considering that you used to be a social butterfly, this is weird. During the winter, everyone found pamphlets in their mailbox from the landscaper he uses, along with a note saying that it was mandatory to now use this landscaper in our area, and failure to comply will result in being sued. We are private, single-family homes with no HOA, so this is patently untrue. During the winter, someone saw his wife, and her arm was in a sling and she had a black eye. When they went to ask her about it, he wouldn't let her speak and said that she had slid on ice. Since then, there have been a few attempts to talk to her alone, and all have failed. They've gone so far as to get their church involved and to call a welfare check by the cops when he was out of the house. But if she was being assaulted, she has been refusing help. Snow was bad this year, and he blew a fit about the snowplows piling snow on his property. So he scattered screws on the roadway outside before they came by one morning. Then someone in the neighborhood got a puppy. It's quiet and has a fenced-in backyard. Its owners wake up in the middle of the night to the doorbell ringing. When they come out, crazy neighbor is standing on the road at the edge of the property. He tells them that the first time the dog gets out, they won't have a dog anymore, and pulls out a gun and waves it around before pointing it towards the backyard and saying bang. Obviously, they go back inside and call the cops. When confronted, crazy neighbor claims that he was out for a walk, thought they were awake and stopped by. He says he didn't get the gun out, but it had been on his belt and that he didn't mean his statement as a threat. He got some sort of citation from the police. Come spring, he has taken to sitting outside and writing something every time someone walks or drives by. We don't know what, but I have taken to driving differently home to avoid going by him. Most recently, someone put up a swing in the backyard. They came home from work to find tire tracks through their backyard, and the swing set run over and crushed. No one saw anything, but his massive truck happens to have the same kind of tires as the tread marks left behind. The retired cop has taken to compiling statements from everyone and keeping records, because we think that this is going to end badly. Edit. To anyone wondering, I have 2 more updates in other posts. Check my post history. But for a little bit of a short version, he's since done some nighttime creepy crawling, threatened to shoot children, and he got to do a little jail time. To keep it brief, when I was 17, my family and I lived in a rural town in Australia. We moved into a relatively isolated neighborhood, but about 50 to 100 meters next door lived a single old lady. When moving in, she seemed nice enough and introduced herself, etc. Always seemed a tad nosy and asking a lot of questions, but I put it down as what lonely people do. She seemed sweet, or so I thought. One day, on school holidays, I was home alone and making a sandwich in the kitchen. I look out the window over to her property and through her bedroom window. I thought I saw her figure in the distance, but it was hard to tell. For some creepy reason, I got my binoculars. I was bored, okay? I looked over, focused them, and my heart sank into my chest. Mouth dried and legs shook with shock as I realized that she was staring directly at me. After a few seconds, she made a massive grin on her face. I shut the blinds, told my parents, but they played it off, saying that I must have not looked properly. But that's not even the creepy part. The night before we were set to move, my father was in the Air Force. I finished playing around on my PC before going to bed. I awoke to rustling sounds outside. I got freaked out when I realized that it wasn't merely creaking sounds in the house. With frozen courage, I peeked out the blinds ever so slightly. And bam! I made eye contact with the old lady directly out my window. My body froze and she started quietly laughing, not moving her gaze at all. I shut the blinds, panicked, and shouted for my parents. The 3 of us searched outside, but nothing. My dad confronted her and she acted like the phony, sweet old lady with dementia again. Thank God we moved the next day. As we packed, something in the back of my mind told me that she was watching from afar. Still sends shivers down my spine. I still have paranoia, trouble sleeping at night, and bad dreams. I try to justify it as mental illness or dementia, but it still scares me even though I'm 22. I just imagine one day the same lady out my window, even though I've moved across the country. I just want to say how much I appreciate this subreddit, being a safe place to share these stories. I've shared a few stories in a previous post, but reading what others have shared has jogged my memory and also made me realize how messed up some of these situations really were. A year ago, my apartment complex decided that they wanted to renovate my unit, so I had to move out at the end of my lease. I live in Denver, and rent is pretty ridiculous here, so I started worrying about finding something affordable in my neighborhood, which I love. I posted on the Nextdoor app to see if anyone in my neighborhood knew of any affordable rentals in the area. I immediately got a message from someone named Joe, who said that one of the condos in his complex was going to be up for rent soon, and he knew the owner. He offered to get me in touch with the owner. I asked if he could send me pictures of the unit, and he asked if he could text me some pictures of his neighbor took, because the chat function on the app is really slow. I now feel stupid for doing this, but I gave him my phone number. I kid you not, I received a phone call from an unknown number within seconds. I don't normally answer calls from unknown numbers, but I was expecting a call from a number that wasn't saved in my phone, so I answered it. I was completely bewildered when the person said, "Hi, it's Joe. How's your day going?" Huh? It took me by surprise, and I didn't know what to say. He started to shoot the crap on the phone, talking about how he works nights, and how tired he is, and how he takes care of his daughter while his girlfriend works during the day. I finally interrupted and said, "So, about the condo?" He pretty much disregarded that and said, "I don't think my girlfriend would appreciate me talking to you, but I don't have to tell her, right?" I said I have to go and immediately hung up the phone. As soon as I did, he started texting me. It was really bizarre and alarming to me. I blocked his number, and moments later he found me on Facebook and sent me a friend request. I'm 32 years old, but it was so disturbing to me that I called my parents to tell them about it, and how unnerved it made me. And the worst part is that on Nextdoor, even if your exact address isn't listed, your complex is. I was pretty certain that I didn't have my address visible in my profile, but I checked and sure enough, my address and unit number were public. Unable to contact me any other way, he started messaging me again on Nextdoor, asking if I wanted to go on a walk with him. You can't block or report people on the app, so I deleted it. One night, a month or so later, I had a knock at my door at around 10 o'clock on a weeknight. I looked out my peephole, but couldn't get a good enough look at the person. He had his head down slightly. Either way, I don't answer the door for anyone I'm not expecting, especially not a random guy at 10 o'clock at night. Feeling panicked, I called my neighbor across the hall. She's an older woman and we look out for each other since we both live alone. I asked her if it looked like he was a delivery guy at the wrong door. She opened her door to get a good look at the guy, and that spooked him because he literally ran away. I have no idea if this was the next door guy or not, but my gut tells me that it was. This was a big wake-up call. I always felt like I practiced good online safety, but I didn't even know that my address was visible on Nextdoor. I'll never be casual or lazy about privacy settings like that again. For a bit of context, I grew up in the middle of farmland in a large 1800s Victorian home. Given its history, there has always been several shacks and barns that once belonged to the builder of this house. There's a highway that sees maybe 3 cars on it during the night, and directly across from said highway about 200 feet inward of a cornfield, is a shack that I have always found creepy. As kids, myself and my friends would dare each other to go inside and look, which always ended up with us going as a team. Nothing scary was ever found. Maybe a few broken glasses, metal piles, and miscellaneous items. There was no electricity or any sort of utility that made it homely. Years go by, and the existence of the shack becomes a part of my daily life. However, one particular night as I was watching TV, I noticed a light going off and on outside of my window. After getting startled, I dismissed it as passing cars, simply more frequent than they typically are. An hour passes. It's nearing midnight and the light stays on. This time, I know for sure it's coming from outside. My family was asleep, but being my pansy 16-year-old self, I needed confirmation. Too bad for me, no one wants to go check it out. So I go alone. I grabbed my pocket knife and a flashlight, the best I could think of with my shaken thoughts, and I take off into the night. As I neared the highway, the light turns off, almost making me choke on air. But I had to figure out what the heck was going on. I make it to the entrance of the shack, which has no door, and slowly begin to enter, my flashlight scanning the room for any sign of life. What happened next, I'll never forget. 5 feet away from me, there's an old tattered recliner, facing away, that my father had tossed in there for future disposal. I shine my light on it, because I knew I'd seen it rock ever so slightly. As I did that, a man stands up from the recliner, saying absolutely nothing. All I could tell was that he was middle-aged and wearing a jacket of sorts. Before I could process what was happening, I was already sprinting across the road and praying that he wasn't behind me. It felt like years before I could make it to my door, but as I'm about to make it into safety, I decide to look back. He was standing in the road completely still, no words whatsoever. It's been 7 years since then. The shack still stands. The recliner remains in place. My dad never believed me. I wish someone could share the dread that I had when I realized the recliner was facing a window, which was directed straight at my house. To the guy that was staying in that shack, please, let's not meet again.